Number 2025-00257, Kentucky Power. And resuming from yesterday, joint interveners were questioning Mr. Wolfram. Mr. Wolfram, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Wolfram.
Good morning.
I hope you had a good night's rest. Coming back a little fresher as I am. Just to start off and remind ourselves where we were, I think we were talking about the residential block rate, the rate design for residential customers when we left off, correct?
My recollection was that we were talking special charges, but I do think we talked
Oh, okay.
the residential block rate as well.
Okay, maybe I'm forgetting that. Well, let me get back to where I was on residential block rates then, just to be sure. I reminded you the Commission previously required Kentucky Power to address the issue of low-income residential customers' energy usage during winter months and find cost-effective measures to reduce demand. Do you remember me asking you about that yesterday?
I do.
Okay, and that was a quote not only from the Commission, but you included it in your direct testimony, right?
Yes,
Okay.
as part of my explanation as to how we've met that obligation.
Okay. And then we were looking at your settlement testimony where you included the bill impact. So I think that's Settlement Agreement Exhibit 2. I can bring that back up on the screen again if it helps. Or I can ask if Glenn wouldn't mind bringing it back up on the screen for me as I plug in here. Okay. And
Exhibit 2 to TSW 1.
This exhibit, I think that's Exhibit 2 to TSW F1. Okay. And if I understand this right, looking at let's go with the settlement increase with DTL rider. The only time a ratepayer would see a lower percent increase for a reduction in use is between 2001 kilowatt hours and 2000 kilowatt hours. Is that right?
Could you ask that question again? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, that's kind of a lot there. So the far right column shows the percent change in the bill, right?
That's correct.
And that's the percent change from the current bill.
That's correct.
Okay. And those percent changes vary with how much usage a customer sees during a month, right? And that's monthly usage, to be clear, right? The metered energy?
Yes.
Okay. And that percent change in the right-hand column generally goes up with less usage, correct?
Below the 2000 kWh threshold.
Yeah, that's where I packed in two questions in one. The only place that isn't the case is between 2001 and 2000 kilowatt hours, right? In that case, you do see a reduction in the percent increase.
Yes, and again, I'll just point out that the math is logical there in that when you have a percent increase on a smaller bill, for example, on the 100 kWh customer, for example, the bill increase associated with this proposal is $9.75. $6 of that $9.75 would be the update to the customer charge to $26. So naturally, you're going to have higher percentages when you have increases on the customer charge that ultimately feed into the bill increase on those low dollar figures.
Right. And you confirmed for me that the 1210 kilowatt hours, which sort of an uneven jump there, the reason that's there is because that's the average usage.
Yes.
Okay. And the average customer will see an 8.2% increase as compared to, say, a 2000 kilowatt hour customer who will see a 2.3% increase, right?
Yes, that's correct, and that's part of the function of the rate design. In that, again, if you're looking at specifically the way we've designed the customer charge and the tiered rates to work together, there's a significant benefit for customers to keep usage under that 2000 kW threshold, because as you move up to that 2001 kWh range, there's a step up there based on the increase to the customer charge in the second tier. So that's the incentive benefit to reduce usage under that 2001 kWh threshold.
And they would see a benefit over even the average user as far as the comparative increase in their bill.
Yes.
The average user would see, okay. Does this rate structure accomplish the commission's directive to address residential customers' energy usage during winter months and find cost-effective measures to reduce demand?
In isolation, yes, but I think even further, when you go beyond just the rate design itself, and we discuss our other programs, like our DSM portfolio, that the commission found to be cost-effective in our most recent DSM application, that combination, I do think, meets that requirement. Specifically, what we are trying to solve for here is to provide a structure within rate design to protect those high-end usage customers in the winter months, right? What we've heard in the local public hearings is, we'll hear customers come to us and say, in the winter, my bill's $700. If you look at the way the rates in the current bill breaks down, right? If a customer's actual 1 month bill is $700, that necessarily puts them in that above 4,000 kWh range. And so what the rate design does, it actually produces a rate decrease for those customers as compared to their current rates. So yes, absolutely. We are sending a price signal through our customer charge to incentivize those customers that are on that border of that 2,000 kWh range up to like the 2,250 kWh range to reduce usage under that 2,000 kWh threshold so they avoid the higher customer charge. But then we also recognize that there are customers, specifically in the winter, that can't reduce usage from 5,000 kWh under that 2,000 kWh threshold. And so the rate design ultimately protects those customers and reduces their bills in year one as compared to where they are right now.
Other than that difference between 2,000, be generous, say the 2,250 that you just mentioned and the 2,000 kWh, does this rate structure find cost-effective measures to reduce demand?
Yes, I think this is cost-effective because
But how does it reduce demand?
it sends a price signal to those customers to reduce usage so they can either avoid the higher customer charge. But again, we have to recognize that there are the customers that we see in the winter that are using 4,000, 5,000 kWh in a month. They cannot curtail usage under a 2,000 kWh threshold. That's, from my perspective, I don't think that's possible if they're actually using 4,000 kWh in a month. And so we have to recognize that, and we made the proposal designed specifically to protect those customers, recognizing that they may not have the ability to make upgrades to their home to allow them to get under that 2,000 kWh threshold, right? If they're using 4,000 kWh in a month, the company Witness Wiseman has already discussed, there's likely a problem in the home, either poor insulation, whatever the case may be, where they cannot get that usage under that 2,000 kWh threshold. So we recognize that, and we designed a rate that is, revenue neutral from our perspective, and ultimately protects those high-end users so that if they are using that 4,000 kWh in a month because they can't make upgrades to their home, they are protected from the impacts of this case.
Okay, for a 1,900 kilowatt hour customer, how does this help reduce demand?
Well, the 1,900 kWh customer, they're seeing, based on the settlement agreement, a 2.8% increase as compared to the system average. So, they are getting a benefit of the tiered rate. And again, what we're ultimately accomplishing is those customers, there's a 1,900 kWh customer in this example, right? They're going to have 1,300 kWh in a month where they're getting almost a pure variable rate above that 600 kWh. So what we've done is functionally you've recovered most, if not all, of your fixed charges through the combination of the tiered customer charge and that lower 600 kWh block. So once they clear that 600 kWh block, they are getting the benefit of the reduced variable rates. They are purely paying for variable costs that we incur to serve those customers. So they absolutely benefit from the rate design.
But if they reduced their usage in that month from that 1,900, they would see a greater percent increase in their bill, correct?
Well, again, if you're talking percentages, it's relative, right? The increase on a smaller bill will ultimately result in a higher percentage. That's just how math works.
So that was a yes.
That's the mathematical equation,
Okay.
yes.
For the 4,000 kilowatt hour customer that you mentioned they would see a slight decrease in their bill as compared to their current bill, right?
That's correct.
But if they reduce demand, say to 3,500 kilowatt hours, they would actually see an increase in their bill as compared to what it would have been if they had made that same reduction.
No, I don't.
3,500 kilowatt hours, am I reading this right? A 0.8% increase compared to a 0.3% decrease under the proposal, right?
I understand what you're saying, but I think you're ignoring the math on the current bill. So if a customer goes, let's say they're at a 4,000 kWh threshold, right? Their current bill is $656. So if they reduce usage to 3,500 kWh, their current bill then would be $577, and their increase is $4.44. So 577 plus 444, based on my rough, again, lawyer math, I will caveat it, is less than $656.
But that would still be a greater increase than if the company used the current rate structure.
Not on a total bill basis, on a percentage basis, granted, but not on a what the customer is actually realizing on their bill.
If the company used the current rate structure with the updated class allocations, say. So without the declining block rate, they would see, you know what, never mind. I'm getting way too into a hypothetical, sorry. I wanted to move on to the settlement a little bit.
Sure.
And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I know you talked with Mr. Kurtz about it. On page 3 of your settlement testimony, you indicate that the settlement agreement includes benefits to residential customers that exceed the positions argued for by the Attorney General's witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as you went through those with Mr. Kurtz yesterday, the specific benefit that is greater than the Attorney General's witnesses would be the DTL, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony went on to say that these benefits would not be available to residential customers absent the settlement agreement, correct?
I agree.
Okay. And we talked yesterday, I know you are an attorney, so this isn't calling for legal opinion, but the same question I asked Ms. Weissman, it is the company's position that absent the settlement agreement, that benefit to ratepayers could not be made by the commission.
I'll object again. To the extent it calls for any legal conclusion, I know you said you're not asking for one, but Mr. Wolfram is not going to provide that.
Just as to the company's position.
As of the company's position, there was no evidence other than what was provided in the settlement around the use of deferred tax liability. So I do not know how a commission, like the commission, could ultimately order that without evidence within the context of this case, which was only provided through the settlement.
Okay. And we agreed yesterday, I can't recall if it was with you or Ms. Weissman, but that DTL is something that would have been passed on to customers just over a longer period of time. This accelerates that pass back of the tax benefit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with that acceleration, there is a regulatory asset created, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there's a return on that regulatory asset for the company.
Yes, because there's also a return on the DTL credit that we are providing functionally a return to customers through the credit of the DTL. So it's ultimately it's revenue neutral. The point of this, the way that we've designed it, is you ultimately get to a net zero in terms of, you know, whether it's now or later. There is no ultimate impact in terms of, you know, the company's not earning a higher return based on the regulatory asset. You're passing the DTLs back at a whack, so customers are getting that return at a whack, and then we ultimately just levelize it back to zero over time.
Gotcha. Then some of the other items you went through with Mr. Kurtz yesterday, just so I confirm my understanding, the NOLC, that's the net operating loss carry forward. Is that the acronym there?
Yes.
Okay. That's another sort of wonky tax issue, so I won't get into the details of it. But Kentucky Power isn't changing its position that it must collect that NOLC at some point, correct?
No, we still view that as, again, Mr. Hodgson can explain this further, but based on the information provided, we still believe that NOLC, standalone NOLC is appropriate for rate-making purposes.
You're just waiting on that private letter ruling from the IRS.
That was the agreement and the order from the 2023 case. I will caveat, the reason that so there's two different issues here. I just want to make sure that we're all clear. There's the existing NOLC regulatory asset, and then there's what the company had proposed in this case was to reflect the NOLC in rate base on a prospective basis only. We weren't dealing with the recovery of the regulatory asset. And that's because AEP has received 3 private letter rulings on functionally the same fact pattern for 3 of its affiliate companies. And we used that as the basis to argue that we have new evidence that the appropriate treatment was to include the NOLC moving forward, at least in our initial position, but we have settled that to continue to defer until we get a PLR.
Okay. And I understand all the parties have reserved their right to take positions on that whenever that private letter ruling comes through.
Yes, the settlement provides for the parties to make arguments both around the amortization period and the ultimate calculation of that.
Okay. But the company hasn't changed its position that it can come back for that if that PLR is received.
I would defer to Witness Hodgson on this, but
Okay.
my understanding is that we would have to, based on the IRS normalization rules, but we can provide more guidance on that.
Okay. And that's being deferred to a regulatory asset as well, right now, under the settlement, the additional going forward NOLC.
We are tracking that amount.
Okay. Is there a return on that one too, potentially? I wasn't clear.
I don't know off the top of my head. I could follow up on that.
Okay.
Or Mr. Hodgson.
But, yeah, I was gonna ask, should I do a post-hearing or would Mr. Hodgson?
Mr. Hodgson should be able
Okay.
to answer that.
Okay. And then the trees outside of right-of-way, I saw that was removed as well. That's being excluded from collection in this case, correct?
The pro forma adjustment the company had initially proposed in its case, it has been removed.
But that TOR program is still going forward, I understand, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's being deferred to a regulatory asset as well.
The company is proposed, as part of the settlement agreement, the company would defer the return on depreciation expense associated with the vegetation management program up to the caps that were set in the settlement agreement.
Okay, and would a return be a part of that regulatory asset as well?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to what you stated earlier, that the benefits to residential customers exceed the positions argued by the Attorney General, did I summarize the residential benefits there, or are there others that I'm missing from the settlement that you were referring to?
I would say that all customers get the benefits of the settled revenue requirement, which is a fairly significant reduction from the company's initial as-filed position. And then the customers ultimately, specifically residential customers, get the added benefit, as Mr. Kurtz and I were discussing yesterday, the additional DTLs that we are providing for residential customers go above and beyond what would be a normal allocation percentage of those DTLs. So residential customers are getting significantly more benefits associated with the settlement agreement than as proposed by, or as litigated position of the AG in case
Okay.
witnesses.
So with the details, in year one, that's the extra 5 million for residential,
Yes,
and in year two, the extra 2.5 million
yes.
on top of is it, sorry, 20 and, oh gosh, now I'm forgetting my number, 20 in year one for all classes. In year two, how many million?
So it's 25 million in year one total,
Yeah,
20 for all classes, 5 to residentials. Year two is 15 million total, 2.5 to residentials, the remaining 12.5 across all classes.
Okay, I couldn't remember if it was 10 or 12 and a half for all classes, okay. And will the collection of that DTL down the line in the regulatory asset reflect that disproportionate benefit to residential customers, or will it be collected the same from all classes?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you-
Well, so the 25 million in year one is being deferred to a regulatory asset, correct?
Yes,
And it's being collected later over time.
it would be collected over the remaining life of the assets that the costs were incurred related to, which Mr. Hodgson mentioned would be over like a 26-year
Okay.
period at this point.
That collection over that 26 years, will it, like the extra 5 million, will that be collected just from residential customers over that period, or will that be collected from all classes as well? I guess is my question.
Sure, we haven't made a determination on how that amount would ultimately be recovered. But,
Okay.
that'd be subject to a future,
Future rate case.
or future proceeding, yes.
Okay. So other than that additional 5 and 2.5 million, and then we went over the NOLC, the TOR, I think there were a couple of other terminal net salvage and interim net salvage items that were removed. Those are the benefits to residential customers that you were referring to, correct?
In terms of the reduction of the revenue requirement, I would argue that there are also programs and proposals within this case that ultimately benefit residential customers.
From the settlement specifically, those are the benefits.
Those are
to
the
residents.
reductions to the revenue requirement.
Okay.
Yes,
And the AG is not a signatory party,
they are not.
okay? The joint interveners aren't a signatory party either, correct?
They are not.
Okay, and our witness, Mr. Colton, made a number of suggestions. I know you took various positions on those in your rebuttal, but none of those are included in the settlements either.
No.
Okay. Since neither of us were signatories to the settlement party, why in your settlement testimony the comparison to the AG's testimony and not to the joint interveners testimony?
So the Attorney General's witnesses were the only witnesses that provided kind of a cost of service and revenue requirement allocation. So the point of that statement in my testimony is just to reflect that the settlement agreement ultimately adopts many, almost all of the AG KIUC witnesses' revenue requirement recommendations, and that was the point of that statement.
Okay. Am I correct that the AG doesn't represent any one rate class, correct?
My general understanding is the Attorney General is tasked with representing residential customers.
All ratepayers, not just residential though, right?
I suppose that's true, but I do think that it is that they are focused on residential customers as well.
Okay. And you talked with Mr. Kurtz a little bit about the benefits of the DTL, and I know we just went over those, but I wanted to follow up on one thing. He stated that the part of the purpose of that is to allow the company to wait longer potentially for another rate increase, correct?
That is part of the settlement package, is trying to set us up that we can financially handle, not having to stack rate cases one after another.
But just so I'm clear, there's no commitment to a stay out in the settlement, correct?
There is not a commitment in the settlement agreement itself, no.
Okay. Has the company identified when it would need to file its next rate case?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. One thing that I wanted to clear up, going back to your direct testimony, in the table, I think it's TSW1, where you compare the percent increase to the different classes. Do you have that?
I'm there?
Okay. For LGS, it says 14.4%, correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you refer to Settlement Agreement Exhibit 3, which has the similar comparison across classes? And this is an attachment to your testimony, but I understand that others helped with the calculation, so if someone else is better to answer this, let me know.
You said Exhibit 3.
Yes, the estimated bill increases across the classes for the settlement.
I'm there.
For LGS there, the Kentucky Power as filed states 13.9% for LGS. Is that a change in the calculation? Do you know why that discrepancy is there?
Not specifically, but company witness Walsh may be able to provide detail on that.
Okay, I'll ask Ms. Walsh. And there are a couple of other differences. So for RS, I think in TSW1 it says 14.9% for the as filed, but here it says 15%. I'm assuming some of those might be rounding differences. Would that be your understanding, or?
So I do think,
something else?
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay.
I do believe that the comparison in my figure TSW1 may be different than the comparisons that are done kind of on the pricing analysis. So I think there may just be discrepancies based on what we're reflecting within those charts. But again, company witness Walsh and I believe company witness Kuhn may be able to provide more details on the differences between what I'm showing in TSW1 and what they're providing on their charts that are similar in terms of the rate class.
Okay, so that chart would have been prepared, the settlement agreement exhibit 3 would have been prepared by Ms. Walsh or Mr. Kuhn,
Ms. Kuhn, but it would have been,
or, I'm sorry, Ms. Kuhn.
yes, it would have been prepared by company witness Walsh.
Okay, I'll ask Ms. Walsh about that then. I think I just have one more thing to ask about. And this is something I know you spoke to Mr. West about at length yesterday, so I'm not going to belabor it too much. But do you still have with you the AG Exhibits 2 and 3?
I do.
Okay. He went through with the co-ops that you named and several others that at least touch your property, the relative pricing. And you, in your rebuttal testimony, provided some comparison in the body of it, at least to those 3 co-ops, I think specifically, right?
I don't believe I named those cooperatives in my rebuttal testimony, but
You gave some average prices per kilowatt hour at least, and average prices per 1,000 kilowatt hours, I think.
I did.
Was how you framed it. You didn't look in your rebuttal testimony, you didn't present any information on the average usage in those other co-ops that you were comparing to, did you?
no, but the company is, based on what we went through with Mr. West yesterday, the company has higher usage than each of the surrounding co-ops.
Okay, that's all I wanted to confirm on that. So you'd agree there probably is some need, as the commission outlined and you stated in your direct, to find solutions for that higher usage.
Yes, and my testimony today is that we have done that. Again, just as a reminder that the company did have a variety of DSM programs prior to, I believe it was 2018. The commission initiated an investigation around that time, made the determination that most of our DSM portfolio needed to be terminated other than our targeted energy efficiency program. So we had a period where the company's only DSM program was our targeted energy efficiency program. As part of, I believe it was the last rate case, the commission made that finding, and the company moved forward with identifying a limited suite of cost-effective DSM programs to test our customers' willingness and desire to have additional DSM portfolios, and we are working on rolling those out now.
Okay. Specifically in that rate case, that agreement to proceed with new DSM analysis at least was part of the settlement, right? Do you recall?
I think it was included in the settlement, but that settlement was ultimately denied, and so But the company did move forward to evaluate DSM programs.
Okay. And your statement just now was that, with regard to finding solutions to that higher usage, you've done that? Is there more to do still?
I think as we've stated in our DSM case, we will continue to evaluate if there are opportunities to provide cost-effective ways through either DSM or other mechanisms to help our customers with their usage.
Okay.
Mr. Gary, if we get too much further into that, we've got an open.
Yeah, I'm
DSM
not going
case.
into that filing at this point.
Thank you.
That's my last question on the matter. But I did want to ask, you also made a comparison to a number of other similar utilities that you went through with Mr. West yesterday, correct? Based on the peer utilities that a witness from the prior rate case had picked out for the company, correct?
Yes, I did a comparison of that peer group that former company witness Slats provided, as well as a comparison on a national average to the other investor-owned utilities that had available EEI data.
Okay, and those companies that was it Slats, sorry?
Slats, yes.
Slats had picked out included Green Mountain Power, Mon Power, Versant Power Maine, Public Service New Hampshire, Potomac Edison, and Duke Kentucky, right?
That sounds like everybody.
Okay. Did you look at usage for those other utilities on an average basis?
So what I did was, specifically looking at the total bill comparison, I was looking for a levelized comparison. So the way the EEI data is presented, they give you kind of like residential bill comparisons based on usage. So I looked at 1,000 kW customer to levelize what the the bill comparison would ultimately be. I don't remember looking specifically at usage.
Okay, so you don't know what the average usage for any of those might be?
I don't remember if that's included.
I didn't see it, but let me know if I'm incorrect. I'll give you just a minute there.
I don't believe it was in the data set that I provided in my testimony. I don't remember if that was included in the EEI data or not.
Okay. Did you look at whether any of those other utilities have programs that address things like high usage?
Not specifically.
Okay, so you're not familiar, say, with Green Mountain Power has a heat pump rebate or a bring your own device program. You didn't look at those at all?
No, and I don't think that would have been informative in the analysis. The point of my analysis is just showing that if you're comparing apples to apples on a customer in Green Mountain Power versus a customer at Kentucky Power, our total bill at 1,000 kW is less than that utility.
Okay. And you didn't look at their zero outages initiative?
No.
Okay. There are some other programs from those other ones, but I'll save that for that DSM case maybe. There was one that I wanted to ask about because maybe you are familiar, but Duke Kentucky, are you familiar with their DSM offerings at all since it's in-state?
I remember looking at their portfolio as part of our DSM filing, but I couldn't cite you chapter and verse.
Okay.
And again, we're making no DSM proposals in this case. We've got an open DSM case currently, so I'd object to further questioning on our DSM initiatives.
In the prior rate case, the commission specifically ordered the company to find solutions in its next rate case or otherwise to address the high usage. In his rebuttal testimony, Mr. Wolfram made a comparison to other utilities based just on a per kilowatt hour basis. Part of that higher per kilowatt hour basis may be because they have programs that allow customers to avoid high bills in other ways. I just wanted to ask one more question about what he's familiar with and whether that's something that they have examined as a solution to avoid the impacts of another dramatic rate increase.
And Kentucky Power has recently concluded a DSM case where we added 2 new programs. That case is closed. We have a current new open DSM case. To the extent that these questions are aimed at gaining information for that case, they're inappropriate. I think the company's current DSM plan is what has occurred in the case that is closed. And Mr. Wolfram testified earlier that in combination with those DSM programs that have already been approved and the proposals in this case, that we've met the commission's initiatives. So I'm not sure how these questions advance Mr. Gary's argument.
Have joint interveners already intervened in the DSM case?
We made a motion to intervene. It hasn't been granted yet.
I think I'll allow one more question, but if he doesn't know the answer, or if it interferes with too much with the planning for the other case, then he cannot answer.
Thank you very much. Just last question regarding Duke Kentucky's programs. Are you familiar with the Income Qualified Neighborhood Energy Saver Program? Does that ring a bell? Specifically, it's aimed at neighborhoods with a high poverty rate to bring energy efficiency programs.
I'm aware of the name, and I've read the tariff at one point, but I can't give you specifics on it.
Okay. Just one moment. I think there were a couple of questions that Ms. Wiseman said I should ask you about. I just wanted to make sure that we covered all of those. No further questions. I think we covered everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Spinard?
Your Honor, there are no questions this morning.
Okay, thank you. And is counsel for SWVA here?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, a new one.
Sorry, no questions this morning.
Thank you. And for the record, your name, counsel?
I'm sorry, ma'am. My name is Keith Kidd.
Keith Kidd?
Yes.
All right. Yep, and no questions for this witness. Thank you. Staff?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Wolfram.
Good morning.
Thank you for being back here again this morning.
Of course.
Can you hear me okay over here?
Yes.
It's a lot easier now that we don't have a penalty box over here.
I kind of miss it.
Keeps you safe, right?
That's right.
I'd like to talk first a little bit about the deferrals, not just in this case, but any existing deferrals. First, kind of in general, and then specific ones, particularly
Sure.
as proposed in the settlement agreement. In general, how do these deferrals, reg assets, how do they affect the financial stability of Kentucky Power?
Sure. I think generally, I'm going to use a specific example, just because it's a little easier for me to speak in concretes. I'll look at storm deferrals specifically. That's obviously something that we interact with the commission in many instances. And so what the deferrals in that instance allows us to do is, recognize that those costs are probable of future recovery. And so from on our book standpoint, we get to recognize, that as probable of future recovery. So it doesn't become a bottom line impact that ultimately impacts our earned ROE, right? So if you have expenses that aren't probable of recovery, that ultimately it hurts your ability to earn your authorized ROE. So, during the period where those deferrals are on your books, you have the ability to avoid earnings impacts associated with those expenses that are incurred for storms, for example, so that when we incur storms and we spend money for restoration, that's not ultimately impacting our ability to earn our authorized ROE through our other mechanisms, generally.
So I'm assuming that since revenue is being deferred, that unless you are using retained earnings to replace that revenue, that you're having to borrow more. Is that accurate?
Did you ask that question one more time? Sorry.
Sure. So since you're deferring revenue to a later time, you're having to borrow to replace that revenue to pay for operating expenses, yes?
Potentially.
So would you expect a greater short-term debt interest expense the more deferrals there are?
I don't know that I could give you a direct yes or no. Company witness Messner may be able to provide a little more detail on that.
Do you see any other downsides to, or I'll ask you, any upsides or downsides to deferrals that we haven't talked about so far in this hearing?
Sure. So generally, what the deferrals allows us to do, which is what we talked about in our storm deferrals applications, right, is it allows us to maintain financial stability on our books while also not requiring us to potentially file for rate increases to recover those costs. So ultimately, those regulatory assets will be kind of on our books until the point where we seek recovery of those. But then, once we have the regulatory assets, we'll be in a proceeding like this to review the prudency of the underlying costs, and then ultimately make a decision on the ultimate recovery time horizon on those regulatory assets. So the assets give us some flexibility in terms of, over what period that we need to recover those to reduce bill impacts. And ultimately, those customers, while those dollars are being deferred, they don't have, for storm specifically, in this instance, so the storm costs that we've incurred since the last base case, because of our proposal, in this case, the company's cost of service does not reflect recovery of those regulatory assets that we currently have on our books related to major storms. So, to the extent that new securitization legislation is passed, and we have the ability both from being able to place securitization bonds, and the legislation provides for the opportunity to securitize those costs, like the 23 legislation provides, then we would have an opportunity to take care of those storm costs. And then in that instance, or we have the ability to make proposals around the amortization period to levelize the rate impacts to customers. So ultimately, it allows us to balance the company's financial position versus rate impacts. Again, granted, we're not in the business of, deferring everything, but to the extent that we can find ways to make specific deferral application or requests and defer certain costs to provide customers some of that rate relief in the short term before we begin recovery of those, and try to find opportunities to either reduce those regulatory assets or use different mechanisms to recover that at lower cost. It gives us those time to evaluate those options.
Do you see any problem with the deferrals sort of decoupling the timing of costs from certain, I'll use the word generations of ratepayers?
Not any of the deferrals that we are requesting in this proceeding. I wouldn't say that. There is obviously a timing difference based on for storm costs specifically, right? The storms that we have incurred since the last rate case. Obviously, since we have not begun recovery of those costs, there will be some timing difference in terms of when the storm was incurred and when the costs are ultimately reflected in rates. But that's a balancing that is part of my job. When company witness Wiseman comes to me and says we need to get the rate increase down, that's one of the things that we look at. It's what are the costs that we are comfortable or can defer for future recovery or later recovery, so that we can provide customers benefits in the interim. And so it's my job then to strategically think about within what context of a case. Let's say down the road we file a rate case that we are one of our biggest drivers for this case, right, is our difference between authorized and earned ROE. And that's a significant part of our revenue requirement. So if we get to a place where we are more financially healthy, and we are filing a rate increase where we're earning, going in 8.5%, 9%, that delta between authorized and earned becomes a smaller impact on that revenue requirement. So then at that point, you can look at beginning recovery of some of those regulatory assets, because the impacts aren't as big. When you're looking at it from this perspective, amortizing $20+ million worth of storm expense on top of a $95.6 million rate increase, that was not something we were comfortable with in this context. So that's why we make those decisions to determine when and through what mechanism we can start recovery of this based on, where we're at from the overall revenue requirement within the context of this case.
That sort of leads into sort of my next line of questioning, and I'll preface it by saying that in my time at the PSC, I focused a lot on CPCN, so cost-benefit analysis is sort of ingrained into my brain as far as all the recommendations I make and the way I think about cases. And in order for ratepayers and the commission to kind of understand the effect of the deferrals from just kind of a raw numbers point of view, would it be possible to, and for any ratepayers out there that might be listening to the hearing, in layman's terms, the value of having $1 today versus having $1 5 years from now being different. Is there any way that you could, say, compare the net present value of these regulatory assets versus estimated recovery, total recovery costs at a future date? And I may have termed that inartfully. You use whatever.
No, that's fine.
The FA folks behind me might be cringing at my choice of words there. You state it however.
Yes, I'm not sure that, there's a lot of, the old lawyer response of it depends, I think. So for example, like storm costs. So storm costs, from our perspective, we do not get carrying costs on our storm expense. At least that's been the traditional methodology. So the dollars that we actually incur are what customers would ultimately pay through that regulatory asset over whatever amortization period there is. So, there's not I guess a dollar now versus $1 later or $3 later analysis really on that, because you're just paying like one for one. So I think it would depend, and honestly, I don't know if we could perform a cost benefit analysis on specific deferrals. I just don't know.
What assumptions would you expect to have to make to estimate what amount will ultimately be recovered?
So for storms, for example, that's just what's our actual cost that we've deferred on the books. Now, there are other deferrals that have WAC carrying charges on them, so it would depend on our weighted average cost of capital at the time and while we were carrying those assets on our books. So it would vary depending on the type of regulatory asset that it was.
I assume it would also depend on the timing that recovery started in the period of recovery.
Yes, the amortization period as well would impact that.
Now, you said you don't recover carrying costs on storm damage. Is that a FERC accounting requirement or a commission ordered, or?
That has been the commission's practice, from my understanding, is we do not get carrying costs on storms.
But for the rest of the deferrals, or at least the deferrals in the settlement agreement, there would be carrying costs on those.
Generally, yes.
And would you expect those to sort of be offset by, again, I'm using the term net present value, that may be the incorrect term, but sort of the opportunity value of the reg assets at present?
I don't think I can give you, I don't know. I haven't conducted that analysis. I just don't know.
At this point, do you have a plan in place for when you expect to recover any of existing or planned reg assets?
Are you referencing any regulatory asset specifically within the context of this?
So we can just go one by one.
Sure.
I can start because I had questions about the individual reg assets anyway, so we can talk about those individually because some of them actually refer to specific amounts for specific years and whatnot, so I'll just jump into the individual ones. So let's talk about existing deferrals first. My understanding is you have some storm damage reg assets that you have not begun recovering, but that have been approved, correct?
Correct.
And do you know approximately the total of those amounts?
I believe it's approximately 25 million.
So do you have a plan for the recovery period or the recovery time and method for those assets?
Typically, those would be recovered in a future rate case, but again, to the extent that there are other opportunities for that, via either securitization or something similar to that method, we would evaluate those options.
So if securitization doesn't happen, and let's say, for example, you didn't have a rate case within the next 2 years, would you expect to file a separate action, a separate filing to recover those reg assets?
It would be something we would evaluate. I don't have a definitive plan, whether it would be within the context of a one-off filing or within the context of a future rate case.
And I think in at least one of the settlement agreement recommended deferrals, the agreement actually references recovery in the next rate case. And I am not trying to lock you in to agreeing to a date certain for filing your next rate case. But certainly the more information that the commission has about when these deferred assets would be recovered, the easier it is for them to make decisions about it. So if you have a range of time that you would expect or any information you want to give us, be helpful.
Sure. Again, I think we're open to options on that. I know that we've had conversations with commission staff about the appropriate mechanism for recovery of storm costs. Right now, we don't have a vehicle other than through a base rate proceeding to recover those costs outside of potentially securitization legislation, which, again, timing on that I can't give you just because we need new legislation. Again, there does become an inflection point at which the longer these regulatory assets sit on our books, they will continue to grow. And so we do need to, at some point, make a determination how and when we're going to recover it. So I think what we would like to do is at least get through this session to see if new securitization legislation is passed, figure out whether or not that securitization legislation allows for the recovery of those costs and whether or not, financially we can place securitization bonds with those regulatory assets from being able to place the bonds perspective. And then if not, then we would have to evaluate potentially either a one-off mechanism to be in recovery of those storm costs or, within the context of a future rate proceeding. The timing on that is undetermined on any future rate proceeding, just to be clear.
I understand. Staff was not in complete agreement on whether the settlement agreement sort of contemplated a 2028 rate case because of the 2-year period of the DTL credits, the 2-year period of the vegetation management deferral, potential generation CPCN upcoming, and just I think rate cases 21, 23, 25, is that right? Have I got that right?
We filed in 2020, 2023, and 2025.
Thank you.
The settlement does not contemplate that specifically.
Okay.
And again, there are a variety of factors that go into the decision as to whether or not to file a rate case. to the extent that the company's financial health allows us to maintain our system and make investments necessary to provide reliable service without filing rate increases, we are going to evaluate that. Company witness Wiseman pressure tests any recommendation I make in terms of regulatory recovery or proceedings, then she will challenge me if I make any recommendation on any future rate case to make sure that it's something that we actually have to do based on our financial health to continue to make the reliability improvements that our customers deserve.
Would you expect to try to recover all of the existing reg assets in the next rate case?
I think it would depend again on what the overall revenue requirement would look like. We will again have to make policy decisions on, what amounts that we can defer recovery of to provide bill impacts to customers. But that ultimately is fed into kind of what the position of the company, future investments, those type of things, items that are recovered outside the context of base rates themselves, that can provide, reductions to the revenue requirement or balance the company's financial health so that the delta between, our earned position versus our authorized position is reduced. And then we would make decisions based on, the amortization period of those regulatory assets, which regulatory assets we seek recovery of. So it would be kind of on a case-by-case basis within the context of any future proceeding.
Are you aware of any other reg assets besides the 25 million in storm damage?
Existing reg assets,
Yes.
the NOLC comes to mind, set up, based on the commission's last order in the 2023 rate case. I'm sure we have others, but those are kind of the two that come in front of mind to me.
And I assume that's all information that I can find in the application if I want to go digging.
Yes, I do believe company witness Saboric had some information on certain regulatory assets and amortizations within his testimony, and then there are other deferred regulatory assets that either we haven't sought recovery of or that new regulatory assets that we are proposing or that we will seek at a future date.
I asked you in data requests about the recovery of the turbine reservation fee, and it's still not entirely clear to me how Kentucky Power plans to recover that. So can you just briefly explain to me how you expect that to be recovered?
Sure. So to the extent the turbine reservation fee is ultimately leads to an approval of a CPCN project to build new generation, that turbine reservation fee will get capitalized as part of the cost of that project. To the extent in a world where the company doesn't get approval of a new generation project, those amounts will either be expensed or, to the extent that the company can transfer that reservation fee to another affiliate, then we would be compensated for that transfer.
When you say you plan for it to be capitalized, does that mean you won't begin recovering on that until a later date?
We won't recover the return on that reservation fee until then.
So it will be treated as an expense until the plant goes into use?
No, it's in account 186, and company witness Saboric could provide some additional detail on the accounting treatment of this, but it functionally is an adjustment to rate base, so it is included in rate base. So we're earning a return on that until it's ultimately included as part of the project. That's the proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we can move on to the deferred deferrals that you've set forth in the settlement, there is mentioned a short-term interest reg asset to pay for the DTL credits. Since money is fungible, should we assume that all short-term debt would apply to financing the DTL credits up to the $2 million cap?
So I think I understand your question, but if I don't, feel free to correct me here. But the idea here is because of the DTLs are a negative cash impact for the company. So when we credit the DTLs in year one, for example, that would be $25 million that the rates would otherwise produce absent the DTLs. So in that scenario where the company has to borrow short-term debt to cover functionally that, 25 million worth of DTL cash that we would have otherwise expected. That's what that deferral allows us to do, up to that $2 million cap, which is a rough calculation on, the company's short-term debt rate from the AEP money pool to borrow up to that, $25 million necessary that we would have expected otherwise from rates.
So, sort of what I'm getting at here is that under normal circumstances, you would be incurring short-term debt regardless
Yes.
to pay for operating expenses. Since some of it is going to be treated as a regulatory asset, is there some way to distinguish what amounts are being used for this purpose and will then be capitalized versus short-term debt for other purposes that will not be capitalized?
Yeah, so we've had some early discussions on that. I think what we would have to do is set a kind of a standard of what we're looking at. So in this proceeding, assuming that rates go into effect March 1, 2026, we would have to take our short-term debt position at that point, and then kind of you functionalize what you would expect from that, 1/12 potentially of cash income from, or cash in the door from what would have otherwise been the DTL offset, and then make a determination as to the short-term debt added based on not having that cash flow.
Okay, let's move on to the vegetation management programs. Am I understanding the settlement agreement correctly, that the proposal is that both the TIR expense and the TOR expense would be capitalized?
No. We're not changing any accounting treatment on TIR or TOR. So TIR is generally the main cost associated with TIR is expense. So we're not changing anything related to how that is done. What we have proposed in the settlement is that the company has a deferral authority up to a certain amount, so that it can seek future recovery up to the total cap spend within those programs. So right now within base rates, company Ms. Ross supports an adjustment to our TIR expense to an amount of about $22.8 million. So what the deferral allows us to do is anything, if we have to spend up above that 22.8 million, whether we have increases in labor, just that delta between the 22.8 and the cap on the deferral amount, we would defer that difference. For TOR, that's a little more complicated because TOR is generally capital, and so we're just deferring kind of the return on and depreciation expense component of that capital expense until we can include it in rate base.
Okay, so that's an important distinction. So you're not deferring 20 million and 27 million, you're just deferring the depreciation expense. Or I'm sorry,
On the
not
TOR.
depreciation expense, the return.
Return and depreciation expense on the TOR program. And any associated O and M, but the O and M on TOR right now is relatively limited.
And how did you settle on those amounts, those caps?
So, company witness Ross can provide you more detail, but we have at least a 3-year work plan in terms of what we would expect to spend on both TIR and TOR over the next 3 years. As we've indicated in this case, trees outside of right-of-way remain our number one cause of outages on the system. So we are expanding our TOR program. Current expectation for 2026 is that we will spend, approximately 18 million. And then in the outer years, you're looking at 25 and 27 million. So we wanted to cap that right around what our current work plan is, provided, there may be some fluctuation just given, increase in labor cost or equipment cost in those outer years.
Just sort of supporting the numbers that you just mentioned, I've got Ms. Ross's exhibit MR4 in front of me that shows, at the time this was filed, a 2025 budget of 13 million, then 18 million for this year, and then 25 million for each of the next 3 years. Assuming Kentucky Power were to stay within those budgets, are you saying that this vegetation management provision will have no effect?
No, we would still be deferring, because all capital is incremental to what's currently in rate base. So those are capital adds that we're, adding in 26 and 27. There will be an additional return component on and depreciation expense incurred in those years, so that would be what we would be deferring.
Okay, so it is a change from what the application was asking for.
Yes, so in the application, we had made a pro forma adjustment to pick up most, or half the year of 2026, to go ahead and include that 18 million in rate base, so you would be reflecting the return on and depreciation expense associated with those additional investments through May 31, 2026. And in this instance, the customers, given the settlement agreement, we removed that adjustment, so they're not paying for the incremental TOR investment in rates currently, but it allows us to, again, defer on our books to reduce the financial impacts associated with those capital investments that would be an otherwise earnings drag on our books until those are reflected in rates.
And unlike the storm expense reg asset, carrying costs would be recovered on those ultimately.
Yes.
And does the same apply to the proposed agreement on the pension settlement?
As to carrying costs on the pension settlement,
Well, I guess I should ask it in a different way. Are there any costs associated with the amortization of the pension settlement that will result in ratepayers paying more for it in the future than they would if they were paying for it now?
I would defer to company witness some work on that specific adjustment.
Chair, I'm going to move on to a totally different subject, but now if anybody's inclined to ask for a break, now might be a good time.
I'll request a break.
Thank you.
I do not have the ability to grant that. It is entirely within her purview.
I feel so all-powerful right now. We can absolutely have a break. Let's do 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In case number 2025-000-257, and staff, you may continue questioning.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wolfram, are you the best person to ask questions about the cogen tariff?
I have been involved in the cogen tariff. There's kind of a conglomerate of us that have been involved. Company Witness Spaeth also provides information on the cogen tariff, and then Company Witness Coburn supported the actual inclusion in the tariff book itself. But in terms of the language and kind of that, it's probably between myself and Company Witness Spaeth.
And how about information about the AMI rollout?
I can give you some detail, but that would be Company Witness Ross would also have some additional detail on that.
Great, thank you. I know Ms. Wiseman yesterday testified that the AMI rollout is planned to begin this year. Can you give me any greater detail about when that's going to start and when it's planned to be completed?
Yeah, so my understanding, based on conversations with Company Witness Ross, is that we will begin actual meter installation at the end of this year. The plan is still to run our installation through 2029. We are largely on track with what our initial deployment schedule was, that was included in our CPCN application. But Company Witness Ross may be able to, she could give you further details on that, but that's my understanding of where we are for AMI deployment.
As of now, if a customer's meter is not working properly or fails, has a dead meter, is it still being replaced with AMR meter, I guess, is that?
Yes, we do not have the AMI communication networks installed yet, so you need that before you can start actually installing AMI meters. And then we are still in the process of ordering the meters as well. So currently, right now, we are replacing AMR with AMR.
As I understand it, it requires a great deal more infrastructure than just replacing meters.
The AMI deployment? Yes, my general understanding, and the Company Witness Ross can speak to this, but you have to build a different communication network for the AMI meters because they are two-way communicating meters that are read remotely, and so there is additional infrastructure required, and our AMR system is not compatible with AMI technology.
Do you know if there are customers that will, either due to Kentucky Power financial constraints or geographical limitations, that will not be able to use AMI meters?
Company Witness Ross may be able to provide additional detail on that, but my understanding is that and I think Company Witness Wiseman alluded to this yesterday, to the extent that there are communication network challenges, we do believe we have solutions in place so that all customers will be able to have AMI meters installed at their premises.
Would a customer taking under the cogen tariff require any different equipment or infrastructure than any other customer?
I don't think I can answer that specifically as it relates to the metering equipment. Company Witness Ross may be able to. I will say my understanding is that they would not require a separate meter or any like that they currently have to have, or potentially meter programming with the AMR meters that we have currently.
Is it fair to say that at the time the updated version of the cogen tariff goes into effect, some customers seeking to make use of that tariff won't be able to because they won't have the infrastructure or the meter yet?
No, I don't think there's any prohibition or challenges related to having a customer enroll in CoGen with our current, we have CoGen customers now, CoGen SPP customers now with our current AMR system. They will just continue to be served through AMR metering until AMI is installed in their area.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for my delay. Your answer kind of allowed me to skip half a page of questions, which is good for all of us.
I'm glad I could be that helpful.
Okay, my understanding is that under the settlement agreement, Kentucky Power agreed to develop a form similar to the one proposed by KCIA's witness, Mr. Barnes, for customers taking service under the CoGen tariff. Do you know when Kentucky Power would be able to develop that form and whether it'll be included in the final filed tariff?
I don't know that we were contemplating it being included in the actual tariff. If that's the preference, I think we could do that. We will work, given the settlement agreement, we've already kind of started work on the various components associated with the CoGen SPP related items, so that would be something that we would develop in the near term to have available as soon as practical after the order is approved. If the order is approved, sorry.
Regarding the application fee for customers seeking to connect distributed energy resources to Kentucky Power system, will the application fee apply to prospective net metering customers or just tariff CoGen prospective customers?
The language that was agreed to applies to CoGen SPP customer only.
Would Kentucky Power be able to provide cost support for the proposed application fee?
Are you asking if we have done a cost benefit or a kind of a cost breakdown on the application fee itself?
I guess I'm asking how was the amount of the application fee arrived at?
Sure. So I think some of the communications that we have, and I want to be clear, this is my interpretation. So if others disagree, I think there was some confusion and concern around the price certainty. I think there was a desire for some price certainty around the actual application fees themselves because, the different application fees for CoGen SPP are, like the guidelines around the application fees currently are limited. And so what we did when we were working with the parties to develop kind of this cost structure, we looked across the AEP footprint to see if there was anything that we thought either was similar or would make sense within the context of this. And a couple of our sister utilities had similar cost structures related to the application fees. Recognizing that the application fees are they're not one size fits all, right? It depends on location and size of the facility, and so we tried to take best practices and propose that as a potential solution, and the signatory parties agreed that that was an appropriate solution for designing that application fee.
As I understand it, Kentucky Power agreed that it would not conduct system impact studies for DERs with capacities less than 100 kilowatts and would not be subject to additional costs in excess of the proposed application fee for technical reviews and screening. For the DERs that are in excess of that amount, will they still be subject to additional fees for system impact studies?
Yes.
There is language in the cogen tariff that I'm going to read to you, and I'll tell you my question first, because I think it's more helpful to ask the question this way. Let me know if you think the tariff needs to be changed based on what's in the settlement agreement regarding the cogen tariff. Proof of deposit paid in full to cover the estimated costs for a system impact study or facility study such as engineering review or distribution study if the company determines that such study or studies become necessary.
It does sound to me that there may be some clarification needed within the tariff based on the provisions of the settlement agreement to the extent they are approved.
So if we were to issue a post-hearing data request for updated language, somebody would be able to provide that.
I believe we'll have to develop that either way, so.
Certainly. Obviously, there's been quite a bit of discussion about the sort of novel rate design, residential rate design ideas. Can you tell me about what other concepts were kicked around, or what other potential thresholds were discussed as far as usage for determining sort of those rate points?
Sure, so obviously one of the things that we always look at is making incremental progress on our customer charge generally to align, fixed costs with fixed cost recovery. And so part of the reason that we run a zero intercept study is to make a determination as to how those costs ultimately should be allocated, and that feeds a cost of service recommendation on what the ultimate customer charge would be if you were to fully align, fixed costs with fixed recovery in terms of the customer charge. And so we ran that analysis. Company Witness Spaeth, I believe, presented that information. That would have resulted in a customer charge, I believe, somewhere in the $46 range, which would have been a fairly significant jump from a straight $20 customer charge to a $46 customer charge. So we looked at a way to kind of phase in a general customer charge increase with getting closer to a full fixed cost allocation and reducing the interclass subsidies that are currently being paid by high usage customers. So as some background, the way we think about it is when we run the analysis and it says that the customer charge should be $46 and some change, if we set the customer charge at below that amount, that necessarily means there are fixed cost components that are built into our variable rates. And so ultimately what that does is customers that use more are paying a higher share of our fixed costs. And so we decided that it was a better opportunity here for us to better align fixed cost recovery with fixed costs, which is why we looked at, I guess to answer your first question, we looked at just a normal increase to the customer charge. We saw that number and decided that we probably needed to do something a little more creative in terms of making gradual progress on that overall customer charge and seeing if there's a way that we can incentivize reductions in usage, but still while protecting those high energy users, specifically in the winter months. And so Company Witness Spaeth ran a couple different looks. I think we were initially looking at a 2-tiered customer charge and maybe a 3-block variable rate component. The math, and he can explain this, I think the math got a little wonky with the 3-block rate. And so he ran a couple different analysis and presented the ultimate rate design to us, and we evaluated that against just making the straight increases to the customer charge, and ultimately determined the rate design proposal was more appropriate.
Did AEP provide any input on rate design?
Yeah, absolutely. So company witness Spaeth and his team, they are AEP Service Corps employees. Again, they run kind of our cost of service analysis. We went to them and said, is there anything that we can do from a rate design perspective to help our high energy user customers in the winter? And so they developed that proposal and submitted it to us for review. And then company witness Wiseman, myself, and former company employee Newcomb reviewed the options that they presented to us, and we ultimately selected the two-tiered customer rate and two-tiered variable rate based on the ideas that they presented to us.
Are you aware whether any AEP subsidiaries have sought a two-tiered residential design in any other state?
Company witness Spaeth could probably answer that better. That team works on a variety of different proceedings throughout the AEP footprint. I don't know if there's any AEP affiliate that has a two-tiered customer charge. I do think there may be a utility that has different tiers in their variable rates, but he can answer that specifically.
I think I'll leave any other questions for rate design to him. Are you familiar with Kentucky Power's tariff regarding usage monitoring?
Not specifically off the top of my head. Is that within the context of, is that in our terms and conditions of service, or?
I couldn't tell you
Okay.
which section it's under. It's not, I don't think it's something that you're changing at all.
It doesn't sound like it.
Do you, is there somebody else I should ask about that?
Company witness Coburn would be the witness with the most familiarity with all of our tariff provisions, but I don't know if she could speak to that specifically.
And Collier, could you repeat again which tariff or tariff provision you were asking about?
So I can tell you specifically, it's sheet number 2-8, which is in regards to usage monitoring.
Okay.
Kentucky Power contacts customers if they have usage outside of a certain range compared to.
That sounds precisely in the wheelhouse of company witness Coburn.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't want to get into the numbers too much. If we need to talk numbers with regards to usage and estimating bills, or I guess average bill amounts for purposes of notice and otherwise, if I am looking for numbers, I will just plan to do a post-hearing data request, but I kind of want to understand the methodology of two different things that Kentucky Power generates. One being the average bill that is published for the benefit of ratepayers, and then number two, and I'm probably going to call it the wrong thing, a sample bill filed as part of the application, and you may have something different that you call it. Sorry, this has been an extremely poorly asked question.
No, you're fine. Are you referring to kind of the, like, per kind of KWH breakdown of each, like the impact, like the the more detailed analysis on kind of each level of increase for like 100 kW, 200 kW, 300 kW, or are you referencing?
I believe so, and I'm gonna have to look at something to, if I'm gonna talk numbers, just if you can bear with me for a moment. All right, so according to my team, the average residential bill in the notice was $183.37, but in the filing, $213.22. And I apologize, I don't know where to find that in the record, so if that's inaccurate, I apologize. But I'm just trying to figure out what difference in methodology might have resulted in those differing numbers. And I apologize that I'm not citing the specific documents in the record. And if it's easier for us to ask a post-hearing data request than to have you search through thousands of pages of documents, I'm happy
No,
to do that.
I understand. I think, see if I can find it real quick. If not, I do believe that company witness Spaeth may be able to provide that. I'd have to look at the notice provisions and the other document to see if it's just a difference in usage from an average bill versus a average residential customer can be different based off of from a total bill perspective. If you're just producing average bill, that would just be an average of all the bills, whereas your average residential customer will have a fixed usage associated with it that produces a bill. So generally that may be the difference, but if there's something specific, I think maybe company witness Spaeth may be able to help there too.
Who actually generates that information?
It becomes it comes out of the pricing analysis, so it'll run through both, or all of company witness cost, company witness Kuhn, and then ultimately through company witness Spaeth when he produces rate design. He also produces typical bills associated with that rate design.
To your knowledge, do those two sets of information both include all riders?
That's my expectation, yes.
I believe that yesterday witness Wiseman indicated a 98% meter read rate. So should I take that to mean that only 2% of the average bill reflected in customer notice would involve estimated billing?
I don't know that, I think what company witness Wiseman was referencing there was that we only estimate 2% of our meter reads in terms of producing an actual bill. I don't believe that gets factored into our calculation of average bill or total bill comparison. Again, from a rate design perspective, it's, I want to say it's theoretical, but like you're just, the numbers produce what the ultimate rate design is based on the revenue requirement and the cost of service. So I don't believe estimated bills would have any impact on our typical bill analysis. It may factor into the average bill calculation because you're just looking at like total average bills, but Again, there's also a true-up process with those estimated bills, and next time we go out in the field, right, you read the usage and you true those up. So I don't know how that gets factored in from a average residential bill, but Company Witness Space may be able to provide details on that.
So I don't believe our regulation defines average usage. So different utilities could potentially be including types of customers that other utilities do not. Do you know whether the average usage determination includes, for example, folks who terminated service within the past year but were customers earlier in the year, or customers who have been disconnected or have dead meters or have some other condition that would prevent a complete data set for them from being reported?
I don't know that specifically. Company Witness Space may know that.
Who would be the best witness for us to ask questions about residential time of day rates?
Again, I will say it's myself and Company Witness Space. I can at least give you the policy perspective, and he could probably give you more on the detail side.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the generation rider. I think as everybody understands it, it does not result in any additional cost for ratepayers. It's just shifting a portion of cost to a separate rider in the event securitization, additional securitization happens, and then it can be terminated thereafter. Did I characterize that correctly?
As initially proposed, yes, that again, I don't know that I would agree that it would necessarily be terminated. That would be a vehicle that we may explore for potential future generation. But again, the overall intent, there is no additional revenue requirement associated with the proposed revenue requirement for the generation rider as part of this proceeding. It was just the revenue requirement that would be in effect to the extent that this application that is approved on March 1 is just a locational change from base rates to the generation rider for those non-environmental Mitchell balances.
And would it not be terminated, assuming additional securitization happens, because it would potentially be used for the same purposes in the future?
It could be that we propose to run additional or other costs through there, potentially new generation, or based on the settlement agreement, there would be we've contemplated recovery of plant balances associated with the Big Sandy plant as well that could run through there until they can get reflected in base rates.
So is it correct that the plan under the generation rider is for there to be annual true-ups on Big Sandy and Mitchell plant costs, with the commission having the opportunity to approve.
Yes.
Can you explain for me why Big Sandy capital investment should be included in the generation rider?
Sure, absolutely. So I think when we're looking at designing rates, part of this, again, as we've talked about, is finding creative ways to avoid future filings, and to the extent that we can reduce lag associated with recovery of capital investments made at the Big Sandy plant, that allows us to maintain our financial integrity while we are out without filing a rate case. So there was some benefit there. Again, we are also, the Big Sandy plant continues to operate very successfully. There's just normal maintenance activities going on there, so it was an opportunity for us to potentially levelize, future rate impacts. So, customers ultimately, the way that I think about it is, if we were to go 3 or 4 years between rate cases, we are spending capital in the interim, and that ultimately adds to rate base. And so what we are trying to avoid is a scenario where we get to year 4 or year 5 and you file a rate case and you have significant capital balances that you have to then run through rate base that ultimately feed a larger increase in that rate case proceeding. Whereas if you kind of are bringing those amounts along from a bill impact standpoint, they become more levelized. So there's less of a shock, potential shock value when you get to that rate case. So that's part of it. When you're looking at, and we can use this case as an example, right? All capital investments that we've made since the end of our 23 rate case test year, those are all incremental capital balances that ultimately get added to rate base. So rate base is growing, assuming that you're investing at a higher rate than your depreciation expense, which we have been. Just, again, normal maintenance to improve reliability, those type of projects. And so if by putting that amount in the rider mechanism, we can kind of bring those rates along so that there's less rate shock potentially at the end. And that was kind of the idea.
You have your settlement testimony in front of you.
I do.
I'm going to refer to page 11. I'll give you a minute to get there.
On there?
Line 19, you refer to the $60.4 million associated with case 2025-175. That's the Mitchell plant balances, correct?
That would be the, I know this is complicated. This is the non-environmental Mitchell-related costs associated with the company reflecting a full 50% interest in the Mitchell plant balances.
And at the time the application was filed, that case was still pending, so that was not initially included in the generation rider.
That's
Correct.
That's correct.
How does that addition affect the generation rider revenue requirement?
Yes, so we provided a calculation of that. I believe it was in response to staff. I believe it was in response to staff 228. So the initial revenue requirement associated with the generation rider was approximately $20.3 million. We calculated the addition of the $60.4 million would be approximately a revenue requirement of $26.3 million. However, I will note that that revenue requirement is overstated at this point, given the modifications made through the settlement agreement by reducing the ROE applied to the generation rider. So that increase would be smaller than that.
And is that reflected in the tables attached to the settlement agreement?
The 60.4 million, it is not.
On the next page of your testimony, page S12, your testimony mentions, it says additionally, the costs associated with any new generating assets, including related O&M, may be eligible for inclusion in the generation rider. Can you explain why O&M costs should be included in the generation rider?
Sure, so this is just contemplating to the extent that the company begins work on a new generation project, we can begin recovery of those costs without necessitating another rate case holistically. And so basically what we would do is we would provide recovery of that in the rider, potentially up into a point where we start reflecting those O&M balances in base rates.
Can you anticipate any other costs that Kentucky Power might seek to include in the generation rider?
Not outside potential upgrades at Mitchell, Big Sandy, and potentially any new generation, no.
Chair, I think that's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Wood?
Sure. Morning, Mr. Wolfram. How are you
Morning.
this morning?
Good, how are you?
Good. I don't want to spend a lot of time asking questions, but I did want to go back to a comment that you made yesterday about Kentucky Power's rates being in the middle of the pack. And I didn't know if you care to elaborate on that at all regarding the source of the information and what it compared, and sort of get into the weeds a little bit on that.
Yes, absolutely. So it's kind of built around my rebuttal testimony. What I did was I asked our strategy team to pull publicly available EEI data. So EEI collects data around various rate components for other investor-owned utilities. I didn't see anything related to electric cooperatives, but they do monitor the various investor-owned utilities in terms of what their total bills are, total rates, and those type of data points. And so what I did was I tried to isolate, to do as best as I could an apples-to-apples comparison of what Kentucky Power's rates look like as compared to all the investor-owned utilities that had publicly available EEI data. And I didn't exclude anyone. I included the full boat of everybody that EEI had. So I looked at the total bill comparison from a residential perspective to do a comparison, and that's what you'll see reflected starting on, I think it kind of goes into page R23. So, and I hate to read this back to you, but what I did was I looked first at the total rate on a per kWh basis, and I did a comparison of all the available investor-owned utility data that we had from EEI, and it showed that across the country, the average residential rate from their data set was about a little over 17 cents per kWh, and we were clocking in right around 15 cents per kWh based on the time frame that the data was available. So that meant we ranked 82nd out of 168 of the utility data that I had available. So kind of right in line, right in the middle of the pack, I guess. And then I also looked at it from a total bills with customers using 1,000 kW. So EEI had different levels of customers at 1,000 kW. I don't remember what the other increments were, but there were various increments for residential classes. And so I just did, again, no manipulation of the data. I just sorted by highest bill to lowest bill for residential customers that are using 1,000 kWh. So it's a apples to apples comparison. And based on that, the investor-owned utility average was about $174.62. And ours was about $150.09 on that 1,000 kWh range. So we were 87th out of 167 utilities that had publicly available data through EEI. So that was the data set that I used. Again, it's produced by EEI, and it was made available to us, and that was just the data set that I ran. I think I produced everything that I had used in there. There are, I think EEI has a bunch of different data sets to look at, but I thought that was the easiest way to do an apples-to-apples comparison for similarly situated customers and what our total rates would look like.
Did your comparison include the riders that are also attached to Kentucky Power's bills?
Yes, so the EEI data is based on total rate, so that would be all that.
The national rate comparison argument is common, but it really doesn't tell the whole story for Eastern Kentucky, though, does it?
No, and that's specifically why I, again, looked at not just the nationwide investor-owned utilities, but I looked at the available data on the electric cooperatives that surround our service territory, the ones that, seem to have very similar service territories as we do. Again, we always do comparisons to the other investor-owned utilities. So Duke, KU, LG&E, we look at them and figure out where we compare. Again, I think like we've talked about, we are different in a lot of ways than the other investor-owned utilities in the Commonwealth, in that, we serve a very, Commissioner Wood and everybody, I know you guys drove down to Hazard and Pikeville, and you've seen, our poles on the side of those mountains and what it takes to get our crews up there. That we've got spots where you can't even get ATVs up there. Crews have to, physically climb up through those poles to make repairs. There are challenges associated with the topography and the geography, and that's not, again, I don't want that to come off as an excuse. It's just a reality of what it takes for us to provide service in those areas. And so we do benchmark against them, but again, we are a little bit different. And so I wanted to look at how we compared to the electric cooperatives, and I think we are very similar in terms of where our rates are. Again, I'm not saying that we have the lowest rates of all the surrounding utilities. I think if you look at residentials, we recognize that we are towards the top there, and that's something that we're working on. But from a total rate perspective, we are right in line, I think, with the companies that surround us, and that's why I went even further with the peer group that former company witness Slats had created. Basically, what he did is he identified similarly situated investor-owned utilities that had similar topography characteristics in the area they serve, similar customer bases. He tried to isolate similarly situated utilities, and if you look at that, we are right in line with their average bills and their average rates as well. So again, that's not, and I said this in my rebuttal, and I hope it comes across, that doesn't mean the work's done. I'm not satisfied being middle of the pack. That's not why I came down here, but I just wanted to give customers assurances that we are not, we're not here just to raise rates all the time. We are very cognizant. I think, as I pointed out in my rebuttal testimony as well, if you look at our average bill for the last 12 months, like we use a 12-month average bill. So that kind of eliminates some of the variance you may get like month to month. So you look at a 12-month average for what our average residential bill is. If you look from 2019 to now, our total bill has lagged behind inflation in terms of in 2019, what our average 12-month bill would have been versus now. And our customers' total bills from that perspective has actually decreased since 2022. So we are very cost cognizant. We have tried to keep rates as low as we can throughout the entirety of the time that I've been working for Kentucky Power, even back to when I was working with Kentucky Power when I was a Service Corps employee. we understand, and we do things to mitigate our rate increases. And again, I think like we were talking about with Mr. Coyer, like some of those deferral application proposals, that's part of the balance, right? There are things that we can say, hey, maybe we can't ask for this right now. Let's give customers a little relief here and try not to, kick the can down the road if we can and make improvements on the back end. So I think what I'm trying to just demonstrate is we are cognizant, we are not satisfied with, being middle of the pack, but we do have costs of operations, and our costs of operations are largely in line with similarly situated utilities. Again, we have to make improvements, but I just wanted to give customers assurance that we are not out here gold plating our system. We are not doing anything out of the norm. We are doing what we have to do and making the investments we need to provide the service that our customers deserve.
Did you adjust for median household income or regional poverty levels within the service territory when you were performing that analysis?
No, that was not part of the EEI data.
Do you agree that a rate occupying the middle in national terms can impose a substantially higher burden on a region that has persistent poverty levels?
That would be hard for me to say. I don't know what the demographics are for like Potomac, West Virginia, or Monongahela Power. I don't know how similar or unsimilar they are to us. I just don't know in terms of customer makeup.
Just on a personal note, I'm not sure that the system that we've got was designed to or anticipates, a decreasing population. And I know there are many challenges, including topography. That one of the biggest challenges I see is a decreasing population. 15 years ago, there were a lot more coal mines going, a lot more businesses, and it just seems to be sort of at this point, a circular logic. The population keeps decreasing, and the number of customers to spread the fixed costs around keeps decreasing. And I know that all of us in that room want to solve that problem, and I'm not sure how to solve it. The system doesn't seem like it was designed for this. So I don't know that we can fix it, but we also can't ignore it. So that's all that I have. Sure.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the settlement resolve all the outstanding issues?
Between the settling parties, yes.
Why should the commission conclude the settlement is better than a litigated outcome?
Sure. So I think if you look at it from a total package perspective, like I mentioned with Mr. Gary, there was really only one intervener that proposed modifications to our revenue requirement, which was the AGK-AUC witnesses. Their ultimate recommendation was approximately $71 million. And so what we have done, and Mr. Kurtz walk me through all of it, but we have functionally agreed to almost every modification that is proposed by AGK-IUC witnesses, and then we took it a step further. We recognize that although we didn't have a party that represented residential customers, that we wanted a settlement that provided the most benefits to residential customers, and I thank the signatory parties for recognizing that, and we provided those DTL credits that, again, that was a new concept to us, kind of around that August timeframe. And so ultimately, what we've done is we've designed another creative mechanism for us to improve the company's financial position by recognizing the earnings associated with the revenue requirement while allowing customers to get, ultimately that $25 million worth of credit on their bills so that it reduces the overall impacts to those customers.
AMI meters, you said Witness Ross would be
Yes.
better to answer that. Billing platforms,
That, I would defer most of that to Company Witness Coburn.
We've talked a lot the last 2 days about economic development.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a question for you. We've talked a lot about the data center coming in. Average data center is built for 25 to 30 years.
I don't know that specifically, but that sounds about accurate.
Okay. There's a rapid refresh cycle, which is going to drive ongoing capital costs. So the interior of the data center has to be upgraded due to technology or other things every 3 to 7 years. So are we going to be in the same place? Let's say a data center comes to Eastern Kentucky. You need water cooling, water rates will go up. With the continued capital investment, are we going to be back here in a few years in the same predicament or have stranded assets?
So I would say that's precisely why the company filed our provision to the IGS tariff that provides protections to our existing customer base around, the potential location of a hyperscale or larger industrial customer, right? There are commitments within that tariff that these customers have to make to ensure that, to the extent we would have to make significant investments to serve those customers, right? And we're talking about a potential data center that's a gigawatt load. I think, like we talked about earlier, our current system's around 900 to 950 megawatts, so you're doubling the size of our system with one customer. And so there will be investments that need to be made, but that's precisely what the large load provisions of our IGS tariff provide for, that there are protections to the extent that a data center locates, we've made investments, and then, after a couple of years, they decide, hey, I'm out, that they are still going to be on the hook for a significant portion of those investments, so that our customer, we aren't reallocating those costs to our existing customer base.
Okay. I guess the last question is, in the public hearings, we've heard a lot about the customers that cannot afford the bills they have today. If the commission would grant and approve the settlement, is there a plan to address those customers that can't afford? Or are they just going to be disconnected and out of luck?
No. I think, and Company Witness Coburn could provide you all the details, but the
Okay.
company has a variety of opportunities. We meet, I think Company Witness Wiseman said this, our goal is to meet our customers where they are. And we provide a variety of different options for customers to avoid disconnection. We have, payment arrangement plans, we have, other programs, AMP billing comes to mind. There are different things that we can do to help, reduce that burden. And I think the other thing that we're really proud of in this case is the new residential rate design. There is relief coming based on that rate design to specifically those high usage customers, right? I think we've heard, we were there, we've heard,
Yep.
My bill this month was $700. If that's the case, that necessarily means if that's a 1 month bill, that means that usage is extremely high. And those are the customers that ultimately benefit from the proposed rate design, and that would, depending on usage, see potential increase from the current rate based on the settlement agreement. So I do believe that, and again, that's not to say, and I've said this before, the work's not done, right? We are committed to, like I said before, I came down here because I believe that we can help fix this. And so the work's not done, but we are trying to do things to reduce specifically those high energy burdens through our rate design and through expanded our DSM programs, those type of things to make positive impacts to those customers. We will always work with our customers in terms of if they have difficulties paying, making those arrangements and doing the things necessary to keep the lights on. And a Company Witness Coburn can kind of give you a full rundown of our variety of customer programs related to that.
And then it is still your testimony that any modification, deferral, or the settlement, Kentucky Power would be at risk of not providing service,
I think
a
there-
reliable service.
there is a risk. Again, I think, well, like we talked about, company witness Wiseman, when we made the determination to file this case, I was given the directive to get this as low as we could handle it, from an initial case perspective. And so, the company had to thoroughly evaluate the settlement positions to make sure that, we could live and operate the way that we expect to operate, given the settlement parameters. There was a lot of long nights reviewing the numbers to make sure that everything made sense, that we could hit kind of our FFO to debt targets, so that we can continue to borrow cheaply for customers. Like, there's a variety of things that we look at to see, like, can this work? And ultimately, we decided that we can make it work, but it's very tight for us now, based on the settlement position. This is about as low as I think we could have gone. And so if there are material changes to the case from the settlement agreement, there will have to be decisions made based on operations. Are there projects that now we can't move forward with? Are there investments that we had planned to make that we can no longer make? Those would be decisions that we would have to make if the settlement agreement is materially altered downward.
So it's your testimony that, I think on page 16 of your settlement testimony, that Kentucky Power is in dire financial stress, financial circumstances?
Yes, I think some of the information that, I can't remember if it was in a section that I adopted from company witness Newcomb's testimony or not, but if you look at some of our credit metrics, right, FFO to debt being one, right now we are out of bounds low from a Moody's perspective. Our FFO to debt, I think, is hovering in the 8% range, and so that's a factor in terms of our financial viability. We're at, when we filed this rate case, we were at a 3.98% earned ROE. That's been a consistent, we've been kind of consistent in that area. I think when I came down to Kentucky Power initially, we were below that, in the sub-3 range from an ROE perspective. So, yes, there are financial challenges that we have incurred, and again, that's part of the decision to file these rate cases. It's not easy. We understand the challenges associated with it, but I think, like I said, with some of the deferrals, there becomes an inflection point that if we want to do the things that we want to do to improve reliability, to make investments in the system, filing rate cases are a part of that, just to make sure that we are financially viable enough that we can continue to attract, the investments that we need to make those additional investments to improve reliability, improve our service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The comments at the public comment hearings for Kentucky Power are a lot more emotional and vehement than comments at other utilities' public comments hearings that we go to across the state. I don't think these people are lying. And I have tried really hard and had staff analyzing and trying to figure out what is going on with these rates. There has to be similar high usage in similar Horry County areas if it's all just based on housing stock. And so far, we have not been able to figure out what is going on. Part of it maybe has to do with estimated billing. If it's only 2% that are getting estimated, I don't know, maybe it's the method of estimation. If you have to estimate a bill, is it based on historical use at that same meter, or is it based on neighborhood usage or something else?
My understanding is that it's based on historical usage at the meter, so it could have been a previous customer, if somebody moved in or out, but it's based on historical usage at that premise.
And yesterday, Wiseman, I was trying to say your first name. I don't want to do that for the bench, though. Company witness Wiseman said that they're notified on their bill if it's estimated, and then it's fixed the next month.
Yes.
The very next month, they would get reconciliation, or is it sometimes more than 1 month? I think there's a limit by law, you can't go more than
Yes,
3 months, right?
there's some limit. I think we endeavor to true it up the next month, but I think there is maybe a 2 or 3 month period. I don't remember off the top of my head what the statute provides, but we will always true it up within the statutory provision.
So presumably, if they had a high estimated bill, it would be corrected the very next month.
Yes.
And that adds to volatility, and people still hate that as well. But are you able to give us estimates of actual estimated meter reads by geographic area, like county?
I would have to take that back. I don't know if I don't know if it's county or maybe we have it by zip code. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm the last house in the holler. I imagine it's not as easy to come get radio frequency read from my house than it is from the people who are the mouth of hollers. If there's bad weather, if there's water in the road, all those other reasons. Are you able to tell if there are some areas that get estimated reads a whole lot more often than other areas?
I think that's something that we could look at. I don't know that, I have not been aware of any analysis on that specifically, though,
Okay.
to this point.
Age of meter. If some of the meters are older, and I mean, I know you do your best to keep them updated, but if some of them are older, are they getting more frequent estimated reads?
No, I don't think the age of the meter is necessarily a factor in the whether or not it's estimated or not. The age of the meter can obviously impact operations, the internal operations of the meter, whether or not it's reading usage correctly or not. And so, if a customer calls us with a high bill complaint, or they think their meter's not working, then we'll go out and test that meter to make sure that it's actually, reading correctly. If it's not, we would replace it and make the correction on that end. I don't think that the age of the meter necessarily results in an estimation. It's more of a, do we have an emergent issue, like are the meter readers on storm duty, or are there impediments for us actually accessing the meter or getting that read from the truck?
Switching gears. The tiered proposal in the settlement is geared toward helping someone who is financially unable to get their usage below the 2,000 mark. Is it 2,000? The exact mark, or 2,100?
It's just, when they, on the customer charge flips at 2001 kWh.
And it's geared toward people who are financially unable to make housing improvements to get it below that. In my former life as a lawmaker, we used to talk about unintended consequences a lot. Is there an unintended incentive for people who, to not save? There are people who may have a jacuzzi and a heated pool and keep their heat on 80. Are those people going to benefit?
If there was a customer like that, again, the rate design, we cannot discriminate in rates, right? So if a customer that may have a higher ability to pay for that 4,000 kWh usage in a month, they will see a similar benefit. But and understanding that may be the case, I was at all the local public hearings, and the overwhelming majority of the people that I heard speak were, I have a bill that's $700 in a month, and I'm on a fixed income. Those are the people, that, again, we're not saying that we're designing it specifically to benefit them, but those are the people that will benefit as well. So I candidly agree that there may be somebody that may have a higher ability to pay that may get a benefit of having, that reduced tiered rate, but I think there's also, at the bottom end, important to keep in mind that we're really driving the aligning fixed cost with fixed charges component as well, right? So, right now, that same customer, right, is holding all else equal, overpaying for our fixed costs because they're using more, we don't have our fixed cost built into, our full fixed cost built into our customer charges. And so now they are really only paying for the variable usage that they are, like the variable cost that they are making us incur to serve their higher energy usage. And so, I candidly, I recognize that is a potential, but my focus, and one of the reasons that I designed this is recommend or move forward with the recommendation on the design was because of the things that we hear, not just in local public hearings, but in, complaints to the Attorney General's office or this commission about my bill this month was $600-700. That to me means there's a usage problem, and how can we help that customer in a way that doesn't. Again, like I said, there's a prohibition on discriminatory practices within rates. So how can we do that in an equitable manner while still getting them the benefit of that rate design? And that's what I think this proposal does.
So the Public Service Commission has a consumer services hotline people can call, and not surprisingly, Kentucky Power is among the highest calls that we get. And when people call with a specific problem with their bill, we can sort of reach out to whichever company the complaint came in about and try to help with resolving if there's been a particular issue. I wonder if your company has considered or would consider doing an individual, workshop. If people wanted to bring in their bills and you talk to them privately about, look at your usage. What have you done about your usage? Have you considered, during the flood, people had volunteer lawyers in Eastern Kentucky, and they could bring their FEMA issues and speak to a lawyer. And I don't know, I just thought maybe that would be one way to set up, a mobile outreach in certain high-use areas, or has anything like that been tried, or?
Company Witness Wiseman, Maine, I know we've had some workshops in the past. I don't remember if they were specifically gauged at helping customers understand their bills or usage patterns. I know that we do do marketing around understanding your bill, understanding usage. I don't know that we've had a specific workshop for that in the past, but.
There are very poor counties in Kentucky that are not in your service territory, and their bills are not as high. At least if they are, we're not hearing about them. I would love to get to the bottom of what is going on. Like, why are these bills, and particularly in the winter? So even if the average bill over the course of a year is $190, some of these people are seeing in the middle of the winter $600-700 bills on fixed incomes, and they're coming to public comment hearings in tears and begging for help. So I would love to get to the bottom of what is going on with those bills, and maybe individuals could get some help that way. The other problem is the population shrinkage. If there's $1,000 worth of infrastructure that needs to be paid for and you have 1,000 customers, it's one charge, and if 500 of those customers move away, obviously that's going to double everyone's bill. So there are programs that are trying to increase population in Eastern Kentucky. Maybe, I can't remember which group is doing it, but they're encouraging remote workers to locate in Eastern Kentucky, and I think they've had a little bit of success already. Has Kentucky Power looked into supporting those programs?
I don't know about those programs specifically, but I will say that we did have, and I think you heard this at the Ashland local public hearing, the company did hire, I think, roughly 60 remote CSRs within the Eastern Kentucky footprint. And so, that is an example of the AEP utilities bringing economic development to Eastern Kentucky. So I do believe that we've hired at least or around 60 new call center representatives from our Eastern Kentucky footprint that will be working remotely in Eastern Kentucky and working through the call center. So we are evaluating that. I think company Witness Wiseman has pointed out that there has been some shift in putting jobs back out at the operating companies, which again ultimately adds headcount to us and brings people to Eastern Kentucky. I think we're evaluating those options as well. But I can tell you that we support any initiative to bring customers into Eastern Kentucky. At this point, we don't care what customer class that they fall into. We need population growth. We need job growth so that we can bring customers in, and then ultimately we need load growth so that we can spread our costs across a larger load profile so that we can make meaningful impacts to residential customers specifically.
I think people like to have a customer service representative with their own accent as well sometimes when.
I do believe they will start seeing, or have started seeing that already.
I know Siri doesn't understand the word I said. Apart from the residential customers, a lot of people came to the public comment hearings and talked about their small businesses or like local water companies, local school systems. What consideration has been given to those types of customers in this rate design?
So the rate design proposal specifically is a residential class basis, but I think what we've done as well is if you look at across the revenue increase by class, our commercial customers were already coming in lower than our residential customer class and the industrial class, and that was because those classes were receiving subsidies from those other, or providing subsidies to the other classes. And so the settlement ultimately brings the overall impacts to those customers down. And those customers are also seeing the benefits of the levelized deferred tax liabilities to reduce their bill impacts even further. So, those interests are contemplated and considered within the context of the framework of the settlement agreement, although there may not have been a specific commercial customer advocate, like on the small business side specifically, or the like within the settlement agreement.
Switching gears, the deferred tax liability proposal, is that just for, like, the purpose of it is just for rate relief? No other reason, no other benefit to the company?
There is no benefit to the company. Again, I think, like I spoke about earlier, it's functionally a net zero from our standpoint. There's no earnings pickup or reduction from a overall impact. It's just being able to accelerate those DTLs that are already owed to customers more quickly, so that we can provide immediate rate relief.
It doesn't affect your earnings even in the next 2 years?
So the earnings will be based off of the revenue requirement approved in the rate case. So it's earnings neutral in terms of its application. So, for example, if the settlement agreement's proposed, the overall revenue requirement is $77.4 million. So 25 million of that ultimately of the DTLs would be reflected as earnings pickup for us from the financial side of the equation. But like ultimately, there's no, what I meant was there's no earnings pickup on the back end, whereas we have that reg asset where we're applying a WACC return to it, that we would get some increase in earnings on that perspective. So like the DTL itself does not result in any earnings change.
So for next year, it's not going to look like you're earning $25 million less?
No, but customers' rates would reflect that our rates are $25 million cheaper.
It's really difficult for non-finance people to understand. If you get an additional securitization
Yes.
for the Mitchell investment, I assume some of those collections, I shouldn't even say I assume, I'm asking, I don't know. During the last securitization, we had that reg asset sort of held in abeyance until the securitization happened. So there were no earnings on that temporarily.
Yes.
Mitchell, expenses are gonna be collected through the generation rider.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will that temporarily be halted if you get new legislation for securitizing those expenses? Or will that generation rider continue to be collected?
That is something that we would have to evaluate. I would tell you, sitting here right now, I think the way we propose that in the 23 case is a benefit to customers, in that we were suspending collection of certain of the rider mechanics, so that we had a set amount, kind of, basically you had a more defined asset that you were securitizing, because, you know, as you continue to collect, once you get closer to securitization, you're ultimately like shrinking what you're securitizing, because you're continuing to collect on it and buy down that balance. So we did that as a measure, and I will say when we initially proposed that, the idea was that securitization would have been placed at the end of 2024, so that, you know, we ultimately got the cash from securitization in the door, and then we were earnings, you know, okay. I think once securitization got extended over that longer period of time, that created financial burdens on the company, because we were carrying those balances without any recovery of them until securitization was placed. And then I think from a customer perspective, what customers saw was the bill decrease associated with suspending the decommissioning rider and the recovery of certain of those tariff PPA regulatory assets. So then when the securitization charge appeared on the bill, they only saw it as a rate increase. And so I think there was confusion there about, well, securitization was supposed to save me money. That's what we were hearing from customers, right? Securitization was supposed to save me money, and it does, but it looks like a charge because we had already suspended collection of the decommissioning rider and tariff PPA, whereas, yeah, and that's something we have to consider, right? If you had looked at it from if we had allowed the decommissioning rider to continue to run, and we had allowed tariff PPA to continue to run, customers would have seen on their bill, decommissioning rider, 0, tariff PPA reduced, and then the securitization surcharge comes on, and you can see that reduction. And I think that caused confusion. So I think that's something we would have to really think about, because we want customers to believe us that we save, you know, we save them money by securitizing those assets, and we've proved, you know, the commission recognized that, and we've tried to communicate that, but again, they're looking at it from oh, I see a new surcharge on my bill, it's X amount of dollars that wasn't on there last month, you guys are increasing rates. And, you know, the consideration that there were already charges that we had suspended, I think got lost in the shuffle a little bit from a customer experience standpoint. So we would have to really think about whether or not we would suspend that rider, because we want to be able to show customers that we're doing things to save them money.
They're mad at us too,
I know,
you might imagine.
I know.
We did try to reflect that in the press release that we put out about the securitization, but I don't know that that sank in. They're proposing a new generation rider, and hopefully, you're hoping that you'll get a new securitization. If you do get a new securitization, does it get added to the current securitization surcharge, or is it a new one?
That would be, my expectation is that it would be included within the existing securitization surcharge rider.
And then maybe the generation rider goes away?
Goes away or is significantly reduced.
The generation proposed also includes Big Sandy and any upgrades to it, right?
And the
Not
settlement
just
agreement,
visual.
yes. So the early, the draft of the legislation that I've seen would only allow us to securitize Mitchell. It would not allow us to securitize any portion of Big Sandy.
All of the Big Sandy retirement is now in the securitization. There's no longer a Big Sandy retirement search or rider.
The decommissioning rider still exists. So there are, the way the decommissioning rider is set up is that the decommissioning rider was designed to only recover asset retirement obligations associated with those retired assets as the company, spent money on those asset retirement obligations. So we securitized all the asset retirement obligations up until the point that we were allowed to based on securitization, but we will continue to incur asset retirement obligations associated with those retired coal facilities.
How much longer is that one expected to be on there?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's not called Big Sandy Retirement anymore.
No, it is not. It
You were
is,
getting the calls, who was Big Sandy, and why are we paying for her retirement?
we sure did.
Okay. Switching gears again, the private letter ruling that's being requested from the IRS, is it identical to the other three that have already been approved in other AEP affiliate companies?
Generally identical, yes, other than, I think, obviously, company name changes, and
Okay.
there may be something specific about Kentucky, but same fact pattern.
Who is the best witness to ask about the IRS normalization rules?
That would be company witness Hodgson.
And I'll ask you sort of the same or similar question that I asked company witness Wiseman yesterday. In 2 years, when the DTLs are over, we'd be looking at a 12.3%,
11.9, I
11.9,
think is the, sorry, I should have double checked that before I spoke.
12-ish percent increase again. That's a daunting prospect for your customers, for you guys and for us, for all concerned, I should say. What could change in the next 2 years to provide some sort of relief?
I obviously think, to the extent that we get securitization legislation in this session, my hope would be that we could place bonds by the end of this year, provided this new legislation allows for it. That was kind of what we had contemplated in 2023 when we filed our case that we would have securitization placed by the end of the year. So it ultimately it depends on the timing provided for in the legislation, but our goal would be to act on a securitization as quickly as possible. Again, I think as company witness Wiseman has pointed out, I've been involved in discussions with economic development opportunities, and we're going after it as hard as we can. We recognize the need for any and all load right now. We've got to get it on the system. And so, what this does is it allows us to, in the next couple of years, focus on securitization legislation, trying to get that through so we can provide benefits to customers. And it also, I know company witness Wiseman's going to jump on me to work with our economic development team in the next couple of years to really push and land somebody that can make a meaningful impact in Eastern Kentucky. And we've always been committed to that, but we recognize that this is, at least from my perspective, the settlement agreement it provides us time, a short amount of time, but time to focus on getting the things that we need in place so that we can make meaningful impacts to customers, and economic development high on that priority list for me.
If you get the securitization you're asking for, can you make it on the rates that you've proposed and agreed to, even if you pay for half of a cooling tower and come in for a CPCN on some new generation?
Sorry, could you ask me that question one more time?
Yeah. If you get the securitization, can you make it on the rates that you're talking about for 2 more years without coming in for a rate case, even if you're paying for half of building a cooling tower on the Mitchell plant and coming in for a CPCN on some new gas generation?
I understand the question. I'll always caveat it with holding all else equal. Again, if something crazy happens, we lose 50,000 customers overnight or something,
Yeah,
weather, anything like that. But that's our intent. Again, we're setting ourselves up for the next couple of years to potentially avoid filing rate cases if we can. We will always evaluate it, but the goal here is to get through the next couple of years to identify ways that we can be better on the back end.
so that's the goal.
That's the goal.
But it is being contemplated in offering this settlement,
Yes, Your Honor.
that those things would be built.
We understand that those costs are coming.
I numbered these questions throughout all these notes, and I see 5 and I see 8, I don't see 6 and 7. Okay, in saying that, Kentucky Power bills have remained below inflation in your testimony, you said when adjusted for economic conditions. And I'm paraphrasing a bit, but what are you talking about? What adjustments are made for economic conditions to say that these bills have remained below the rate of inflation?
I think that's just meant to say that the changing economic conditions are feeding the inflation rate. So if you're looking at inflation based on, changes in market economics, I think from 2019 to 2025, I used a cumulative inflation rate of about 28%, and that was pulled from like a U.S. inflation calculator that had a compound inflation rate based on, market changes in inflation over those years.
Okay. And when you say that your company's rates are comparable to surrounding co-ops, do you mean just rates or do you mean total bills?
I think I did total bills as well. Let me double check. It looks like I only did rates for the electric co-ops. But I think, yeah. So, and I think, that total bill comparison would be data that we would pull from the commission's statistics that they keep on the investor owns and.
Total bill, electric rates. Joint intervener witness Colton proposed some performance-based rate making. We hear about that a lot at various conferences that we go to, and people are talking more and more about performance-based rates. The ones he proposes would be based on affordability metrics. You don't support those, and I read all your reasons. Is there any sort of performance-based rate that you do think is logical or that the company could support? That's out of the blue. I don't know if you've thought about it, but.
I haven't thought about anything specific. I think my response was geared to the fact that the performance-based rate making would seem to give preferential treatment to certain classes of residential customers, and that potentially causes a concern, at least from a legality perspective, within designing rates equitably. So that I think that was generally my point. We looked at additional performance-based rate making beyond that.
Rate making, rate setting, and utility spending and earnings. It's very complicated. And 3 years into this job, nearly 3 years, it is every day I learn a new complication. When I start to believe I've learned all of it, there is still additional complicated matters. Our spouses can't watch these hearings because, it's unbearable for them. There's so many details involved. But over and over, customers will say things like, don't raise these rates until you have made them prove that they've cut everything that they can cut. And we've talked about that a whole lot already, and we'll continue to talk about those things, the cost-cutting measures that you've put into place. But that is almost a performance-based way of setting rates, that you have to prove that you made cuts, tightened your belt, like these customers say over and over, we have to make changes like that. Do you see it that way? Do you see that that's a sort of like a rating of your ability to cut your expenses before you can ask for increases?
I think absolutely. I mean, I don't know that I would tie it directly to performance-based rate making, but when we make decisions about, specifically O&M, that's something that we are highly focused on. I think Company Witness Ross and Company Witness Jesse could provide you some more information, but if you look at historical data, we've kept our distribution O&M relatively flat for the last, couple years, and I think our generation O&M is actually down year over year based on that. So we understand, not necessarily within a performance-based rate-making perspective, but if we're making applications to this commission to raise rates, we have to be comfortable that we have done the things that we can do to lower our cost to customers. And we even go beyond that, not necessarily just on the O&M and spend perspective, but I think what you've seen a lot in this filing, and this is what Company Witness Wiseman, pushed me on, was how do we get this increase down even from a pure, are there things we can do on an accounting side? Are there things that we can do from a tax perspective? Are there things that we can do from a rate design perspective to get this ask down? So we are always evaluating ways to save money. Now, again, we have to operate those plants, and we have to continue to, trim trees and make those reliability improvements. But we have budgets every year, and we work to those budgets, and especially with a particular focus on O&M and, maintaining or lowering O&M to the extent that we can. I think Company Witness Ross and Company Witness Jesse can provide you more details on some of the things that they've done to keep our O&M flat, which is, to me, the most important thing that we can do, because O&M is an annual expense year over year, right? Dollar for dollar, that's what is reflected in rates. So that's, if we can make meaningful improvements there and at least maintain or reduce, then we can make positive impacts there. So we do absolutely look at that.
Yeah. So people ask us a lot, how do you sleep at night? And it's hard. It is, for us, for you. Maybe if their questions could get answered, maybe if you can talk to them about their individual bills, help them find a plan to fix the high usage. I mean, we can't continue to raise rates on these customers. And I'm asking you, not just your company, to find a meaningful answer to that.
Yeah, I'm, again, that was part of the reason I came down here. I want to find meaningful answers. I think Company Witness Wiseman may get tired of me sometimes coming to her with, what if we do this, or what if we do this? And I'm trying to find ways to make improvements. I agree with you. I was counsel in 2020 rate case. I was the case manager on the 23 rate case, and now I'm a witness in this case. So I've seen the progression from 2020 through this case, and I agree. We have to do something differently, and I think we've tried to do things differently within the context of this case specifically. Coming up with creative rate designs and working on acting really quickly on FP&L found this mechanism to provide customer savings. Can we use it? And ran all the traps to make sure that we could use it, and got it through to the settlement agreement. These are all things that I'm watching, and I will continue to work and evaluate ways. I don't sleep well at night. I don't sleep much because I'm trying to find ways to make meaningful impacts here. I wouldn't have come down here if I didn't think I could do it.
I'll leave it at that. Follow-up.
Just one more question. In the public hearing in Ashland, there were a few people that talked about jobs being posted, and they were wondering why you're hiring if you're having a rate increase. Do you think they're seeing those 60 jobs you talked about? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Which,
This,
yeah, we're designed to keep population in Eastern Kentucky. All right, follow-ups?
No more.
Staff?
No.
Redirect.
I do have some redirect. I think given a break, I could probably cut down on it, and I
Okay.
see that it's almost lunchtime, so I'll leave it up to you.
I think that's a great suggestion.
Okay.
It's 8 minutes after 12. Let's be back at 10 after 1.
Okay, great.
All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Wolfram, you're still under oath, and we were about to do redirect.
Yes. And thank you for the break. I was able to cut down on some cross-examination, or some redirect. I just have a small handful of questions for you, Mr. Wolfram. I'd like to go back to Settlement Agreement Exhibit 3, which is part of your TSWS1 exhibit. And it is the table that shows the settlement revenue allocation and percentage increase. I do have extra copies of the settlement agreement here if anyone would like to look at that while I'm talking about it. I do think it helps to see what I'm talking about as we're going. But it's very simple. So if anyone needs a copy, please let me know. So on this exhibit, Mr. Wolfram, you can see in the far left column, that is the Kentucky Power Company as filed estimated bill increase for each rate class, correct?
That's correct.
And then the next column is the estimated bill increase, including base rates and the generation rider that result from the settlement prior to the DTL credits being applied, correct?
That's correct.
The next two columns represent the year one increase and year two increase, taking into account the DTL credits, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so earlier, we were discussing the resulting estimated bill increases from the settlement. And I just want to make clear that in the second to the left column, the settlement estimated bill increase, that indicates an 11.9 increase across all classes. We understand that that column represents a rate increase that would be seen after year two, right?
Yes.
And so that 11.9% increase is over current base rates, correct? And including the generation rider.
Yeah, that's correct. So I think maybe if it would simplify the discussion. So what we're looking at here, and I'm gonna use the residential rate class specifically. So in year one, the residential class will see an approximately 7% increase to their rates. And then from year one to year two, that would be a 2.1% increase in rates. And then year three would be a 2.8% increase. So they're not, I just want to make clear that they're not additive. You're going from 7% to 9.1% to ultimately 11%. So it's not a 7% increase in year one, an additional 9% increase in year two, and then an additional 11.9% increase in year three. It's 7%, 2.1% increase in year two to get to a total of 9.1 from current rates, and then a 2.8% increase from year two to get to a total 11.9% increase from current rates.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to just clarify, using again the settlement and the exhibits to the settlement, if you recall Mr. Gary's questions from yesterday, he generally was asking you, and I'm paraphrasing, but he basically was suggesting that it may be difficult for a customer to figure out what their actual bill increase is expected to be resulting from the settlement if they weren't, for instance, if they didn't, for instance, have average usage. Is there anything in the settlement agreement that does allow customers to go and see exactly what their expected bill increase is going to be?
Yes, I think specifically settlement agreement Exhibit 2, which is begins on page 22 of 32 of Exhibit TSW S1. If you look, specifically, if you're looking at the residential class, it is about 100 kWh breakdown, like per 100 kWh breakdown, where customers can see, specific increases related to each of those usage levels. So, to the extent that the customers can look at their bill and figure out what their usage is, you can use that usage to ultimately identify where within that chart they would fall and what that increase would be.
Thank you. And that's not just for residential customers, right?
It is not. I just used the residentials as an example.
Yeah, thank you. All right, moving on. The next question I had, just a clarification thing. Chair Hatton had asked about potentially the company having workshops with customers for them to better understand their bills and their usage. Is that something the company would be willing to do?
Yes, so the company has had similar workshops in the past, but it is certainly something we are open to exploring and doing in the future.
And finally, Chair Hatton also asked some questions along the lines of high usage and what causes high usage specifically in Kentucky Power's service territory. Do you have any evidence or any indication that Kentucky Power estimating bills, how it estimates bills, or the frequency at which it estimates those bills is a cause of high usage in your service territory?
No, not specifically related to estimated bills. I do not think that factors into the actual usage that the customer experiences.
And do you have any additional context that you'd like to add to that discussion that you were having?
Sure, so I think, obviously, I am receptive to the chair's questions and concerns around the number of complaints that the commission sees and that we see related to high bills specifically. And I know there was a question around why Kentucky Power may see more of those type of complaints as it relates to the surrounding electric cooperatives, for example. Again, we understand that concern. I would just highlight again the scale difference in terms of the customer count for Kentucky Power. So we have approximately, according to their 2024 publicly available data on the commission's website, the company has 130,000 residential customers, and that's roughly about 10 times more than what the surrounding electric cooperatives. So if you're talking on just a pure numbers basis, I would expect a utility with that many more customers to see a pure numbers increase over the amount of potential complaints that we would see. So, just for example, the Big Sandy RECC, they have about 11,500 residential customers as compared to our 130,000. So I think you'll naturally see an uptick when you have that many more customers. Again, it's something that we're cognizant of, and we would like to reduce the overall amount of complaints, but I do think that's potentially a factor in terms of why you may see more related to Kentucky Power than potentially the surrounding electric cooperatives.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
For the Attorney General's office, any recross?
No questions, Rob.
Joint interveners recross?
Just really quickly, Mr. West asked you yesterday about a number of different cooperatives that touch on Kentucky Power's territory generally. I don't recall the full list off the top of my head. Do you know how many customers those cooperatives collectively have, though?
I'm going to object to this question as it doesn't relate to my redirect.
It directly does. She just asked about how many complaints they get from a specific co-op. I'm wondering if they have tallied the total number of complaints from all those co-ops.
That's a
what
different
I'm trying to
question.
get at.
That's a different question than what he asked about Mr. West's cross-examination. If you want to rephrase it that way, that would eliminate my objection.
If you ask it that way, I think it's fine.
Have you summed up the total number of customers in all of the co-ops that touch Kentucky Power's territory? Do you have any idea how many residential customers they have?
Not on a total basis, but, on an individual basis, they kind of range between 10,000 and 16,000-ish.
Okay, and I think there were 7 co-ops that touch Kentucky Power's territory.
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. I wouldn't know then how many total customers, roughly based on that 11 to 16, and how many co-ops touch Kentucky Power's territory or in that area.
Could you re-ask that question, sorry?
You wouldn't know how, never mind, I think I already asked it. No further questions.
Okay. And for KYSEIA,
No questions, Your Honor.
SWVA,
And no questions.
staff, any recross?
No.
Anything further from? And I do appreciate that response on redirect about the number of complaints. But to my knowledge, we don't get complaints from any of those co-ops from people saying that their bills are $600, $700, $800, $900. And that's what I mean. Like, I would like to get to the bottom of how the usage is so much more for your customers than it is for other poor counties where there is, I assume, similar, not great housing stock. And that I probably asked it in a way that made it sound like I was concerned about the number of complaints. And there are a larger number of complaints and larger number of customers make sense, but I think that's what I'm trying to get at. And
I
I
will
don't know
say-
that you have an answer. I don't have an answer.
If there is something that they are doing to prevent customers from getting to that 4,000, 5,000 KWH range, we would be open to hearing from them on how they're being.
I don't know if anyone's looked at the usage, between the two. We need to. All right. Did you have anything further from other commissioners? Mr. Wolfram is not a lead witness, or is he sticking around in case we have follow-up?
I think he needs to stick around. He is one of our main policy witnesses,
Yeah,
so.
if you're willing, I will definitely excuse you from the stand.
I'm happy to be here, Chair.
Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
Okay, thank you. The company calls J.D. Cullip. And he'll be presented by Mr. Gish.
Did you raise your right hand to be sworn?
I'm so sorry. I think it may be my opportunity to make a motion to excuse some of our witnesses.
Yep, have a seat, please, and we'll.
Sorry about that.
Entertain a motion, and then we'll swear you in.
I would make a motion to excuse company witnesses Lyons and Cost at this time.
Any objection?
Objection.
What were those again?
Pending, we also would like to make a motion on that as well.
Okay, yeah, we can do that now. Lyon and Cullip?
Yes.
If they-
Lyon and
Line and
Cost.
cost.
Cost, sorry,
yes.
Lyon and Cost. All right, if there's no objection, I'll take that to mean no one had questions for those two witnesses, and they will be excused.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Spinard?
Your Honor, we also, Casita also makes a motion to excuse its witness, Justin Barnes. We talked to the parties and staff, and our understanding of it are no questions for Justin.
Okay, any objection to excusing witness Barnes?
No.
All right, that will
Just
be granted as well.
One note, I have no cross-examination. That does not mean that I might not have a post-hearing request potentially, or that I agree with anything necessarily in their testimony by waiving that cross.
Okay.
Just making sure that's clear.
Would you make him available for a post-hearing data request if one is issued?
I don't think Mr. Barnes would, yeah.
All right, thank you. He will also be excused. Anything further?
Commissioner Ratton, I don't think we've received feedback on if there are any of our witnesses that people don't have questions for.
We have questions for all of your witnesses.
Okay, well, there we go.
Okay. All right.
There's, sorry.
Yes, they can
Solve
make.
that issue.
All right, no problem. Sir, would you raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? All right, please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address, if you will.
My name is John David Cullip. My business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Culp, can you state your job title and employer, please?
Yeah, my job title is regulatory consultant, and I work for Kentucky Power.
And Mr. Culp, did you file direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
And did you file rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
And did you file responses to data requests in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to your testimonies or your responses to data requests? And if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your testimonies and the same questions that are in your data requests to which you have provided responses, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. West?
No questions?
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Joining interveners?
No questions.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Your Honor.
And let's see, for SWVA,
No questions, Your Honor.
staff?
Chair, just a few.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cullip. Thanks for being here. Are you the best person to ask questions about the revenue requirement items regarding dues for EEI and Chamber of Commerce?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This is a small line item, I understand. And my understanding is that the record already includes information from those two sources regarding amounts that they estimated towards lobbying activities to be excluded from that line item, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so I guess the question that remains for me to ask is, beyond the lobbying, the amounts allocated towards lobbying activities, we'll start with EEI. How does your relationship with EEI benefit or ratepayers, I should say?
As I said in my rebuttal testimony, I think the main benefit to ratepayers comes from the mutual assistance and grid resilience work that EEI does.
I'm sorry, the air just came on, so I'm having trouble hearing you if you could speak up.
So I think the main benefit to customers comes from the mutual assistance and grid resilience work EEI does. I speak to that a little bit in my rebuttal testimony and provide those governing principles that we use. It provides a framework for costs in storm recovery situations. So when we're bringing in other investor-owned utilities to assist with storm recovery, this sets a framework for, this is how much, this is what you can charge for wages, for supplies that those other IOUs would provide to you. It kind of sets a standard and reduces that negotiation period, makes that, not necessary when it comes to working with those. So it speeds things up, helps customers get back to power quickly. I think that's probably the main benefit to customers through EEI.
I know in other cases where the commission has made determinations about whether dues should be recoverable or not, in addition to lobbying activities, they've excluded dues on the basis of it, potentially including expenditures towards regulatory advocacy and public relations. Is it your understanding that what EEI does would include either one of those categories?
It's my understanding that there is public, there is some regulatory advocacy that EEI does. I think that is generally included. Also in my rebuttal testimony, I provided the 2025, sorry, I'm blanking on the word for it, but the 2025 disclosure that EEI provides each year. It tells exactly, where their expenses are going based on actuals from, those are 2024 actuals, but I think we took roughly 16% out of our dues for lobbying and political activities and regulatory advocacy. Based on their disclosure, 2024, they were in roughly 14%. So it's, we actually removed 2% higher than what they had in their actuals for previous year.
And I basically want to ask the same questions except with regards to Chamber of Commerce. And you'll have to forgive me, I can't remember if you supplied a percentage applying to lobbying activities with regards to the Chamber of Commerce. Is there?
There is a percentage of chamber dues that were removed for lobbying. The invoice was included as one of my exhibits. I don't know the exact number for that one off the top of my head, so if I can find that, I will let you know.
Take your time.
So the total cost of the Kentucky Power's chamber dues for our 2024 renewal for the year of 2025 was $25,000. We 80% is what they told us was 20% is related to lobbying expenses based on their invoice. That's the number they gave us. Yes.
And can you explain for the commission what the Chamber of Commerce does that is beneficial to your ratepayers?
With regards to the Chamber of Commerce, I don't I don't have much association with them. I know that, we removed what they told us was the appropriate amount to remove for lobbying-related expenses. But as far as our day-to-day activities related to the chamber, I'm not very involved.
Is there somebody else that knows more about that topic that's on the witness roster?
I don't know if we have anyone in the group. Maybe Company Witness Wolfram could speak a little more to it. I don't know if he has information at the moment.
2F Wolfram or 1F Wolfram?
Two F.
All right. That's all I have, Chair.
All right. Commissioner Woods, any questions?
I don't.
Commissioner Regan?
I don't.
And I don't have questions either. Any redirect, Mr. Gish?
Yeah, just one, just to clarify the Chamber of Commerce things. Would Ms. Wiseman also be a potential person who would understand what the Chamber of Commerce does?
Yeah, Ms. Wiseman would probably be the best, actually, yeah.
She,
Yeah,
she a member of the board of the Chamber of Commerce?
yes, that would be the best, yeah. Apologies.
The Chamber of Commerce supports business activities and
Yes.
throughout the Commonwealth? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further redirect.
Any recross? All right. Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right, thank you, Mr. Walker, for excusing.
Thank you.
And when you're ready, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. The company calls, I want to make sure I have my list right now. The company calls John Spanos.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your full name and business address if you will.
John J. Spanos, 300 Sterling Parkway, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, 17050.
Thank you. Mr. Spanos, can you please state your employer and your position?
My employer is Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants, LLC, and I am the president.
Okay. And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or modifications to any of that information?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
The witness is available.
For the Attorney General's office?
No questions.
KIEC?
No questions.
For Joint Interveners?
No questions.
For KYSEIA?
No questions, Your Honor.
For SWVA?
No questions, Your Honor.
For staff?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Spanos.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. For a lot of us, this is the first time we've seen a brand spanking new depreciation study. So I first want to ask some very basic questions for those of us that can use not a refresher, but sort of almost a minor introduction to depreciation studies. So we have a lot of cases that involve small water utilities where their depreciation, the rates that they're using are, based on information from organizations that submit publications on that. My understanding is that in a depreciation study of this magnitude with a utility that's been around for much longer than I have, not just here at the PSC, but in general, that the accrual rates are based on actual data points regarding how long plant items have been useful in the past. Have I characterized that accurately?
I think there's a little bit more to it, so maybe
I'm sure there is.
I can kind of go into the process of a depreciation study, because I think you've hit part of what's there. So the first thing is to accumulate all of the property records that have, of costs that have been incurred, additions, retirements, and transfers by plan account, FERC account. And analyze all of that information. So that's the statistical part. You also then will ask questions about all of that transactional data and what is going to happen with those assets going forward. And that will include not only the plant activity, but the cost to retire those assets and the gross salvage that would be incurred when those assets have been retired. Then you'll compare through that process the nature of the assets and do site visits and talk to operational folks to understand how these assets are going to be utilized or have been in the past, how they've been utilized going forward, and then also what have been the causes of retirement to help you determine the survivor curve for each account. And then also, which is the life characteristic. And then the other component is the net salvage component as to what has been retired, what it costs to remove those assets, what gross salvage was recovered, so that you can determine those two primary parameters. And for generation accounts, you also have a parameter of a lifespan or probable retirement date. So once you have all that information, both on the plant side and the accumulated depreciation side, you'll then run calculations with standard practices and procedures to develop what the accrual rates are for each account and, if necessary, each location within an account. So that's the overall process. So it includes understanding the industry and comparing estimates of others in the industry, as well as understanding specifics for this company and the statistical data that's available.
I appreciate your summary. You mentioned you will visit actual plants and talk to personnel, and can we assume then that, for example, you're going to assess a plant differently based on whether it's a base load unit versus a peaking unit?
You do consider life characteristics, whether it's a base load unit, a peaker, number of starts, whether it's going to operate all the time, whether it's going to be called on, what types of overhauls will be scheduled, how those factors come into play as to what would drive the life characteristics, what environmental regulations are in place for each particular unit, what the demands are for generation and how those can be met, and what the main future forces of retirement are for those units. So those are things you learn, one, in looking to assets all across the country that I get a chance to do, but also specific to, in this case, Kentucky Power.
Now, when you're examining different types of plant, when you're developing a depreciation study, and speaking specifically about Kentucky Power, are you reaching into information AEP-wide about useful lives of, and, I'll use an example of something other than, a generation unit, we'll say transmission lines. And Kentucky Power has been around long enough that you would have, I'm sure, a fair amount of data on the useful lives of transmission lines, but I'm sure you would have even more if you were looking at an AEP-wide. So my question would be whether you're looking specifically at just Kentucky Power data. I mean, I know you said you consider nationwide because with your knowledge and experience, you kind of know what to expect. But as far as actually generating the accrual rates that are in the depreciation study, are you using just Kentucky Power information or both Kentucky Power and AEP information for that data?
So when developing the actual accrual rate, I'm only using Kentucky Power because that's the plant and service for this company and how much has been accumulated in time. However, when I'm determining the life and net salvage parameters, I'm not only looking at the statistical data for Kentucky Power, but I also look at what all the others in the industry have, those factors. So it doesn't just limit me to other AEP entities, but I do look at all of the other utilities that I'm involved in, which, over the last 5 years has been 100 electric utilities or so. So I'm getting a pretty wide base all across the United States, as well as in Canada, to understand life characteristics. And it's not just the average life, but it's the entire life cycle. And that's where a survivor curve comes into play, because you might have an average life of 60 years, but the expectation is that when the assets reach 60, you're going to have a very high level of degradation or reason to retire it. Or you could see an asset base that has multiple factors of retirement before 60, and then their assets are able to last maybe 110, 120 years. That would be an example of poles, for example. You have poles that there are many forces of retirement, so if the average life is 60, you're going to have quite a bit that are going to be retired at year 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, and some are going to be able to last to 100 years. So I think that's an understanding, is that entire life cycle and the average that I take into consideration, not only Kentucky Power, other AEPs, and also other electric companies in the industry, and try to understand what are some of the forces of retirement that would drive the best estimate for this company.
Do geographical considerations play into your decision-making on rates? And I'm thinking specifically of weather, obviously, in an area that has much more, for example, freezing and thawing. I'm assuming a certain plant is going to be more greatly affected in certain geographical regions.
I do consider geographical issues. Obviously, again, there's each company has different drivers. Are they in a replace mode or are they in a repair mode? The freeze thaw scenario does affect some of the accounts. It doesn't affect a certain region. It won't come into play in the South, for example, as much. So, yes, others that are in the Midwest, central part of the states, the North, that's a factor that has to be brought into consideration for some of the polls account, for example, the towers account. So those are things you do consider and take into consideration when you look at all, again, 100 or so utilities. I may emphasize some that are most comparable to Kentucky Power when I come up with my estimate.
And in general, would you say Kentucky Power is more affected by geographical differences, or less, or average?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any driver that geographical components are a huge factor here. Obviously, I do look at the other Kentucky utilities to get a feel for what their estimates are. But I wouldn't say that this area is heavily driven by something that's different than what we would see. A utility on the by the ocean would have probably more factors than something in Kentucky.
Yeah, I would not expect it to be an outlier. All right, have you got your direct testimony in front of you, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Would you mind looking at Exhibit JJS-1 at page 35? Just let me know when you get to that.
I am there.
All right, you're allowed to stop me if I mischaracterize your testimony here, but as I interpret it, you explained that 85% of appreciable plant resulted in good to excellent indications of the survivor patterns experienced when using the retirement rate method. Can you explain which accounts did not result in good to excellent indications of the survivor curve patterns?
So the 85% that I'm referencing are the accounts that are listed on that page. So there's 3 steam accounts, 4 transmission accounts, 10 distribution accounts, and 1 general plan account. The other general plan accounts are under amortization accounting, so they would not fit into this category. But all of those accounts are the ones that were driven. The statistical analysis was a large indicator of the most appropriate life characteristic. Accounts that are not listed here, you'll see the statistical analysis, and it could have been because there wasn't conclusive historical indications of those assets. One, because it could have been new. Two, because we haven't seen the retirements that we would expect for those accounts yet. So those are some of the possibilities. But we can go through one that's not listed if that's helpful. We do show the graphical depiction and also the original life table in section 7 of the Schedule JJS1 that kind of goes through each account.
Mr. Spanos, have you reviewed the settlement agreement that was attached to Mr. Tanner Wolfram's settlement testimony?
I have not.
All right, well, I will then reserve any questions I have about that to a post-hearing data request. Yeah, that's all I have, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Wood,
No questions.
Commissioner Reagan,
No.
and I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, Mr. Spence. You're excused.
Thank you.
And when you're ready, call your next witness.
The company calls John Wolfram. He will be presented by Ms. Havens.
Hello, Mr. Wolfram with 1F. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the, under penalty of perjury?
I do, so let me go ahead.
Thanks. Please be seated and tell us your business address.
My name is John Wolfram, and my business address is 3308 Haddon Road, Louisville, Kentucky, 40241.
Okay, counsel. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfram. Can you please state your employer and your position?
Yes, my employer is Catalyst Consulting, LLC. I am a founding member and consultant with that firm, but I'm here today as a subcontractor for Clear Spring Energy.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
I did.
And did you cause to be filed responses to data requests in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have to make any corrections or modifications to that testimony or any of those responses?
No, I do not.
Okay. And if you were asked the same questions that are present in your testimony and that you responded to in your data request today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay. Witness is ready for questioning. Okay, Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
And let's see, Mr. Spinard? Oh, I skipped you. Joint interveners?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Your Honor.
Let's see, Mr. Kidd?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
Yes, Your Honor, we have questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfram. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Good. So I'd asked you if you have your response to staff's second data request in front of you, item 90, if you would take a look at that and let us know when you're ready to discuss that.
Question 90?
So that would be item 90, yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Someone asked you to explain why Kentucky Power believes the issues raised in case number 2023-159 in regard to the cost of service were addressed sufficiently to propose the same methodology in this case.
So in the commission's order that you referenced, the commission cited concerns about the demand and customer splits for overhead and underground conductor. And they stated that the commission notes that the values from that last case for those, for the customer portion of those amounts for overhead and underground were extremely high percentages being allocated as customer related. And
in this case, the amounts are lower than they were in the previous case. And that is why the company believes that we have mitigated those issues.
So you agree there is a difference in the percentages, but you don't believe that's significant?
I think there's a difference in the results of what we call the zero intercept study from the last case to this case. I don't think that difference points to a problem with the method. Frankly, I didn't think there was a problem with the method in the first case. The commission thought the percentages were high. The percentages are lower now, and those percentages, frankly, are all driven purely by the data that's on the company's books and records with respect to costs and quantities for the various types of overhead and underground conductor.
So what type of things could make the customer portion of the allocation be higher?
Well, what the study does, the zero intercept analysis does, is try to determine a relationship between the cost of the various facilities and the size of the facilities. And I'll say size because it varies whether you're talking about conductor or transformers or poles, but think of it as size. And so the linear regression technique is used to determine this relationship between the size and the costs. And then the method comes up in the zero intercept study, you're coming up with, you can't have a zero-sized conductor, but you can use the costs of the sizes of conductor that you have to try to determine if a linear relationship exists. And then you could follow that best fit line back to the point where the size is zero and see what the theoretical cost would be to do that. So the drivers really comes down to the amount of each type of conductor you have, so how many feet of conductor of the various sizes that you have, and what the company paid for those conductors. And the variables, what could make that change, what could make the customer portion higher or lower, could be if the company were to have recently purchased more conductor at a different cost than it had in the last case, or if it were to have retired certain conductor relative to the conductor that was on the books in the last case. Really, it just comes down to those two variables, the amount or the quantity of the conductor and the cost of that same sized conductor that are on the company's books. So case to case, what's going to change is the quantity and the cost, and some of them don't change and some of them do for any one particular sized conductor as the company changes what's out in the field through retirements or plant additions.
And would you be able to speak to if there's been the retired conductors and the purchased more aspect that you mentioned, with the impact of that?
So I can say that from the last case to this case, the input data is different. Those quantities and costs are different. The company has, I concluded the company invested in more conductor because the simple total amount of plant in use for these categories increased from the last case to this case. So I concluded from that, just from the data the company gave me, that the company has placed more conductor in service. How much they retired, I don't know. I didn't look at that closely, but I do know that there's definitely more conductor in the field today than there was from the data set I received in the last case. And that could very well drive the change to the percentages that are split between customer and demand, in this case, relative to the last one.
Okay, thank you. I want to switch on to a different response. If you could turn to your response to staff's fourth request, item 1.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, and so I would have asked you to explain how a zero intercept analysis or minimum system method may differ if estimated replacement cost for these assets were used instead of actual cost data from Kentucky Power's books.
In other words, if the company used replacement cost data instead of actual cost data, how could the results of the study differ?
I believe yes, yes.
So in theory, all the study does, maybe if I have to think this through, if you'll bear with me. So all the study does is take cost and size data for the conductor and plot it on a y-axis, horizontal axis and vertical axis, and try to create a best fit line among all the different sized conductor and their associated costs to create a best fit linear relationship between cost and size. If you replaced the actual costs with replacement costs for each of the types of conductor, then the results on the customer and demand split, how that would change would depend on how the replacement costs differ from the actual costs for each of the different types of conductor. And so it's hard to say, and I didn't do the analysis, but it's hard to say because you would basically be saying, like, just if I can go visual for you for a minute, if this pen represented the line, assuming we have an x-axis and a y-axis, and this is the line that connects all the different costs and at different size conductors, if the replacement costs were universally higher than the actual cost, well, then the whole plot would go up. And if they were lower, it would all go down. But if the costs for certain types of conductor went up and other types of conductor went down, then the line's slope could change altogether, which really means that I don't think I could say explicitly or definitively how the results would change. It would just depend on the data. So that's a lot of words. It really means we're putting input data into this best fit analysis, and really the results will stem from the data that you put into that kind of best fit linear regression model. So if all the replacement costs were higher, then all of all of the costs in the model would be higher, and that would likely increase the zero intercept, which could potentially increase the customer related costs. But if they weren't all higher, then it might not. I'm sorry I can't be more specific than that, but it really just depends on how the individual costs compare replacement costs versus actuals for each different type of conductor.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that explanation. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Reagan? I don't. And I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any reason why this witness can't be excused? Thank you, sir. Excuse.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The company called Adrian McKenzie, and he'll be presented by Mr. Schuler.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and, if you will, tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Adrian McKenzie. My business address is 3907 Red River Street, Austin, Texas, 78751.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your employer and position?
Yes, my employer is Financial Concepts and Applications, Inc., and I am president of that company.
Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, sir.
Did you also cause responses to discovery requests to be filed in this case?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of your testimony or responses to discovery that were filed in this case?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in your testimony and your responses to those discovery requests, would you have the same responses?
Yes, I would.
The witness is open for cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Kidd?
No questions.
Staff? Oh, Mr. Gary, I'm sorry.
No questions.
You're like right behind my monitor. I'm gonna scoot over.
Something about this front row.
No, it's not my fault, for sure, that I keep forgetting stuff.
We did have really more of a post-hearing request. Would it be possible to update the ROE analysis with information from October 31st, 2025 or after? Would that be a significant undertaking?
Sorry, Your Honor, I hate to interject, especially on the first question from staff. Is that you're asking for them to run analysis after the test year?
Yes.
I mean, that can be done. I'm not sure what the definition of a significant effort is. It certainly would require the same amount of effort to collect the data that was used in my initial studies for the direct testimony and compile that. It certainly would be possible to do that. It's difficult to do it at a particular time period, so the data is collected real time. For example, growth rates that get used in the DCF model. We would have to probably rely on a current data set. So I would pull that data as of whenever I did the update, but it certainly would be possible to do it. I'm not quite sure of the number of hours required.
I think maybe we'll revisit it, and I'll talk to staff and, we'll see the extent to what we need and maybe try to whittle down what we're looking for a little bit.
I mean, one thing I will say is that there haven't been any dramatic changes in capital market conditions overall. So if we look high level at interest rates and those types of drivers, there isn't anything in particular that would suggest to me that the cost of equity has moved dramatically over that period.
That's helpful, thank you. No more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Reagan? No, I don't have questions either. Any redirect, Mr. Schuler?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Did that get all of your date certain witnesses?
That concludes all of our date certain witnesses with the exception of Mr. Spaeth, who we will likely call later or tomorrow. We don't need to do him now. But I think we can get back into the regular kind of cadence and swing of things and go back to our settlement witnesses. So at this time, we'll call Catherine Walsh.
Would you raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Catherine Walsh. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Thank you. Ms. Walsh will be presented by Mr. Gish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Walsh, can you please state your employer and job title?
Yes, I'm employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation as Managing Director, Regulatory Pricing and Analysis.
Thank you. And did you file testimony in support of the settlement agreement in this case?
Yes, I did.
And if I were, do you have any corrections or updates to the testimony you filed in support of the settlement agreement?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your settlement testimony, would you give the same responses?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. West.
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz.
No questions.
Mr. Gary.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have just a couple of questions. Thank you, Ms. Walsh, for being here. So just to start, you stated you work for the Service Corps, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that company is a wholly owned subsidiary of AEP itself, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So the company that owns your company also owns Kentucky Power, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Your testimony indicates that your current responsibilities include the oversight and preparation of cost of service analyses, rate design, special contracts, and other regulatory support as required for the AEP system operating companies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you do or have any input on the rate design in this case?
Yes, I did, and members of my team as well.
Okay. If I had questions about the rate design, would those be most appropriate for you or for Mr. Spaeth? I think a lot of them were sort of kicked to Mr. Spaeth by other witnesses.
Yeah, it depends on the context. I'm supporting certain aspects of the settlement, including rate design. So if it's specific to the settlement or any questions about that, I could try to answer. But Mr. Spaeth certainly had more robust testimony, both direct and rebuttal, about the residential rate design structures.
Okay.
And other rate design as well.
So mostly dealing with the settlement, it might be better directed to you.
Certainly.
Okay. Have you been here the whole time or heard all of the testimony either from here or the other room?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So you were here earlier when I was asking Mr. Wolfram about, I think it was his settlement exhibit 3 as compared to his original testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm hoping maybe you can clear up for me then, in the settlement exhibit 3, the Kentucky Power Company as filed, there are a few different estimated bill increase percentages there than were in his original testimony. The biggest one appeared to be the LGS, which here is 13.9%, and in his original was 14.4%. Can you clear up for me why that might be?
Yes, so I can. In settlement agreement Exhibit 3, which is what you were just referencing, the column Kentucky Power as filed, it actually matches witness Coons Exhibit NMC-2, and this was actually addressed in a discovery response, KPSC 2-54. So that information is available within that response, but it could largely be attributed to, there are differences after we've calculated our final rate design and applied those charges to the billing units. So some of it is due to rounding, but LGS in particular, that was a class where I believe witness Spaeth had made specific customer revenue adjustments for classes that had significant load loss during the test year. So when we look at a total amount of revenue to allocate to that class, as was shown in, again, Exhibit NMC-2, what happens is when you have adjustments for decreased customers, decreased billing units, it makes it harder to achieve that target percentage that we originally began with. So that is largely the difference for the LGS class.
Okay.
But again, that discovery response specifically addresses those exact differences because, again, the settlement agreement Exhibit 3, column Kentucky Power as filed, matches witness Coons Exhibit NMC-2, which was slightly different than I believe it's a table in witness Tanner Wolfram's direct testimony.
CSW 1
Yep,
specifically,
that's right.
I think. And you said that was KPSC 254?
Yes.
Okay. Apologies for asking a redundant question then.
That's right.
So, returning to the settlement here, I understand, as a wholly owned subsidiary, Kentucky Power Company only has one entity that receives a return on equity. Any ROE or dividends are paid directly to AEP, correct?
On behalf of Kentucky Power,
Yes.
that is my understanding.
Okay. Would you agree that there is a tension between the interests of ratepayers and affordable rates and that of shareholders, specifically AEP in this case, in maximizing return on equity?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
Sure. Would you agree that there is some tension between the interests of ratepayers and affordability and the shareholders in wanting to maximize the ROE that is obtained?
I don't object to the basis for asking this witness this question. It's not a policy question. This is the calculations of what the settlement agreement, how that impacted rates going forward, not an analysis of tensions between, or alleged tensions between parents and subsidiaries.
Mr. Gay, do you mean financial tensions?
Sorry, what was the second part there?
What type of tensions are you asking about, and why would you want to ask this?
Well, the rate design inherently goes to the interests of the affordability for ratepayers, so I'm just trying to get to the tension between the interests of her employer, AEP, and those of ratepayers in this case.
And the decisions about how rates are allocated are policy decisions which were made by Ms. Wiseman and Mr. Wolfram, and Mr. Gary asked plenty of questions about that this morning. I know we all have an interest in getting all the evidence that we can in here, but I think
I'm not going to prevent him from asking. I don't know if you'll get a great answer, but I'll allow you to ask it.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat that?
Please.
Okay. Would you agree that there is a tension between the interests of ratepayers and affordable rates and the rate design that goes to that and the interests of the shareholders of the company in obtaining a return on equity?
I don't have an opinion as to whether or not there's tension between the two
Okay.
decisions.
Thank you. Okay, so one other, in the settlement, just to clarify, I do think I asked Mr. Wolfram about this, but it was an attachment to your settlement testimony, I think, specifically the rates that will result from that, correct?
Yes.
I just want to confirm the residential class specifically, the basic service charge will remain, well, basic service charges, I guess, will remain the same as what was proposed by the company originally, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the energy charge for the first 600 kilowatt hours will remain the same as what was proposed by the company, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, the only thing that changes for residential is that energy charge over the first 600 kilowatt hours, correct?
Well, I would agree with that, but also add that there are other components to the settlement that would benefit customers who use under 600 kWh, including the reduced generation rider rate. That is a reduction in our settlement agreement compared to the as-filed case, as well as the DTL credit rider.
Okay. The generation rider, is that a per kilowatt hour charge?
For residential customers.
For residential?
That's correct.
Okay. And the per kilowatt hour charge would be the same across all kilowatt hours of usage?
For the residential class, yes.
For the residential class?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And the same with the DTL credit? That goes
also
back to
correct.
customers on an energy basis?
That's correct.
Okay. And it would be the same across all of those per kilowatt hours?
That's correct.
Okay. But just as to the base rates, the only reduction in the settlement is as to the after 600 is it 600 and above or just above 600, to be clear?
I believe it's over 600.
Okay, so above 600 kilowatt hour energy charge is the only reduction in those base rates for residential customers, correct?
In base rates, I would agree with that.
Okay. Was that a part of the settlement itself, or was that something that was decided in those calculations after? I didn't see a specific provision regarding that in the settlement agreement itself.
You're asking if the settlement agreement included any terms
Regarding how
identifying-
that base rates reduction of the various other reductions that were proposed by the AG would be designed for ratepayers.
I don't believe it's included within the text.
Okay.
However, it's included as an attachment to the settlement
Yes.
for all the parties to see, and those who signed
Okay.
were in agreement with that proposal.
Well, I think my next line of questions specifically deals with Mr. Spaeth's rebuttal, so I'll save those for him. So no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Spinner.
No questions.
Mr. Gibb.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
No questions.
Commissioner Wood.
Nope.
Commissioner Whitaker.
Just two quick questions, or one, actually. You are an AEP employee,
That's correct.
And when you and your team are working on these rate cases, how do you code your time? Is it coded to AEP or is it coded to the different affiliates?
It depends on how we spend our time. You know, when we're working on Kentucky Power rate cases, that may not be all the work that we're doing over the course of that time. So it would be a mix of, you know, whichever operating company we're working on, any cases that are, really we're spending our time on, we would code it appropriately to the different operating companies.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have any questions. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Next.
Thank you. At this time, the company calls David Hodgson. He'll be presented by Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Hodgson, you already have your hand raised. So do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is David Hodgson. Business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hodgson. Could you please state your title and employer?
Yes, I'm the Managing Director, Tax Accounting and Regulatory for American Electric Power Service Corporation.
Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you cause testimony in support of the stipulation to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And finally, did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to either your testimony or your discover responses?
In my rebuttal testimony, I amended a couple of the proposed adjustments that were in my direct, but for those, I have no corrections.
So to be clear, any of your any adjustments you would have to your direct testimony was already addressed in your filed rebuttal testimony?
That's correct.
If I were to, subject to that caveat, if I were to ask you the same questions today contained in you, all three pieces of your testimony, as well as your responses to the discovery requests, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Before I tender the witness for cross, I did have two follow-up questions regarding some of the questions that transpired yesterday. I believe your name was invoked. You were not in attendance at the hearing here in person yesterday, correct?
Not in person.
But you were watching it on the live feed, correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall questions regarding about whether the company will earn a return on the deferred tax liabilities that are contained in the stipulation filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain this concept of earnings on the DTLs and including why and how that works?
Yeah, sure. So we have deferred tax liabilities that are in our rate base, so they bring down our rate base. So we're essentially paying customers a return because we have these deferred tax liabilities, which are essentially, as I cover in my testimony, an interest-free loan from the government. So we're paying customers a return on the deferred tax liability because we have this interest-free loan from the government. To the extent that we are providing that benefit to customers through this rider mechanism, the company no longer has that interest-free loan. So the return on the regulatory asset is just neutralizing the return that we're paying customers by that deferred tax liability, bringing down rate base. So it essentially just, instead of paying customers a return, it just gets it to a neutral so that nobody's paying any return.
With that, Your Honor, I offer Mr. Hodgson for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. West.
Just one question, one series of questions. So in year one, the DTL credit under the settlement is 25 million, is that correct?
That's the revenue credit, yes.
And then 15 in the second year, correct?
That's correct.
So that's a total of 40. What is the current balance in the DTL account, if you will, that those funds are being drawn from?
The balance through our 2024 tax return is approximately 60 million. I don't know what the current balance is, but that's the value through our 24 tax return.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kurtz.
No questions.
Mr. Gay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a few questions. So I think you said you're employed by AEPSC as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Which is Ms. Walsh wasn't certain. That's a wholly owned subsidiary of AEP as well? Do you know?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Was the proposed deferred tax liability here in the application filed by Kentucky Power Company?
No, it was not.
Okay. Did that idea originate from Kentucky Power Company or AEP or somewhere else?
This was something that we identified through a peer utility, I believe somebody had mentioned earlier, Florida Power and Light, through proceedings. So in looking at the outcome of that case, we explored that potential of using that in our filings.
Okay. Do you know when that came about, the Florida Power and Light?
It came to my attention, I believe, in August of last year.
Thank you. So that I understand your settlement testimony specifically, on page 7, lines 14 through 16, let me know when you're there.
Sorry, could I have that reference again?
Yes, page 7, starting at line 14.
Which testimony, I'm sorry?
Settlement testimony.
I'm there.
Okay. You there, Mr. Schuler?
Sorry, you said, give me that page number again.
Page 7.
Page 7, sorry.
Starting at line
Number of
14.
testimonies here.
Yep.
Thank you.
Too many tabs. There you say that the deferred tax liabilities on the company's books will remain unchanged because the amount of taxes that the company has deferred and will be payable to the IRS in the future is unchanged, correct?
That's correct.
When you say will be payable, you were talking about the ratepayers that will pay the taxes in the future that are unchanged?
So the company pays the IRS. The customers, taxes are a component of the rates that we charge customers, but the company pays taxes to the IRS.
So that will be payable in that sentence refers to the company?
Yes, the company will pay the IRS those
Okay.
taxes.
But that's payment made from payments that that customers pay those ultimately to you, and then you pay them on to the IRS?
Taxes are a component of the rates that we charge
Okay.
customers.
And just a moment ago, I think with Mr. Schuler, you characterized the tax liability as an interest-free loan from the federal government, but it's not the government lending money to the company, right?
It's the tax laws that the government provides that loan. So it's a dollar that we're not paying because the government provides in the tax code a deduction.
So it's a delay in a bill due by the company, not money coming from the company, or from the government to the company as a loan without interest, right?
That's right.
Okay. But it could be sort of characterized as an interest-free loan, and the ratepayers ultimately pay that through their rates, correct?
Tax expense, again, is a component of the company's rates.
So to the extent that it is a loan, isn't it a loan to the ratepayers and not the company?
The loan is given to the company because the company pays the IRS.
With money paid by the ratepayers, correct?
Tax expense is a component of rates, yes.
Okay. Last couple of questions really quickly. I think Mr. Wolfram talked about this a little bit. What is, hope you can tell me what the source of the DTL is. What specifically are the taxes on that are being deferred here?
Yeah, so the timing difference that created the deferred tax liability, it's related to what are considered repair deductions for tax purposes. So they are expenditures that for book purposes are capitalized and depreciated. However, for tax purposes, we're able to take an immediate expense of that.
Could you identify, say, in the filing, which specific repairs or where in the books those lie?
I can't identify specifically, because this is an accumulated balance. These are repair deductions that have happened over a number of years.
Okay. And I think Mr. Wolfram said will continue to happen, correct?
We will continue to claim repairs deductions on our tax returns, yes.
Okay.
Are you saying repairs?
Yes, repairs, yes.
So you'll be continuing to collect tax money from, or money to be paid in taxes from ratepayers over time. Where is that money going right now until it's paid to the IRS?
It's accumulated as a deferred tax liability, which is incorporated into rates as a reduction of rate base.
Okay. But the continued accumulation that we were just talking about, we agreed that it would continue to be paid by ratepayers, and that balance will continue to grow over time, correct?
The deferred tax liability balance will, new vintages will make it grow, older vintages of it will decline over time. But
Okay.
The expectation is overall the net of those will somewhat increase over time.
Okay. So those new vintages and that liability are on the company, will continue to accumulate on the company's books?
That's correct.
Does the company earn a return for that money as it's sitting on its books in any way? Does interest accumulate?
And I'm sorry, on what money?
The new vintages, as they're being paid in, they sit on the company's books. Is it just sitting there, not accumulating interest or anything, or is that invested in any way? Does it sit in an interest-free account, or?
I don't have input
Don't know.
or knowledge as to how the company, what the company does
Okay.
with its money.
I think that's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Spinard?
No question, John.
Mr. Kidd?
No question, John.
Staff?
Yes, I did have some questions. I guess first with respect to the deferred tax liability rider, if it's 25 million, or you'll be amortizing or using 25 million in the first year to reduce rates, and then 15 million in the second year. And I understand you were describing the credit and the debit. Would the deferred tax liability technically continue to exist on the books? And then will it be reduced over the life of the assets that generated it, along with the new deferred tax asset that you're creating?
Yes, so the deferred tax liability will remain on the books. We'll have a deferred tax liability whether this rider is implemented or not. The deferred tax liability represents those taxes that we've deferred payment to the IRS, so whether we have a rider, don't have a rider, that doesn't change at all. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Will it, and by deferred tax liability, I do mean the specific deferred tax liability that is being used to reduce rates. Was that what your answer was referring to also?
Yes.
Okay. Will the deferred tax liability will remain on the books, and then it will be reduced based on the reversal of the timing differences as the properties that generated it are depreciated? And will it be depreciated essentially along with the new deferred tax asset that you're creating?
That's right. So the deferred tax liability reverses in this instance of this particular timing difference as the assets that created the difference depreciate. That liability comes down over time. So that's why we propose the amortization, approximately 26 years to align with the depreciation, so that as the liability goes down, the regulatory asset matches that.
Okay, so the deferred tax asset, it's not going to be specifically tied to those assets and reduced as those assets depreciate. It will be done on a straight line basis.
I don't know that it's necessarily been determined. It would be under the underlying life, whether that's a straight line or, right now, the 26 years that I had estimated in there is based on our book depreciation rates.
Why is the, or I guess, just to double check, and I think that's what you're saying. So when you're saying that the deferred tax asset is being amortized or reduced, that, it's not like you're amortizing that deferred tax asset to increase rates.
And I'm sorry, when you're saying deferred tax asset, are you meaning the regulatory asset?
I'm sorry, yeah, the DTL regulatory asset, yes.
Yeah, so as the regulatory asset amortizes, it would equal and offset the deferred tax expense as the deferred tax liability unwinds. So those two net to zero. So we would net have a zero deferred tax expense on that particular timing difference.
Why, if the first year it's 25 million that is being used to reduce rates on the DTL, and then the second year it's 15, why is the value of the deferred tax asset 20.2 in the first year and then 13.7 in the second year?
Now, there's a gross up that's applied to get to a revenue requirement. So if you bring down revenues, you pay less taxes. So when you set up the regulatory asset for 20 million, you're reducing rates by 25. And when we have $25 million less revenue, we pay an incremental, in this case, about $5 million less taxes.
Okay. So the primary purpose of the the DTL, well, let me see what it's called, the deferred tax liability rider credit is effectively to account for the rate-based changes that go along with using that deferred tax liability earlier than you otherwise would have used it. Is that correct?
Right. The return component that's in that rider is meant to offset the return that is being paid to customers because the DTL is a component of base rates.
Okay, thank you. I had some questions now about the net operating loss carry forward. I guess first, let me see. I know the company's position, your position, based on a number of PLRs that AEP received, or that were received by AEP affiliates, that it would violate normalization rules to reduce the standalone net operating loss carry forward deferred tax asset in rate base using taxable income from affiliates effectively. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And AEP files its taxes on a consolidated basis, correct?
AEP files a consolidated tax return.
And that includes Kentucky Power?
Yes, Kentucky Power is part of that consolidated group.
Is AEP required to file taxes on a consolidated basis?
AEP made an election many years ago to file on a consolidated basis and would require IRS approval to deconsolidate, which the IRS does under very limited and rare circumstances.
I understand, and I apologize if I'm butchering this, but with kind of changes in the last few years with respect to the corporate alternative minimum tax, my understanding is if you had, I don't know if it's $1 billion in adjusted gross income or that you had to use a consolidated tax return. Are you familiar with that requirement?
I am familiar with the corporate alternative minimum.
Would AEP fall under that kind of, assuming you hadn't already elected to use a consolidated return, would that requirement be applicable to AEP's consolidated companies?
So AEP is an applicable corporation as well as all of the companies within AEP. So Kentucky Power is an applicable corporation to the CAMT. It's not directly linked to the fact that we file a consolidated return. The tax laws under the CAMT refer to the single employer group. So Kentucky Power is part of the single employer group with AEP and all of the affiliates. So it's not tied to filing a consolidated return with the other AEP entities.
I guess for many years, AEP and its affiliates used, you would use profits from AEP affiliates on the consolidated return to reduce net operating losses and therefore wouldn't reflect them in rate base for affiliated companies that had net operating losses. Is that generally accurate?
That's accurate. The last base case for Kentucky Power was the first that we introduced the standalone net operating loss carry forward. There had been some private letter rulings that had come out about net operating losses that made us reevaluate what we were and were not including in our rate base related to net operating loss carry forwards. And those led us to look into the normalization rules with the lens of those private letter rulings from the IRS. And we made the determination that to comply with those normalization rules that we needed to include that on a standalone basis.
And I understand there were some private letter rulings. I guess that was AEP one of the first to seek a private letter ruling, or was it another company that first sought those?
There's been numerous private letter rulings on net operating loss carry forwards in general. If you're referring to this standalone.
Specifically to the standalone.
To my knowledge, we're the first.
Okay, so you all sought the first private letter ruling and received a determination from the IRS that if a affiliate had standalone net operating loss carry forwards, they couldn't reduce that using profits from an affiliated company on the consolidated return.
That's right.
What are you aware, well, I guess, are you familiar with FERC's use of, I believe they refer to it as the standalone allocation or the standalone return?
I am familiar with it, yes.
Could you kind of describe the difference between those two terms? Standalone allocation versus the standalone return?
I'm not sure the distinction that you're making, so I don't know that I can.
Okay. Do you know if other utilities continue to calculate their net operating loss carry forwards based on a consolidated basis as Kentucky Power did prior to 2023?
I don't know. There may be. I know there are some companies that have since changed that methodology, but how other companies are filing, I'm not certain.
I guess, as you indicated, when a company uses accelerated depreciation, you essentially get to depreciate an asset more quickly for tax purposes than you're permitted to do for book purposes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's a provision in the tax law that effectively prohibits state commissions from establishing tax expense and rates based on the accelerated tax provision by potentially or indicating that if the commission did so, that the utility would be prohibited from using accelerated depreciation in the future. Is that correct?
That's right. A violation of those normalization requirements means that a utility can no longer claim accelerated depreciation on its tax return.
But the IRS allows commissions to reflect the difference between the book and tax depreciation, the timing difference, that tax affected amount, as you said earlier, a no interest loan that reduces rate base. Is that correct?
That's correct. And when
a net operating loss carry forward deferred tax asset is then included, it's offsetting that zero or a portion of that no interest loan. Is that correct?
That's correct. The net operating loss is just when you have more deductions than you have income, so that last dollar of deduction really doesn't do you any good, so you don't get a benefit from that, so that's what that net operating loss is. It's just, you didn't get a benefit from that deduction, so you wouldn't include the full rate base offset.
And if you were a standalone company and, you know, nobody's getting the benefit of that, but in the case of AEP, one of AEP's affiliates on the consolidated return can still take advantage of that accelerated depreciation to defer their tax expense. Is that correct?
No, they don't. The other AEP affiliates pay taxes based on their own taxable income. So the AEP consolidated group may be able to absorb that tax deduction, but no individual operating company within AEP, they pay the taxes based on their own
That was kind of my question. Somebody's taking advantage of that accelerated depreciation to defer taxes, assuming the consolidated group has positive taxable income, correct?
That's correct.
And my question really is who's taking advantage of that? If Kentucky Power has accelerated depreciation and they can't fully take advantage of it because of their operating position and we're recording a net operating loss in a particular year, but another entity is actually taking advantage of it, in the case of AEP, who is that entity that's taking advantage of it and getting that no interest loan?
Yes, so Kentucky Power, the way our tax sharing agreement works with our consolidated return, if Kentucky Power generates has a deduction that Kentucky Power can't use, but the consolidated group can use, there's a cash savings there. Kentucky Power ultimately gets that cash.
Okay. And I understand that Kentucky Power gets the cash, but my understanding is the private letter rulings that AEP received indicated that Kentucky Power wouldn't be able to reflect that cash as a no interest loan when setting rates. Is that correct? So I guess are any of the affiliates, you know, that are setting rates as regulated entities getting to reflect in their books that no interest loan?
No.
Okay. So then who is getting that no interest loan?
Based on the IRS rules, no individual operating company would get that interest-free loan generated by Kentucky Power.
Okay. Are you aware that a significant, well, I won't characterize the degree, but are you aware that a portion of the revenue requirement for Kentucky Power is transmission rates paid by Kentucky Power to AEP East operating companies?
I'm not familiar with it. I assume there is a portion of it, but I'm not familiar with it at all.
And there are multiple companies that make up or do you know, are you familiar with the companies that make up AEP East's transmission rates?
Generally familiar, yes.
There are more companies than Kentucky Power that make up those rates, is that correct?
In the PJM, is that what you're referring to? Yes.
If those companies had positive income in a particular year and Kentucky Power were paying those rates, would IRS rules permit Kentucky Power to reflect the fact that there's positive income in those companies that is included in Kentucky Power's rates to reduce the net operating loss carry forward on Kentucky Power's books?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yeah. So the rates include an estimate of the annual amount Kentucky Power is going to pay to AEP East. If those companies collectively had positive net income, could that positive net income, at least to the extent that it's being paid by Kentucky Power, be used to reduce the net operating loss carry forward on Kentucky Power's books?
Your Honor, I hate to interject. I'm not sure I'm tracking the question on that too. Did you start off with the rates on that? Are you talking about
Yes, the
revenue
transmission, yes.
Because I believe Mr. Hodgson testified he can't speak to portions of revenue requirements for purposes of transmission.
Well, I'm not asking about, I'm just asking about the IRS rules. If there's positive income for those companies, could that be used, that Kentucky Power is paying, could that be used to reduce the net operating loss carry forward on Kentucky Power's books?
When you're saying those companies, you're referring to the transmission companies?
Yeah, the AEP East operating transmission companies.
Thank you.
As I said earlier, the IRS response in the private letter ruling looked as though the income needs to not look at affiliate income, so it should be the income of the rate-setting entity.
I thought that was your answer, I was just wondering. I had some questions just about, because there's kind of two, or maybe more than two issues with the deferral and everything, but there's, I guess, maybe two larger issues associated with the net operating loss carry forward. There's to the extent can you use the tax payments from the affiliates to reduce the net operating loss carry forward? There's that issue, but then there's also an issue with respect to determining the extent to which the net operating loss carry forwards should be attributable to accelerated depreciation. Would you agree with that?
I believe both of those issues were raised by parties in this case.
Yeah. So I kind of wanted to talk about that second issue of determining when a net operating loss carry forward is attributable to accelerated depreciation. And I guess looking at your rebuttal testimony at page 5,
There.
I think you said the with and without calculation is the only method that the IRS has confirmed as ensuring that no amount of ADIT attributable to accelerated tax depreciation is excluded from the NOLC DTA.
I'm sorry, what lines are you on?
My apologies, let me get there myself.
Are you referring to maybe page 5, lines 15 to 17 on rebuttal?
I think so. Let me pull it up. I apologize. Sorry, I should have asked if you were there yet. Yeah, line 19 is where it starts. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think what I heard you read was lines 15 through 17, I believe.
It is, I apologize, yes. Generally speaking, is the with and without method, it's a method for determining the extent to which NOL DTAs are attributable to accelerated depreciation, correct?
That's right. It looks at what your taxable income would be with accelerated depreciation, so what is actually on your tax return, and without accelerated depreciation. So if you replace tax depreciation with book depreciation.
And you indicated on page 5 that that line that I was just referring to, I guess line 15, my apologies. That it's the only method the IRS has confirmed as ensuring that no amount of ADIT attributable to accelerated tax depreciation is excluded from NOLC DTA. Would you agree that the IRS, although it might be the only method they confirmed, that the IRS actually doesn't require the use of the with or without method for determining the extent to which NOLC DTA should be attributable to accelerated tax depreciation?
The IRS requires that that the deferred taxes associated with accelerated depreciation be included. The with and without, again, is the only method that they have confirmed complies with that. There is no specific requirement that you use that, but they have also not indicated there is another method that does comply.
Okay. I thought you used that specific wording, confirmed complied versus required to use that. Would you agree that the IRS started to indicate that the with or without method should be used in about 2014?
Honestly, I don't know the date on which they.
Does that date sound approximately right?
Again, I don't.
You don't know, it's fine. If you don't know the answer, that's fine. I had an exhibit here. Grab that. I may not have enough, but it's all right. I'll get you.
We don't have the budget for copies.
Sorry, there's a lot more than that.
Okay.
So this is a revenue procedure that the IRS issued on August 17th of 2020, and I guess published on the 31st of 2020. Are you familiar with this revenue procedure?
No, not right offhand.
So you've not seen it before?
I don't know if I've seen it before or not, but if I have, it's been some time.
Okay. I'm looking at page, I guess it's page 4 at the top, section 4.2. It says, well, let me give you a chance to read over it.
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with that paragraph? Does that refresh your recollection at all?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. And the last sentence says regulated commissions have expertise in this area and any reasonable method for determining the portion of the NOLC attributable to depreciation should generally be respected, provided such method does not clearly violate the normalization requirements. I guess first off, do you know what's the difference between a revenue procedure and a private letter ruling?
private letter ruling is specific to an individual taxpayer, where a revenue procedure is general guidance issued to the public.
Okay. Are there differences in the extent to which one can be cited over another?
A private letter ruling is not precedential for other taxpayers. Again, it's specific to the taxpayer that is receiving the private letter ruling.
And what about a revenue procedure?
A revenue procedure, again, is general guidance to the public that could be cited.
So it's generally applicable guidance versus specific guidance to a specific taxpayer?
Yes.
Okay. I would just move to enter this as staff exhibit 1, just so we know what we're talking about here.
Any objection?
No, you're.
Are you familiar with private letter rulings prior to this 2020 revenue procedure that would it kind of explicitly state that you had to use the with or without method to determine the extent to which NOLC was attributable to accelerated depreciation?
Yes, again, the only method that I'm aware of that the IRS has confirmed that complies is the with and without.
Well, I know, but before 2020, did they explicitly indicate that you had to use that? And did that language in private letter rulings change after 2020?
There was at least one private letter ruling where it did change.
And was the language softened after 2020 to indicate that the with or without method, the with or without, or the with and without method is consistent with normalization rules versus it's the required method?
I don't know the specific wording.
Okay. If I did a post-hearing request, would you be able to provide that private letter ruling, the post-2020 private letter ruling?
I'm not sure exactly what specific private letter ruling.
I guess you indicated that you were aware of one private letter ruling after 2020 that discussed the with or without method.
I'm aware that one exists, but
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what private letter ruling that is.
Okay. But you wouldn't be able to provide that as a post-hearing data request?
I should be able to find it.
I think that's something we could look for if it's,
Okay.
if it's within the company's records.
Okay. If you could look at page 10, line 2 of your direct testimony.
Said page 10, line 2.
Yes.
I'm there.
It says, and I guess you could just read starting there at line 2 and just read that sentence.
It says, when a net operating loss occurs, a net operating loss occurs when, in a given year, a taxpayer has more deductions than taxable income.
You can read on to the next sentence, I'm sorry.
When an NOL occurs, the Internal Revenue Code allows the taxpayer to carry the NOL forward, NOL carry forward, or NOLC, to subsequent years and offset otherwise taxable income produced in that future year. This carry forward is recorded as a deferred tax asset for accounting purposes to reflect the future reduction to taxes payable.
I guess a net operating loss specifically occurs in a given year, is that correct?
A net operating loss occurs in a given year, a carry forward is a cumulative.
Yeah. A net operating loss occurs in a year, and then that net operating loss can either be carried forward or carried back depending on the tax year that it was generated in and the rules that were applicable at that time. Is that correct?
There are carry forward and carry back provisions that differ based on the tax year.
But a loss or a net operating loss, though, as you indicated, is generated in a specific year, correct?
A loss is generated in a specific year, but then the carry forward and carry back is more, the carry forward is a cumulative calculation.
Okay. Do you track NOL carry forwards based on the tax year in which they arose?
Yes.
Am I correct that there's kind of been periodic changes in tax laws that affect the extent to which you can carry losses forward and the extent to which you can carry them back, such that you would need to know the year in which a net operating loss was generated in order to determine which tax laws regarding carry forwards and carry backs are applicable? Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And just to provide some light, I think, on the rebuttal exhibit that you provided, I think there were some carry backs and some carry forwards in there. And this is just generally speaking. If this is incorrect, please correct me, or if there's a material additional change that you need to know, please do. But my understanding is, prior to 2018, you could carry back 2 years and then carry forward 20 years. And 2018 to 2020, you could carry back 5 years, carry forward indefinitely. And then post 2020, you could carry forward NOLs indefinitely, but you couldn't carry back. Is that generally accurate?
I don't recall the precise years, carry forward, carry back rules for each year off the top of my head.
Okay. If I asked that as a post-hearing request, just for that kind of short period, would that be something you would be able to obtain?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. Are you aware of any IRS rules or requirements that require a taxpayer to maintain records of the vintage year in which a net operating loss arises?
Again, to the point you were making earlier, just with your last question, with the carry back and carry forward rules, you would have to track it by vintage to know what the rules that are applicable.
Okay. And I guess I understood as a practical matter you would have to in order to determine the rules that are applicable, but I was wondering if there was also a specific rule that required you to do that.
You would have to be able to prove to the IRS why you're carrying forward or carrying back. So you would have to maintain those records to sustain.
So there's records requirements that indicate you have to maintain records for X amount of time to prove that these things arose when they did, and you use them when you did.
Right, you would have to have that information available for an audit.
Okay. Is there a requirement regarding, or is a taxpayer required to use net operating losses, or is a taxpayer required to use its oldest net operating losses first when carrying them forward?
I believe so, yes.
So there's a specific rule that requires that?
I would have to check, I'm not certain, but I believe so.
Okay. But I guess regardless, if, at least prior to 2018, if there was a limit on how far you would carry them forward, then as a practical matter, you would want to use the oldest first. Is that correct?
That's correct. If there's a limitation on how far you can carry it forward, it would practically make sense to use the oldest losses first.
I'm looking at page, again to your rebuttal testimony on page 6, and I was going to look at figure DH, or DAH1.
I'm there.
Let me see. So, in year one of that figure, you have taxable income without accelerated depreciation, negative 1,000, accelerated depreciation, 3,000, and then taxable income with accelerated depreciation, 4,000. Would you agree, based on the statement in your direct testimony, that a net operating loss occurs when the deductions exceed the taxable income, that a net operating loss occurred in that year because the deductions exceeded taxable income by $4,000 in year one? Is that correct?
That's correct, a $4,000 net operating loss.
And that's because deductions in that year exceeded taxable income by that amount?
That's correct.
And at least as of the end of year one, you would agree that there would be $3,000 in net operating loss carryforwards attributable to accelerated depreciation, and then $1,000 of net operating loss carryforwards that are not attributable to accelerated depreciation as of the end of year one.
That's correct.
Okay. And then using your methodology, if there was no accelerated depreciation in year two or year three, and the taxable income without accelerated depreciation was also zero in year one or year two and year three, would you agree that under your method that at the end of year three, there'd be $3,000 in net operating loss carryforwards attributable to accelerated depreciation and $1,000 in net operating loss carryforwards not attributable to accelerated depreciation?
Sorry, can you repeat that? That was a lot.
Yeah, so I actually made because I thought that might be hard to understand, so I made a little chart. And I'll just hand it to you, if that's okay, if I can approach and hand this. Used to be a hole on that side.
We can share, yeah.
Thank you.
And this is just, I would just move to mark this as staff exhibit 2, and it's just a demonstrative exhibit just to facilitate asking questions about the method that he was proposing. I don't know if AEP had any, or Kentucky Power had any objection to that.
Nope.
Okay. So I'm looking at staff's hypothetical 1, which is what I just tried to describe to you and didn't do very well at it. But year 1 is the same as your figure DAH1. And I guess before I'd go to that, I recreated your DHA1 there just for ease. Could you just verify that that does match your figure, since I was entering this into record?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I just did that so they could be on the same page and be referenced easily. But, so staff hypothetical 1, year 1 is the same as figure DAH1, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then the hypothetical scenario, which might never happen, but just to understand the method, would be no taxable income without accelerated depreciation in year 2 or year 3, and then no accelerated depreciation year 2 or year 3. And in that hypothetical, or staff hypothetical 1, at at the end of year 3, there'd be a total net operating loss carry forward of $3,000 or $4,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that 3,000 of that would be attributable to accelerated depreciation and 1,000 would not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then moving on to staff hypothetical 2, which again, year 1 is the same. And year 2 assumes $750 in net income without accelerated depreciation and $750 in accelerated depreciation in year 2. I just want to confirm, under your methodology, at the end of year 2, there would now be $3,750 in net operating loss carryforwards attributable to accelerated depreciation, and then $250 not attributable to accelerated depreciation, correct?
I might be having difficult time on, just for clarification, on the accelerated tax depreciation in excess of book depreciation. Is the 4,000 correct? It doesn't seem to foot across.
Well, it looks like I might have had an error on there, so thank you for pointing that out.
I just wanted to make sure, so that is intended to be.
I apologize for that. That was not intended. Yeah, that should be 37.5, so.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you?
Yeah.
Repeat the question?
So, let me see here. Yeah, year 2, you would have 750 in taxable income without accelerated depreciation, and then you have accelerated tax depreciation in excess of book at 750. At the end of that year, of year 2, under your method, there would be 3,500 in net operating loss carry forward attributable to accelerated depreciation, and then 250 in net operating loss carry forward attributable to something else.
Right, since a net operating loss is calculated on a cumulative basis, cumulatively, the taxable income with accelerated depreciation is 3,750, and without accelerated tax depreciation, it's 0. Therefore, the NOL in this case would be 3,750.
So that would basically convert 1,000 of the net operating loss carry forward that was attributable to something other than accelerated depreciation in year 1. It would convert that to net operating loss carry forward attributable to accelerated depreciation under your methodology, correct?
The carry forward is greater with accelerated depreciation.
But I just want to be clear, like, there was 4,000 net operating loss carry forward from that vintage year 1. At the end of year 1, 3,000 was due to accelerated depreciation, 1,000 was not. At the end of year 2, under your method, it was still created in year 1, but now you would attribute 3,750 to accelerated depreciation and 250 to something else, correct?
Because on a cumulative basis, you would have used more of the net operating loss carry forward, but for accelerated depreciation.
And then, and I'm going to ask about that in a second. I was kind of just trying to level set what would happen under your method. But in year 3, you've got 250 in taxable income without accelerated tax depreciation, and then no accelerated tax depreciation. You would use that 250 to reduce the remaining 250 that was not allocated to accelerated depreciation. So at the end of year 3, under your method, you would have 3,750 net operating loss carry forward attributable to accelerated depreciation and no net operating loss carry forward attributable to any other source, correct?
Maybe I would caveat it that this is obviously an extreme hypothetical situation that I can't confirm is actually in the net operating loss calculation that I used in this case. But to your question, in this extreme hypothetical situation, there is a utilization of the NOL without an accelerated depreciation. So on a cumulative basis, yes, the amount of net operating loss that's attributable to accelerated depreciation over that 3-year span is $3,750.
And I understand that this is an extreme, and you have a spreadsheet that has multiple years, but you would agree when you have multiple years, it's kind of hard to suss out what's actually happening under, all of that information. But what I just described is what would be occurring. Do you disagree with that? There might be different things netting out, but if each one of these things occurred on your larger spreadsheet, then that is how they would be treated.
Mathematically, yes, if this, again, this is an extreme situation in the taxable incomes that you outlined that are not realistic as occurring.
So, and I'm getting close to done, I apologize here, let me see. I guess, from what I've seen, a lot of the PLRs with respect to with or without, or with and without, I'm sorry, they broadly have indicated that that's either consistent with the normalization rules or that it has to be used to comply with the normalization rules. Are there any PLRs that specifically address the situation that we talked about in year 2 on that hypothetical 2? The reallocation of net operating loss carryforwards generated from something other than accelerated depreciation 1 year because the subsequent year there was accelerated depreciation that reduced the utilization of the net operating loss carryforward.
I'm not aware of any private letter ruling that in the body of the private letter ruling specifically addresses that. I know in one of the private letter rulings provided that was submitted by AEP and an affiliate of AEP and was responded to, one of the 3 that I introduced in this case, the with and without calculation was included in our submission to the IRS.
And did those indicate that that with or without method should be used?
It was indicated in the private letter ruling that the with and without was used.
Was there any comment on the appropriateness of the method used?
The IRS did not specifically comment on it, no.
Do you know which 2 private letter rulings you're referring to by number? And I can do a post-hearing if that's easier.
And when you say the 2, meaning the AEP private letter ruling?
I thought you said 2 of them you included the calculation.
I said I know at least one of the PLRs that AEP submitted, which are attachments to my testimony.
That's why which one, do you know which one? I thought you said 2, but do you know which one it was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I can do it as a post-hearing and just ask which one. Thank you. Going to back to the hypothetical 2 in year 3, where the 250, you're first using it to reduce the NOL non-associated with accelerated depreciation. I guess I have the same question. Are there PLRs that specifically address how the utilization of the NOLC should be allocated?
Meaning specifically as to how a with and without calculation is done? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess that too, but I guess more specifically, I'll follow up with that and let you answer that, but more specifically, that arose from something other than accelerated depreciation.
I'm not aware of any private letter ruling that gets into that specifics on the calculation itself, no.
Are you aware of any that describe the with or without method in any amount of detail? Like that describe how to do the calculation?
I can't think of any off the top of my head that get into detail on it. I think it's a fairly, as I say in my rebuttal, it's a fairly simple, straightforward calculation.
Well, are you familiar with the last dollar deducted method?
It's essentially the same as the with and without it.
That's what I was.
Terminology, I believe.
That's what I was going to ask. So the private letter rulings that talk about the last dollar deducted method seem to use similar language to the with or without method. So the last dollar deducted method and the with or without method are effectively the same method.
That's right.
Okay, that's what I thought. And I guess my question with respect to that, you know, the last dollar deducted method, you know, we agreed like net operating losses are generated in a specific year when the deductions exceed the taxable income. So I guess, would you agree that the use of the deduction language would tend to indicate you're looking at the vintage year and the deductions that gave rise to the net operating loss?
Can you say that again, just to make sure I'm understanding the question?
Yes. I think your direct testimony and earlier today, you indicated that net operating losses arise when, in a given year, deductions exceed taxable income.
That's right.
And so when the with or without method is referred to as the last dollar deducted method, would that not seem to indicate that the IRS is intending for taxpayers to look at deductions in a given tax year as opposed to utilization of net operating loss carryforwards in future years?
The last dollar deduction is just, you would look at your book income and every deduction you can take for taxes, but for accelerated depreciation. So that gets you to the without accelerated depreciation number, and then the last dollar deducted is accelerated depreciation that gets you to the with accelerated depreciation.
But I guess you'll have net operating loss carry forward generated. In the example in the sheet that I gave you, or in your figure, yeah, actually, I'll just leave it at that. It's fine. You answered the question. There were two types of net operating loss carryforwards. There was I guess what you in your testimony I think referred to as net operating loss carryforward DTAs, and then there was the deficient, I think, was it deficient net operating loss carryforward DTAs?
Yes.
And those are net operating loss carryforwards that arose from excess deferred income taxes, correct?
Right, it's just the remeasurement of the net operating loss DTA because of the tax rate change that was instituted with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
And I know, you know, Kentucky Power in 2020, when it was determined, you know, the amount of the excess deferred income taxes wasn't reflecting any net operating loss carry forward on their books because they were using the consolidated return to determine the amount of the net operating loss carry forward. Is that correct?
That's correct. As the time of the remeasurement in 2017 tax rate change, the net operating loss was measured on a consolidated basis.
And the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act requires that excess deferred taxes be used to reduce rates, or at least protected excess deferred taxes be used to reduce rates using either the ARAM method, which you referred to in your testimony, or I think the reverse South Georgia method is the other method. Is that correct?
That's correct. The amortization of protected excess is
Okay.
either through ARAM or Reverse South Georgia.
And using the ARAB method, it's based on the vintage years of the property that generated the deferred tax liabilities, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so it results in the amortization of the excess amount as those properties reverse. And for that reason, the extent to which those properties reverse will change over time, is that correct?
The amortization is tied to the reversal of the timing differences on a vintage level basis.
So it's not straight line, like you might have years where it's low because not many of the properties are reversing, and then it might be really high, a lot are reversing, and then it might go low again. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say there, from my experience of what I've seen, there isn't any drastic change from year to year, but it is not a straight line basis.
Okay. When you determine the deficient NOL DTA, I know you kind of recalculated it, to add it back in. Did you remove the amounts that would have been amortized using ARAM in the years since 2020?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
Mr. Bellamy covered everything that I wanted to cover, thank you.
That's very good. And I think that, that's enough. My questions are going to sound so simple compared to that. Any redirect?
Do you mind if we take a break before we do? It was dense, so I want to check my notes to see if we have any redirect.
Yeah, I was about to call a break anyway, so we'll
Thank you.
come back for a redirect. Let's do 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are back on the record, case number 2025-00257, and redirect.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor, I'll try and keep this high level. Mr. Hodgson, I think Mr. Bellamy kind of broke down two main issues that he covered in his questioning of you into the deferred tax liabilities and the NOLC. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I'll kind of take each one of them separately. So on the deferred tax liabilities, the DTLs, you would agree that there's a reduction to rate base in the as-filed case that is associated with that, I believe you said $60 million deferred tax liability, right?
That's correct. There's a detail of approximately $60 million that brings down rate base, which reduces the revenue requirement in the base case as filed.
Okay. And can you explain then the interaction between that concept and what customers will experience with the stipulation concept of the deferred tax liability rider?
Sure. As I talked about earlier, deferred tax liability really happens when we're able to accelerate deductions. So the company sees a cash benefit. We've reduced our cash taxes that we owe to the IRS. So in this case, approximately $60 million of cash savings. What we're doing with this DTL rider is really providing customers with the cash savings that we've recognized, in the form of the $25 million and the $15 million. So we're essentially taking that cash savings the company has and passing it to customers so that they have that cash benefit.
Okay. And then pivoting to the other issue, you had a series of questions about losses, NOLs, NOLC. Can you confirm whether affiliates of Kentucky Power can claim the benefits of losses of Kentucky Power?
No affiliates of Kentucky Power claim the benefits of deductions from Kentucky Power.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Red Cross? Anyone?
Thank you.
Any reason Mr. Hodgson couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir. When you're ready?
Thank you. The company calls Michelle Ross.
Okay, and while Ms. Ross is making her way, scheduling, we'll maybe take another break in an hour, hour and a half or so, and maybe go till about 7. And
Sure.
not do a dinner break and just push through till about 7.
Okay,
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Michelle Ross, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101. I'm the Vice President of Distribution Operations, Region Operations for Kentucky Power.
Ms. Ross, you anticipated my first question, so you're making my job easier. Did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or modifications to any of that information?
Yes, I have one correction. It's on my testimony on page 16, line 7. And it is a date correction. The sentence reads, "The company began the current 5-year cycle-based vegetation management program on January 1st, 2023, and it should be noted 2024.
Okay, thank you very much. And subject to that one correction, if I were to ask you the same questions today that are contained in your direct testimony and your responses to data requests, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. West.
Yes, just a couple. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Were you present for the public comment meetings that were held in this matter?
Yes, I was present at 2. I was present at the Hazard and the Ashland public meetings.
Did you otherwise have a chance to review the comments from the Pikeville meeting?
I did not.
Okay. Was anything related to vegetation management or tree trimming relayed to you that came from those meetings, or potentially the Pikeville meeting specifically, I guess?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. My reason for asking is I think and I hope I have this right, I think this was the Pikeville meeting. There were comments from an individual named Scott Hall who made comments about requesting that tree limbs be trimmed on his property, warning that they were possibly going to take out distribution lines. And there was also a similar comment from Mr. Antley Gibson, who told a similar story about reporting a dangerous condition that nothing was done about, or he was told nothing could be done about it at that time. Were those Pikeville, or do you recall hearing those at a different meeting?
I do not recall that hearing those. It had to be Pikeville. I did not recall hearing those statements in Hazard or Ashland.
Okay. Well, can you just talk generally about what the company's processes are when they receive such a report?
So when we receive those kind of inquiries, we will have one of our employees, a forester or a servicer, to go out to assess the situation, just to understand, again, what is, the concern from the customer. And then if there's items or actions that fall on us that we need to take care of, we will.
How quickly are those issues taken care of? Is it something that you'll come back and handle it a couple months later, or is it something that's acted on more quickly than that?
Generally, on the customer complaints, it's a pretty quick turnaround. So usually within a week's time frame, we'll respond to those kind of concerns from our customers.
Okay. And the tree trimming activities, are those done by contractors or those staff?
Yes, we have a contractor that does all of our tree trimming.
Okay. Are those contractors given instructions about what to do if a property owner or someone they come into contact with makes a complaint?
Yes, the contractor will communicate back with our foresters, and then our foresters will go and will talk to the customer to understand what the concern is. And just a quick correction too in your first question, from an internal perspective, we do small trimming of limbs, when we're going to do certain jobs.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Combs?
No, Your Honor. Joint interveners.
No, Your Honor.
KYSCI.
Nothing, Your Honor.
SWVA.
No, Your Honor.
Staff.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Ross.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to attempt to share my screen so that we can take a look at the tables and graphs that you included in your direct testimony. So it's going to be starting with page 16 of your direct testimony, if I can get this thing plugged in. I appreciate the graphs and tables because I need pictures when I have reading material I'm looking at. There we go. Okay. All right, so this shows the expenditures for the two different vegetation management programs since 2017, the TIR and the TOR, which I'll just call TIR and TOR, if that's okay with you. And my understanding is that the TIR is very straightforward, trees in the right-of-way, vegetation management, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And TOR is trees outside of the right-of-way management.
That is correct.
Couldn't be any more straightforward, I like it. Obviously, clearing of trees and other vegetation in the right-of-way has been going on for decades and decades. And so you've got decades worth of budget that has informed concurrent periods of budgets, yes?
Yes.
Looking at the budget since 2017, I'm not seeing a ton of variance, which is about what I would expect when, again, Kentucky Power's been doing this for a long time. The biggest change I see was from 2017 to 2018. Budget went from, or the expenditure went from 27 million to 21 million. Do you know why the budget changed that way between the
Yes,
two
my
years?
understanding is before entering into the 5-year vegetation, current TIR vegetation cycle, there was a period between 2010 up to 2018 where we had permission from the PSC to do this initial clearing before ramping in and going into our 5-year cycle.
And I know at this point, a 5-year cycle is pretty standard, but do you know the reason for the 5-year cycle? Is that just how long it takes for the vegetation to grow back and become a hazard, or is there some other reason?
So, I don't have specific reasons from my team, but when you look at a 5-year cycle, I make the projection that the team came up with this timeline in their estimation as a way to control and manage the trees inside right away.
My recollection about the cost of vegetation management in kind of post-COVID times was that there was a pretty large increase in the cost of vegetation management. How did Kentucky Power avoid having a big spike in vegetation management costs at that time?
I'm sorry, did you say post-COVID time?
Correct.
There was a spike in cost?
In costs, and I'm not referring to Kentucky Power, I'm talking to in the industry in general.
Okay.
It sounds like your testimony would be that Kentucky Power did not experience.
We did not experience that, yes, as demonstrated in figure MR5.
Right. I'm going to scroll over to two different graphs. One is figure MR6 on page 17. Can you just describe for the commission what we're looking at with this graph?
Yeah, the graph, what the graph is showing the commission is through the investments and over that time period from 2010 to 2024, the improvement in customer minutes of interruption. And within my testimony, it gives you the specific numbers of around 16 million minutes of customer interruption to about 1.6 million of customers minutes of interruption 2024. So what it's demonstrating is that year-over-year spend of around 21 to 22 million has demonstrated improvement in reliability performance for our customers.
And does this graph show data from all circuits or only circuits that are limited to, oh no, it says there, outside the right-of-way?
Inside the right-of-way, MR6.
Right.
And this is a reflection of the 5-year cycle.
Right. Can you give me any indication of what happened between, say, it looks like 2011 and, say, 2017? This is before the TOR program. There's a huge drop in the amount of service interruption. Can you?
Between 2011 and 2017?
That's right. After 2017, it looks like it more or less levels off, but before that, there's a fairly impressive drop in the CMI.
Yeah, I think, as I said, there was an initial clearing period from 2010 through 2018, because the actual first year of the clearing cycle started in 2019, and it's a reflection of the dollars that we invested in targeting trees inside the right-of-way. And that reflects the performance of doing that.
You're indicating new clearing. What do you mean by new clearing as compared to whatever clearing was being done before?
The initial clearing, going into the 5-year cycle.
All right, I'm going to scroll to page 20, and we've got another chart, and this one applies just to circuits that the TRO program has affected, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it looks like during the period of time that that program's been in effect, CMI has dropped from 19 million to 19.4 million to 15.6 million, or about a 20% decrease. Correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Now, regarding the tier program expenses, a portion of that is capitalized, correct?
Yes, for the TIR, per the FERC rules, we have the capability of any tree diameter that's greater than 18 inches, we can capitalize.
Okay, regarding the TOR program, does the cost of obtaining additional easements, is that included in the TOR program, or is that classified separately?
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
So part of the TOR program involves obtaining expanded easements from property owners, correct?
Correct.
Or that precipitates being able to clear anything extra, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And does that expense, is that included in the TOR program expense, or is that classified some other way?
No, that is included in the TOR expense.
Once you've done an initial clearing under the TOR program, after you've expanded the easement, does any future clearing of those same areas, does that then fall under the tier program, or does it stay under the TOR program?
Yes, once you widen the TOR, once you do that initial clearing, then it becomes part of, it will fall into the trees inside right-of-way program.
You'd indicated in your response to data requests, it was request 3, number 17D, that priority is given to circuits most prone to vegetation impacts. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, where are you referencing?
This was in your response to the commission's third data request, item number 17D.
Okay.
If you'd like to take a look at that, I'll wait. Just let me know when you get there.
So 317 sub D.
That's correct.
Okay.
So have I characterized your testimony correctly, that priority is given to the most at-risk distribution lines?
Priority for TOR?
Yes.
Yes, so how we plan our work around TOR is we look at those circuits, identify those circuits per the highest level of CMI, and then we start planning from there. As we look at those circuits, we take a deeper dive within the circuit itself to analyze each individual zone, so that we ensure that we're going after those particular zones that are causing those high customer minutes of interruption.
So if CMI is the number one factor you're looking at, the proximity and level of hazard that vegetation is causing would be a factor, but also the number of customers on the circuit would make a difference as well.
No, we're looking at, so make sure I understand your question. So when we are analyzing that, we are looking at within that whole circuit, the total customer minutes that were impacted. That was within that zone, what that total customer minutes of interruption was.
Okay, let me.
But I don't, so if you're asking about, am I taking into account customer count? I think that, talking to the team, if we're looking at a zone and we have one customer at the end of the zone, I think that we would look and make sure that we're making those right decisions. But generally, that CMI is what's driving that, if that makes sense.
I believe it does, but I want to make sure that I'm not sort of, misunderstanding the definition of CMI. Is CMI an aggregate of all the customers' combined minutes, or is it the total number of minutes on a circuit that are lost due to outage?
It's a total customer minutes interrupted for that event within that circuit or within that zone.
Okay, so if, for example, a circuit had one customer and the circuit was down for a minute, that's one CMI. But if it has 10 customers on it, it's going to be 10 CMI.
Yeah, it's based on, yes, the customer's impacted.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, I'm going to go back to, if I can find it. Back to the expenditures since 2017. Okay, so the TOR program began in 2018. Can you tell me how it was decided to begin this program?
So, so I'm going to go to a report that the commission had issued for the Ike and Ice storm. And within that report, the commission had recommended action by the utilities to address hazard trees. As it was recognized that because of these events, these trees outside of the right-of-way, these hazard trees were impactful to the distribution system. So what Kentucky Power did, and I wasn't here, but I can tell you that we recognize that trees outside right-of-way is a big contributor to customer minutes of interruption. So logically, what we need to do is invest dollars in trees outside right-of-way. Now, concurrently, you have trees inside right-of-way and trees outside array that you have to manage. And that which is closest to the distribution system is what Kentucky Power addressed, in which we have demonstrated over that period of time, we've improved performance from 2010 through 2024. So with that, now the focus turns to, and the focus has been on TOR. And within the pilot that Kentucky Power did, demonstrated the prudency in investing dollars in the TOR program. Now, incrementally over that period of as demonstrated in MR5, we've had an average spend in TOR of around $7 million. Now, TOR and TIR are different, so TIR has some dedicated earning offsets dollars. TOR is part of the overall capital plan, and within that capital plan, within your capital budget, you have dollars allocated across the various categories. And like with any capital budget, there are some things within that category. Once you budget for that year, things like storm restoration, we have to respond to storm restoration, no matter what budget we set. The same thing for customer service requests. So the interesting dynamic that's a little different from TIR is, although I know I need to spend more dollars in TOR, within my budget, I could only spend which is within my budget.
Okay, so the different numbers that we're seeing here on this table since 2018, those expenditures were limited by however much you had already spent on the items you just described. Not allowed to go over your total distribution budget for the year.
Yeah, working within the capital budget.
So I know you said you weren't you weren't in that position in 2018. When did you start your current position?
I started August of 2024.
Despite that, are you familiar with how, I want to phrase this right because it sounds like how much was actually spent was a function of how much was left after other projects that were higher priority were looked at. I guess the better question would be, how was your distribution maintenance budget determined? How is it determined in any given year?
So I just want to be clear, you're switching to the maintenance budget outside of the capital budget. We were just talking about the capital budget, we're talking about the maintenance budget.
Thank you for making that distinction. I want to stick with the capital budget. So talk to me about how it came to be that each amount spent that's on the table came to pass.
Yeah, every year we work, what we call the work breakdown structure, or as shown within my testimony, you can look at the different categories, but within the work breakdown structure, there are dollars allocated for each category. So very simply, you have what we call restoration. So it could be minor storm events, it could be just day-to-day equipment failure type events. Then you have a dollars allocated to customer service, so PPR requested work, joint use requested work, any new customers or extension requests from the customers. We also have a reliability bucket where we're working on, line ties, fusing, pole replacements. There's a bucket that's referred to as modernization and DACR, so, investments in smart grid. So within each of these buckets, we allocate, within the budget that's given, we allocate the dollars associated with each of those. And as you had mentioned, there are buckets that there isn't a choice that we have to do. We have to serve the customer, we have to meet the customer requests, and we have to respond to storm. So in any one given year, you have a very high activity with storm restoration. You're going to have to reallocate the remaining dollars outside of those other buckets, which give you a little bit more, which are much more discretionary.
So I'm going to sort of shift to asking a question about the proposed additional capital investments in the TOR program. Does the $18 million that you're seeking for, or that you're expecting, well, let me not put words into your mouth. How did you determine to use that $18 million figure? Is that earmarked for the TOR program, the TOR program, as opposed to in past years, or is it an estimate of a portion of the capital expenditures that you expect to have?
No, the first part is correct. The intent is and will come to fruition. That $18 million is specifically targeted for trees outside right away. As demonstrated with the level of investment we made in TRR and the improvement that we have shown, in order to make the same impact or similar impact for trees outside the right of way, that level of spend needs to become pretty close to that spend as TIR. So those dollars will be allocated to trees outside of the right of way.
So from 2018 to 2024, it was essentially a pilot program where it more or less got scraps from the capital expenditure budget, and now it's policy decision to earmark a specific amount for the TOR program because Kentucky Power thinks it's important enough to have its own.
So the pilot program wasn't the entire time.
Okay.
The pilot program, as noted in my testimony, was for a short period of time to demonstrate the improvements through the investments for TOR. Beyond beyond that initial pilot program, then we started to budget TOR activities within our capital budget planning.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. The document I've displayed up there now is Exhibit MR4 to your direct testimony, page 4. And as I understand it, these are your budgets earmarked for each year for the TOR program, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the actual spend was now that 2025 is over?
I'll give you, the last figure that was noted, that I asked for that spend was around 17 million.
Okay, so Kentucky Power has decided that for the TOR program, you're going to have a dedicated budget of 18 million for 2026 and then 25 million for the next 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. And what about beyond 2029?
We will be monitoring our performance, and I project that that level of spend will continue for a period of time.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the way the project works based on what we've talked about so far. So since once the initial clearing of the expanded easement area is done, that expenditure is over as far as TOR is concerned. It then becomes part of TIR.
Correct.
So you're never going to spend additional TOR money on that particular part of that circuit.
That is correct. Once you do the initial clearing, then anything after that becomes TIR.
So if you continue to spend $25 million a year long enough, you'll catch up to all your circuits. I mean, obviously.
That's the intent.
Okay, so from now on, when a new circuit is built, will Kentucky Power's intent just to be to clear a bigger, basically have a bigger right of way than it was obtaining previously?
Yeah, from a strategy perspective, I think that's a fair question, and that is something that we absolutely have to put into our plan.
So as it is right now, if a new distribution line is built, it's the right of way that you try to obtain is not the same that you would be trying to achieve with the TOR program?
Yeah, I would say today, yes, that is the case.
Would you agree that since you're targeting the circuits that have the largest number of CMI minutes, that, I'm just going to throw out a number, $5 million spent in 2026 to lower CMI will likely not have the same effect on CMI that it would have had for circuits cleared 5 years ago under the TOR project. Because you've already eliminated the parts of the circuit that needed the most attention.
Yeah, can you ask that question again?
Sure.
The circuits that we're clearing with TOR are not going to have the same performance?
The same effect on CMI.
The circuits we're clearing today with TOR, with the expansion, with the TOR dollars, are going to positively impact CMI.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. the question is this: when the program first started, you were targeting the most highly affected circuits, yes?
The pilot program, yes, they identified those circuits that, at that time, yes, had the highest CMI and cleared those areas to demonstrate the improvement.
So let's exclude for a minute the fact that new distribution lines are getting built. We can talk about that in a second.
Yep.
We're talking about lines that existed when the program started in 2018. You picked, rightly, the circuits that were causing the most CMI.
Correct.
So spending $5 million in 2018 on the circuits that needed it the most were going to have the maximum impact on CMI, yes?
Yes, was going to have a positive impact on CMI.
Which means every circuit after that is going to have slightly less of an impact on CMI, yes?
Every target, you mean not, where we did not invest in TOR would have slightly, will not have good performance. Is that your question?
So sort of the statement that I'm making, and I'm wanting you to correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
is there's a scale, and let's say it's a 10-point scale. In 2018, you were using the TOR program on the circuits that were a 10 out of 10. They had lots of customers on them, and they had lots of vegetation hazards, so they were causing the most CMI minutes of any circuits. So again, rightly, those were the priority. In the second year, maybe it was, on a 9 out of 10, and I'm just, kind of making up a scale of the severity of the CMI problem on each circuit. And, when you get to, 20, 30 something, and you've come close to expanding the right of way of every single circuit, you're going to be at the ones that are a 1 out of 10, circuits that have a combination of fewer people and less vegetation hazards, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So if you spend $5 million on those 15 years from now, you're not going to see the same reduction in CMI as you did in 2018 when you were addressing the big problems, correct?
That's correct.
So
That's right, because we're going from the highest priority to the lowest, the highest impact circuits down to those lowest, to that lowest CMI count.
sure, and I don't think you were in the courtroom when I was asking Mr. Tanner Wolfram sort of cost-benefit analysis questions. In my time here at the PSC, I focused on a lot of CPCN, so it's very ingrained into me that cost-benefit analysis. And I had asked you in a DR, to perform, if you performed a cost-benefit analysis, and you explained that you hadn't, and it was because this wasn't about necessarily preventing distribution repair costs, that instead this was about preventing the CMI minutes. And I accept that. So I'm trying to establish facts for the commission to allow them to decide at what point does spending millions of dollars on something that will decrease CMI become too much money for the amount of CMI that's actually being reduced. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and if I follow you correctly, I mean, the logic would say that, yes, we're spending high dollars right now to address the 55% CMI that our customers experienced, but as we go further down the years and we get down to that lower CMI, we're not going to be at that $25 million spend. We're going to be at that $5 million spend and $4 million spend is where the commission wants us to get to and where our customers want us to get to. So, we need to have this initial level of expenditure to get to the point now we have controllable right-of-ways. And as we convert from TOR to TIR, now it's like, let me give you an example, right? So let's think about your house, right? You have a lawn that you mow all the time, right? So let's say you have high weeds, you let all kind of trees grow up into your gutters. So the first time when you're clearing that, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of cost. But after that fact, then you're just mowing it once a week, right? Very low cost and very manageable. And that's what we're going after. So once we get good controls of our right-of-way per the TOR impact that we're seeing, now you become much more controllable in your cost and tremendously less impact to our customers. And that's what we're going after.
And I hadn't even thought about this before, but because I wasn't sure if TOR expansion then resulted in those areas being moved into the TIR program, I expect that even though you're adding area that has to be cleared, potentially there's a positive impact on the cost of the TIR and the CMI involved in TIR because of the TOR. Yes?
Yes, correct.
So, a couple minutes ago, you responded to less of a question than me than kind of a lengthy statement, and I think I understood you to say that yes, once you get to, once you're in the home stretch as far as, having the TOR program applied to all circuits, at that point, you're not going to be spending 25 million. It won't cost that much because the circuits that are left won't need what the circuits in 2018 needed. Yes?
That's the projection, yes.
Okay. In the meantime, we've got to kind of fill in the numbers in between. And my concern is the difference between and I'll have to go back to is the difference between the 2024 spend of 4.6 million jumping all the way to, in 2025, you said 17 million. So explain, justify to the commission why it's a good idea to have such a large jump in budget from one year to the next.
If we remain on the same trajectory of spend with TOR, the system for TOR will get worse because we're only addressing a small subset of our circuits. So with the level of spend, again, what we're trying to do is expand the circuits that we need to address with TOR. And so one of the things that I requested from my leader, looking at the data when I first came in, is that to really move the needle from a CMI perspective and what our customers are experiencing, 55% of our CMI accounts for the outages and the pain that our customers experience. Not only that, but the longer that we don't address trees outside right away, the damage incurred to our distribution facility, so it breaks poles, it breaks the wire. That's very costly. You're talking about, equipment costs, people costs. And so if we don't get control of the TOR, our customers will continue to have to pay these high costs associated with the impacts to our system from TOR. So we can take a proactive approach and spend the dollars and be able to analyze each area and be prudent in how we're spending each dollar, or we can be reactive and have no control on what that spend could potentially be. As I said, the commission recognized in Ike and Ice that with the severe weather and the impacts to that weather, right, hazard trees, it's a problem. And the extent of damage it caused throughout the Commonwealth was quite costly to the customers. So we can either be proactive or we can be reactive. I think our customers want us to be proactive. It allows us, we maintain the control, and we will deliver the results. We've delivered it with trees inside right away, with the spend. If you look over from 2017 to 2024, it hasn't been this tremendous swings in spend. It's been a very controllable cost year after year after year. And so with the same approach, we'll deliver the same results from a TOR perspective.
And you may be right. It may be that, $18 million will be spent in 2026 and $25 million will be spent, in each of the next 3 years. And we may see CMI reductions close to the success, 20% that occurred between 2018 and the present. Considering the concern with the frequency of rate increases and the amount of rate increases that we've been talking about for the past day and a half, would it have been more prudent to say double the budget from 4.6 to 9 point something million, look at the results for a series of years, see what the resulting CMI was, and then go from there? If it's still improving at the same rate, then, seek more increases, as opposed to essentially quadrupling or close to quadrupling, if that's a word, the budget between 2024 and 2025.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you think it would be more prudent? I don't want to mischaracterize something you said earlier when we were talking about sort of the end game, like, we won't be spending $25 million a year when we get to those the home stretch last few circuits. You said we'll monitor. To me, I understood that to mean you will look at the CMIs in comparison to the cost and make a decision whether or not those remaining circuits needed to be cleared or not. Am I misinterpreting what your testimony was?
No, we will look at the data no different than we're looking at, and we look at it today, right? And we'll analyze that, and based on the data, that'll drive what is the dollar amount that, we have to budget for.
Sure.
As we get to and I appreciate the support here, because it seems you're quite supportive of this, but, as we get to those, latter parts where the lowest CMI, yes, the budget's it's going to get smaller. But as anything, you have to analyze year over year.
And what I want to avoid is a situation where you're going from $4.6 million spent in 2024 to $17 million in 2025. 2026 is $18 million, 27, $25 million. You get to the end of 2026, you've spent this amount of money and haven't gotten nearly the the reduction of CMI hours that you got over the previous 7 years. So the only way to know, I guess I'm asking why you wouldn't, and again, I know you're not the only person making decisions about the budget for this. When I say you, I mean all the folks making decisions at Kentucky Power. Wouldn't it make more sense for more gradual increases, looking and seeing what the CMI result is, and then going from there instead of committing to these massive increases in budget and hoping that it reduces CMI as much as Kentucky Power hopes?
Yeah, so as we've demonstrated, to your point, with our pilot and then beyond the pilot, the spend, with the level of spend that, we have done on TOR, we've shown the 20% improvement. And we are still at 55% number one outage cause impacting our customers. The spend for TOR in order to continue, in order to make an impact, to reduce CMI, needs to increase. You started your comment about thinking about affordability and the rates. So I had a conversation before going to President Wiseman about this ask, but I did talk to, he's no longer with us, Mr. Newcomb, Jeffrey Newcomb, who is our VP of Finance and Regulatory, and asked, what is the impact? Can you help me understand the impact? And witness T. Wolfram could talk about what that impact is within the revenue requirements of those things. I am not a subject matter expert at all. But I did seek that to understand what the impact is from a rates perspective and affordability perspective. And understanding the impact to that, the value for cutting trees outside of right-of-way will impact positively to customer rates, because now you're, again, from a reactive perspective, where we have uncontrollable dollars, right, that we're putting into it because you have these trees within our topography, and I've heard a lot of conversations about our topography, right, continue to impact the distribution system. So it is a positive for our customers from a affordability perspective. We're gaining control, we're being very prudent, we're being very analytical and strategic on how we're gonna attack our number one cause of customer minutes of interrupted. So this will benefit our customers.
And I don't doubt that it will. I mean, it would appear that any amount spent is going to result in a decrease in CMI. And it's difficult for the commission to sort of compare apples to oranges, in the discovery process, I kind of was trying to shift things to it being dollars versus dollars and talking about, avoided cost of distribution repair. And I'm sure that factors in, and it may even be that the TOR expenditure is less than the amount of distribution repair cost that is avoided. But we just don't know. So the commission has to look at the cost versus the CMI levels. And it's really comparing apples to oranges. They have to make a decision for the ratepayers about whether it's worth it to the ratepayers to lower CMI. And like I say, it sounds like each year, regardless of how much you spend, the amount of CMI you're going to reduce per dollar will go down each year of this project. Again, excluding new distribution line construction. So I'm sorry I'm making so many statements instead of questions, but I guess the question is $18 million for 2026. Where does that number come from?
The $18 million from 2026 is what,
How was $18 million decided on?
as I shared earlier, we looked at, evaluated what was the spend. It wasn't going to be the exact spend from a TIR perspective, right? To get, and correlated, okay, what is the spend that we need to get to have the same impacts that we have seen and demonstrated from TIR? One of the important notes that I want to make sure I communicate here is that, when we shifted to TIR, there's a ramp-up period, very similar to, I explained, with TIR, there was initial clearing period, there's initial ramp-up period because of resources and planning, and it's very similar here as reflected when you see the 13 and 18, we're in a ramp-up period because we're having to do some planning and also, get some resources from a vegetation perspective in order to execute the work that we have planned for 26 and 27. So just to note, from a comparison perspective, the 25 million for TOR, again, is parallel to what we've seen in TIR. And I want to make a statement based on the statement that you made, where you were talking about you're comparing apples to oranges, because, we're looking at CMI and, the cost-benefit analysis. The commission in the 2009 Ike and Ice report, right? The impact to the customers, the millions of dollars, and I think Mr. Wolfram talked about this, the impact of the millions of dollars because of that severe weather event caused by trees, right, is what, one, is what's cost our customers so much money, but it's what we have to get control around. And I go back to proactive versus reactive. The proactive, the thing to do, the controllable costs, the affordability component is the proactive. It's to spend the 18 to 25. If not, then we're going to be talking about weather and the impact of weather and the cost of $25 million and the cost of $26 million and the cost of $40 million. Because trees will continue to impact the distribution system. It'll damage the poles, it'll break the wire, it'll damage the transformers, and the cost of bringing mutual assistance in, it's costly. The commission sees that. They see all of that. We report to the commission just look at here last year alone, in the events that we had, and the commission was able to see the damage caused by the trees and the cost to our customers. I don't agree it's an apples to orange, it's apples to apples. You either pay for it reactively after the fact, or you get control of you get control of it and you spend the dollars, the controllable dollars that we're putting forth to managing trees outside right of the way.
At some point in the planning horizon for this, and actually let me step back a second, is there a planning horizon for this? You said, at some point in the lifetime of this TOR program, you got me doing it, you won't be spending $25 million. You'll have done most of the work that you want to do. So at some point, spending will ramp down as a natural result of fixing up existing problem.
Logically, yes. We have 229 circuits that we need to address.
Is there a planning horizon for how long you expect the project to take to complete every single circuit if you were to do that?
Right now, the plan that we have in place is to 2029. We are looking beyond that. And again, we'll adjust, in the 5-year increments.
So as you get farther down the line in the planning horizon, as I understand the way the two vegetation management programs work, more of the overall spending on vegetation management will shift from the TOR program to the TIR program, because there will be far less circuits to expand. They will be easier to expand because they are lower priority. And there will be more of that area that you've expanded into the tier program. So would we expect, as the TOR project is ramping down and the budgets are going lower, as we've agreed they would eventually, the TIR budget would then increase on a, I don't want to say a one-for-one basis, because I think we agreed earlier that
That's correct. It will not.
there are cost benefits to the TIR program from doing the TOR program, right?
Correct.
So closer to the end of the planning horizon, the overall combination expenditure of the two programs would decrease.
Not for TIR. For TIR, as you just explained,
I'm saying the combination of the two together.
for TOR, it will decrease. For TOR, there will be an incremental increase because now you have to spray a larger zone. We have a controllable zone, right? So to maintain now, which becomes a TIR, there is going to be incremental increase from a spray perspective.
I know you indicated in Discovery that you didn't feel that the TOR program was about avoiding distribution repair costs. But that is
No, where did you see that?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I don't want to mischaracterize your testimony. When I had sent staff had sent a data request asking about a cost benefit analysis, you said it was about the CMI and not about the avoided cost of distribution repair. Or am I mischaracterizing?
Yeah, I think your question was around, can you demonstrate what is the dollar saved? And my response was that, how from the benefit perspective, the dollar saved and how we measure success is the customer minutes of interruption.
But it would also necessarily have a positive result on avoiding distribution repair costs, yes?
As we cut the trees, yes.
You just can't quantify what that is.
Correct, because you can't predict where the next storm's going to come from, how it's going to impact it. I think, and now I have recollection, we had asked, did you want us to, kind of make some assumptions, and create, hypothesize, and I don't think I think that's not the right way to provide the commission what they need when they want to see the dollars we're investing and what is the metric, what is it that we can point to demonstrate that the dollars that we invested did improve performance. And i.e. that performance, if you're minimizing outages and you're lowering outages, that means you're lowering your costs.
If you bear with me for just a moment, I want to take a look at some of the data request responses.
Mr. Collier, if I might pause for a second. We saw something flash on the screen that was highlighted yellow. I just want to confirm that, I wouldn't click it again. Okay. Okay, that you were just doing a control find.
Yeah, that was just me
Okay.
searching for turbine reservation.
Okay, yes.
No, I'm not, I'm not putting anything confidential up, although I can see how you would be concerned
Okay,
about that.
thank you for confirming.
Same with this one.
Okay.
Okay, so I hope it's up on the screen. All right, so your response to staff request 3, item number 17, C indicates, the question was, or the request was, provide a yearly breakdown of the transmission and distribution repair expense associated with damage caused by vegetation for the 5-year period prior to the initiation of the TOR program and for the period since the TOR program began, as well as inflation-adjusted cost. And you did that, and I don't know if it was inflation adjusted. Do you know if it was or was not?
Just, there is a table that we provided that shows those numbers.
Right,
just
so
for clarity.
This is the table, right, for the transmission,
That's transmission, yes, and
and this is the one for distribution, if I can find the top of it. Right, so these are attachments 1 and 2 to 3-17. I've got that right, don't I?
yeah, it's
Okay.
the table you're referring to when you talk about the CPI inflation calculator, which of course presented to you there is the
Uh-huh.
last table.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so this data is part of the record. The commission can choose to pay attention to this or disregard it. I guess. It sounds like you would prefer they disregard it because you do not think it is a good measure of the success of the TOR program. Is that?
I'm not sure. What do you mean? Clarify.
You believe that a reduction in CMI is the proper measure of assessing the value of the TOR program, correct?
CMI will show to the commission the investments we've made in TOR, right, the improvement in the customer minutes of interrupted. That's what I was talking about from a metric perspective.
Sure.
In your question, what we were trying to provide to you, and we even stated in the question, the analysis that you had requested of us, again, goes back to some assumptions and the hypothesis. And what we tried to do to at least provide some information to be helpful was to say, hey, let's look at the storm expenses, right? And so that's what we provided to you.
And do you think this information is useful at all, or do you think that storm damage fluctuates too much from year to year for it to be useful, or is there some other reason why you don't think that that information is useful to the?
I think it's useful, as I said to the commission, and the commission had recognized, again, I can continue to refer back to Ice and Ice, but, they recognize the impacts for trees on the distribution system and the associated cost. And again, that's what we were trying to provide to you for your request.
I asked, or staff asked some questions about the capitalization of the TOR program, and I believe you answered those to my satisfaction. I would ask, would you be able to provide the annual net plant balance for the TOR program since 2018?
I'm sorry, the what?
The annual net annual net plant balance for the TOR program.
The annual net balance?
I might be saying it wrong. Total net plant balance for the TOR program.
To make sure I understand, are you asking for just plant and service dollars spent for TOR?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'll specify. Apologies. Have you reviewed the settlement agreement that's attached to the settlement testimony of Mr. Tanner Wolfram?
Yes. Mr. Wolfram went through it.
Can you explain whether the settlement agreement affects your TOR budget in any way?
Yes, the settlement impacts our budget in 2026.
Explain for me how it affects the budget.
So, just for clarity, the change on page 10 for the settlement agreement, for the purpose of the deferral, the TIR program cost and the TOR program cost will not exceed $20,026,000, excuse me, and 27 million in 2027. So I apologize, just make sure I understand your question. Does it impact my cost in my spend for 26 and 27, which we just recently talked about?
Correct.
It does not.
Okay, that was my understanding from Mr.
That's
Tanner
correct.
Wolfram's
It does not. Correct.
testimony. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly. I think I'm done asking you about vegetation management. If you'll give me a moment to look back through my questions to Mr. Wolfram about tariff items. I think there was a question I asked Mr. Tanner Wolfram regarding AMI meter infrastructure, and he said that perhaps you might know more about the AMI rollout than him, so I'll just kind of, it won't take long. The timeline for the AMI rollout starts sometime this year and ends when?
In 2029.
2029, okay. And to your understanding, are there any customers that will be unable to adopt the AMI metering because of financial limitations or geographical, terrain limitations on the infrastructure being installed?
Financial?
Financial as in, well, we could run this up the mountain, but it's not cost effective to do so for a small number of people.
No,
That would never be the case.
No, the plan is to replace the AMR meters with the AMI meters. Any house that has an AMR meter will be replaced with an AMI meter.
Okay. And is there any additional infrastructure or metering equipment that customers taking under the Cogen SPP tariff need that, beyond what all the other customers will have?
I'm going to pass that to Witness Coburn. I'm not the witness to answer that question.
Fair enough. That's all I have, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Wood? Commissioner Wood?
Just a couple. I should know this, but I don't. Is your vegetation management in-house?
Our vegetation management, we have a contractor,
Okay.
yes, that does all of our vegetation management.
And I know there's been a concern about workforce in that area. Are you finding that's getting better up there?
So we have had, good luck on having being able to have vegetation management, within our territory for TIR. We saw a slight challenge with TOR where we had to go beyond and bring crews from Pennsylvania and Texas to help us in our TOR program. And again, that was the whole point of the ramp up. But right now, we do not foresee any issues with continuing to build out the TOR team.
And then Mr. Wolfram said you can answer a question about connectivity in the AMIs. Do you have any concern about connectivity between the AMI and the truck, or getting it with the way that the infrastructure is up there?
I do not, and so, for a couple of reasons. One, we've seen, we have the capability within these meters to use satellite technology. The other piece strategically is we know the BEAD dollars are out there, right? Broadband equity access and deployment. And so as those dollars get deployed, right, to underserved and not served communities over the next few years, again, that's going to position us better to have success with the communication network for AMI.
Okay, so the communications companies aren't coming back to you and saying, we need to charge you, I don't know, $10,000 for a repeater. They're taking care of these things within the BEAD program?
Well, within our joint use agreements, right? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions. Redirect?
I do have just a couple. Okay, so Ms. Ross, I want to go back kind of towards the very beginning of Mr. Collier's questioning. We were talking about the TIR program and that 5-year clearing cycle that was instituted in what year, remind me?
2019.
In 2019. And so before the 5-year clearing cycle started, there was an initial clear of the circuits before the regular cadence 5-year clearing cycle began, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you say that initial clearance, that just means initial for purposes of the 5-year program. That doesn't necessarily mean that was the first time that those circuits or those rights-of-ways were ever cleared.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the TOR program, both when it was a pilot program and after, is it true that there was a budgeted amount dedicated to the TOR program, pilot program or after? There was always a budgeted amount for that, those projects or that program, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Collier at one point had characterized the dollars being spent on the TOR program, both in the pilot and after, as, I think for ease of reference, as scraps. Would you agree that those dollars spent on the TOR program were scraps that were kind of like leftovers from other projects?
No, as I explained, within your capital budget, you have dollars allocated to each category. But as mandated type categories, so customer service restoration budgets increased, then we had to reallocate dollars amongst the other budgets.
Okay, but for the TOR program, those dollars were intentionally budgeted and intentionally spent, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Collier was also talking about kind of generally, he's got a background in working on the CPCN cases, so he's kind of focused on what the costs and benefits are of certain programs, certain initiatives. And I know we've been through discovery where we've said, the most appropriate indicator of the success of something like the TOR program is customer minutes of interruption. And we can't necessarily quantify anything like avoided costs in the future. We just can't know that right now. That was your testimony, right?
Correct.
Okay. So although we may not be able to quantify that now, would you say that something like the TIR program and the TIR benefits and reductions in customer minutes of interruption are a really good comparison to show what the benefits of spending dollars like this are?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And would that also be demonstrated in the figure that Mr. Collier had up earlier, figure MR6 in your testimony that kind of shows this orange line, this precipitous decline, and in other words, improvement in CMI from the TIR program?
Yes.
Okay. And just a last kind of clarification question. When Commissioner Regan was asking you about your vegetation management contractors, is it also true that Kentucky Power has an internal forestry team that oversees vegetation management and those contractors?
Yes, that's correct. Our vegetation team, for our TIR program, it's a 5-year cycle-based program, and our contractor goes out and they execute the clearing. We have an internal team that audits the performance, well, both from a safety perspective and then ensuring that they're working within the confines and the framework of the contract.
I have no further questions.
Okay, any recross? Staff
No.
recross?
Just one more thing. Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
Having lived through the 2009 storm,
Yes.
if TOR had been in place then, would you have had less storm damage?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, the company calls Robert Jesse, and he'll be presented by Mr. Gish.
Do we think this one's going to be a long one? If we do, I could go ahead and take a quick break first.
Staff will have no questions for this witness.
Okay, well, let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Could you raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thanks. Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Full name is Robert Jesse. Business address is 200 Association Drive, Charleston, West Virginia.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Jesse, can you please state your employer and title, please?
Yep, my employer is Appalachia Power and Willen Power. My title is Vice President of Generation.
Thank you. And Mr. Jesse, you filed direct testimony in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you filed responses to data requests in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any updates or changes to your testimony or your responses to data requests?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that is in your testimony and the same questions that are in your data requests, would you give the same answers?
I would.
Madam Chairperson, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
No questions.
No? No, Your Honor. And Mr. Perry?
Just a couple of questions. Sorry, Mr. Jesse, you said your employer is who?
Appalachia Power and Willen Power.
Okay. Appalachian Power and who, sorry?
Willen Power.
And Wheeling, okay. And those are other subsidiaries of AEP, correct?
That is correct.
Other operating companies?
Other operating companies. Willen Power is a child of the parent company for it, which is Appalachia Power.
Okay, so Wheeling goes through App Power and then App Power is a subsidiary of AEP. Is each a wholly owned subsidiary of the other? No other investors as far as you know?
I'm probably not the right one to answer that question.
That's fine, that's fair. And you're in charge of generating assets, correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the concept of the bathtub curve?
I am familiar with the concept.
Could you explain that briefly to the?
Yeah, so from perspective of bathtub curve, when a facility, in this case, generation asset facility, when it's new, you think about there could be potential issues that are not discovered right away, so the performance of the facility could be harmed, and you have additional costs and things of that nature initially going on. Throughout the life of that asset, as you move on further out, you have those issues resolved, and the performance and the cost is a little bit more flat, lower than that. And then to the tail end of that, how the facility is maintained. If it's not properly maintained and the asset management process is not correct, then you'll start seeing that performance and that cost go up at the tail end.
So basically, the shape of a bathtub being
Shape
the
of a
reason.
bathtub, yes.
Early on in the life of something, you have sort of a shakedown period where you're figuring out problems and stuff. You might have more expenses early on in the life of an asset. Then you have sort of a steady state during the, I guess, typically expected lifetime. And then toward the end, you can see more costs as more things start to go wrong. That's the basic idea.
That's the basic idea.
Okay.
Once again, I would caveat, the tail end is really based upon how high that tail end goes, and when it occurs is really based upon the facility's asset management and how it's been maintained, and then the cycle investments, capital investments to prevent some of those ongoing issues as well.
Okay. Working for At Power and Wheeling, you don't have any, you don't have anything to do with the Big Sandy plant here in Kentucky?
I do. I
You
do from a perspective of consultation. I
Okay.
do support. I meet with the plant manager on a weekly basis, talk about issues or concerns, anything I can do to support and help.
Okay. How old is Big Sandy?
1963, commission date.
Okay. But you directly oversee Mitchell then, I assume?
I do.
Okay. And how old is Mitchell at this point?
1971.
Okay. So that's 25 plus 29, 54 years or so old? Okay. What's the expected lifespan of Mitchell right now?
So really, to me, the expected lifespan all depends on how well we maintain, operate, and invest in that facility. Right now, the lifespan we have on the books is 2040. I can easily see that being extended out. We have a robust maintenance and capital investment cycle. Think of it from a perspective of our key components that we have, our turbines, for example, high-pressure turbines. Every 10 years on the high-pressure turbine, we do an inspection, we do a rebuild cycle, right? So we go after that and we invest that. So when you make that investment in it, to your point on the maintenance, those maintenance dollars drop back down again from that perspective. And we have an asset health program where we look at hundreds of components at each of the units, and we do the same approach there. We understand after 54 years of operation and maintaining on the asset, you truly have a good understanding of when should you go in and do these inspections, when should you go in and do maintenance on it, or when should you go in and do a capital investment and do a rebuild or replacement on that component as well to extend the life of the asset.
Okay. You said hundreds of components. I'm
Yes.
sure within a power plant the size of Mitchell, probably thousands of pieces.
It
really.
is, but you really focus on those critical components and processes.
Are there any of those that, as the asset ages, you up the frequency of those inspection or replacements or maintenance programs?
Those, yes, for the most part, those are really based on operational hours, years of service, not so much on the age. Because you just been in it, and 50-some years you've been in it, you know the operational hours. After 56,000 hours on the high-pressure turbine, that's our target. We know we need to take a look at it again based on history and what we've done.
Is this a bit like the ship of Theseus? Are there any original parts left in Mitchell at this point, or has every individual part been replaced?
The vast majority has, but what I would tell you from a perspective, especially on our large motors, I would tell you that a lot of our large motors that are original are so much better quality and craftsmanship than what you can get and buy today. So a lot of things like for our motors, we won't completely replace that motor. We'll do what's called a rewind. We'll keep the core, the metal, which is the best that we can get, much better than what we can buy off the shelf today, and we'll do a rewind ourselves to add the value back to it.
A rewiring, you said?
Yeah, we
Okay.
call it a rewind, W-I-N-D, but rewiring is the correct term as well.
I assume those won't last forever, even with you rewiring them, though, right?
Once again, it's based, we do inspections, maintenance on those, and then it's on a periodic basis. We know that it's about the life of that asset, and we need to have that planned in our budget. We do a 10-year forecast looking forward, and we schedule those in.
Is that 10-year forecast something that'd be available if we requested it?
Yep.
Okay. No further questions, Ron.
Okay. Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Kidd?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
We don't have
No
questions.
questions? No? And I don't have questions either.
Thank you,
very
Honor.
much. You're excused. Quick break? Sure. Let's be back in, let's say 10 minutes. Maybe we, another couple witnesses.
And we are back on the record, case number 2025-00257, Kentucky Power, and you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The company calls Stevie Coburn. Shall be presented by Mr. Gish.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? To swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated, and if you will, tell us your full name and your business address.
Stevie Coburn, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Coburn, can you state your employer and job title?
Kentucky Power Company, regulatory consultant principal.
Thank you. And did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
Did you cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your testimonies or responses to data requests?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in your testimonies and in your responses to data requests, would you give the same responses?
Yes.
And were you able to listen to the hearing this morning when the chair was asking Mr. Wolfram, Mr. Tanner Wolfram, questions about the efforts in to attract remote work in Eastern Kentucky?
Yes.
And do you have any information to provide to the chair and to the commission as a whole about Kentucky Power's role in that?
Yes. In 2024, Kentucky Power provided a KPEG grant to SOAR to help with that initiative. It was for $200,000.
Just wanted to make sure we did, I don't know if you were going to come back to that or not, so wanted to make sure that got on the record. And with that, Ms. Coburn is available for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. West.
No questions.
Ms. Combs? None, Your Honor. Mr. Gary?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a few. Good, I guess, evening at this point, Ms. Coburn. Thanks for sticking with us. So you just verifying, it's been a long day. I know you were just asked. You're employed directly by Kentucky Power, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And your primary responsibility is to support the company's regulatory activities, I think you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. There are a few different witnesses who have similar roles. Do you divide that up in particular ways? Is there a subset of that is your particular responsibility?
I mean, there are some annual filings that typically fall to certain people. So me and Mr. Collup have the same job title. And so typically we'll kind of divide up work. But I mean, it's not necessarily something that couldn't change from year to year. If someone new wants to try a different project, then it can always change.
Okay. I think if I gather from your testimony, you you're the primary one who handles filings related to the low-income support programs, correct?
So yes, I do take a large role in our HEA programs, so our Heart and Thaw programs.
Okay.
And I work closely with Community Action through those programs.
Excellent. You've in fact been with Kentucky Power for your entire ADP career, right?
No, I started with what would be the service corps. I was a call center employee for about 8 years.
Okay.
And then I transitioned to Kentucky, and I've been there since 2009.
You're right. Okay, well, of course you're right. You would know. You're right about what's in my notes even. You started with AEP back in 2002, right, in customer service, and then moved to Kentucky Power in 2009.
Correct.
Okay. And accepted your current position in 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we've heard multiple witnesses ask this and give answers already, but the AMI rollout, that's still on schedule to begin actual installation third quarter of this year or so? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that'll take 4 or 5 years?
I believe Ms. Ross said until 29.
Okay, so that's a little shorter than others have said. That would only be about 3 years? Is that your anticipation?
I would have to defer to whatever Ms. Ross stated.
She would know better.
She would know better, yes.
Okay, just making sure everybody's on the same page about how long that'll actually take. In your rebuttal testimony, you point out that the FlexPay proposal is responsive to the commission's order granting the AMI CPCN, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, that order told the company to make the most of AMI being approved for customers.
Yes.
Okay. The commission also ordered the company to contemplate additional DSM and time of use rates.
Correct.
Why did the company decide to implement the prepay program before additional DSM or TOU or TOD, however you phrase it, rates? Why was this the first program chosen?
So I think one of the reasons that we can go ahead and start this program is because this program can begin to be offered as soon as AMI is installed at a customer's house. You know, it can be available immediately. Some of the other programs, I think we're going to need to analyze the usage data and then determine which programs would be best to offer to customers. And as we've said numerous times in various hearings and filings, you know, we're committed to continue to look at DSM and pursue those if they seem appropriate to
Okay.
customers.
Does the company have a plan for how it'll handle that usage data or what it wants to look at or do with it?
Not that I know of yet, but, you know, we're still several months from the first AMI meter being deployed, so, you know, there's time for us to come up with a plan.
Okay. The primary benefit you name in FlexPay is the ability to make payments when income is available, I think, right?
As customers, you know, would like to make payments, yes.
Okay. You also state, though, that traditional pay customers can make more frequent payments, right?
Yes, that's an option.
Okay, but it's not typical?
That's not my understanding, and there was a data response that we provided, I believe to one of your requests, that provided information about the number of customers making a payment 1, 2, 3, or 4 times in a month. And if you look at that data, the customers that pay 3 to 4 times a month typically isn't a large number.
Okay. Has the company examined why that is?
No.
Okay. Why would FlexPay change that?
So, I mean, I think if you look at a customer receiving a bill that states they owe X dollars by, you know, X date, you know, then typically they're going to work to pay that dollar amount by that specific date. The way the FlexPay program works, you know, if you deposit $100 onto your account and then after however many days you get a notification that you're down to $25, then you're going to realize I need to go ahead and make another deposit onto my account. So with FlexPay, they have the ability to add a payment onto their account, and then they get notifications so that they can track what their spend is and make a payment as needed.
So the main difference would be, if I understand right, sort of how the billing and notification works?
Yes, so with a traditional pay customer, you know, we read their meter, and then, you know, they go through the billing cycle, we read the meter again, and we issue a bill to them, and that's for usage that has already been consumed in their home. With FlexPay, it's completely different. They make a deposit onto the account, and then their usage is subtracted off of that balance.
Okay. Could a traditional pay customer set up notifications so that they get, say, after they've used 1,000 kilowatt hours or something like that in a given month, get a notification the same way?
I'm not sure if they can set up a notification that you're asking for, but, I mean, customers can go in, once we have AMI meters, and they will be able to receive usage data, so they'll know how much usage they're consuming. But, you know, as far as them just proactively making a payment onto their account, I don't know that that would occur.
Okay. So FlexPay customers will be able to get more regular sort of usage notifications, it sounds like you were explaining, right?
Yes.
Is that something that could be set up for traditional pay customers?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Another benefit you cite is that no deposit is required for FlexPay customers, right?
Correct.
Why is that?
Because with FlexPay customers, as I said, they make a deposit into their account, and that is consumed as they use power. If their balance goes to zero, then they will receive a notification that their balance is at zero. The following day, if they have not restored a positive balance, their service would be subject for disconnection. With a traditional pay customer, that customer, as I mentioned earlier, they consume energy, then they receive a bill, and then they have a time frame to pay that bill. If the service, if they don't pay that full balance and they have a past due balance, we'll read the meter again, issue a second bill that is a past due bill. We would issue a disconnect notice, and then they're still given a 15-day time period before they would be subject for disconnect. This could all take 45 days plus that they're accruing a balance because they're still continuing to consume usage during that time period. So if you have a customer who is a traditional pay customer and their services would become disconnected, which is a last resort for us, disconnecting service. If their service would become disconnected, and they would never restore that service for some reason, then that balance can pay down that, what is owed towards the usage that they've already consumed.
So
That's not necessary with FlexPay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What was that last part, sorry?
It's not necessary with FlexPay because they're paying in advance.
Okay, so FlexPay customers aren't going into debt to the company.
Correct.
Is that a benefit to the company?
It could be a benefit, it could affect delinquencies, but that's not really the reason that we proposed the program. We've proposed it as an additional option for customers, completely voluntary if a customer wants to go in the program. If someone thinks it's a good idea and chooses to enroll in the program, and then after a couple of months decides, this isn't working out for me, they can always contact and unenroll. There's no time period that they have to remain on the program. It's completely voluntary.
Okay. Are you familiar with the concept of payment lag?
I think that's similar to what I was just explaining.
Yeah. So is there a benefit to the company in having the money up front before usage? Aside from avoidance of bad debt and those sort of things, is there a benefit in not having to wait to receive payment for energy after it's used?
That's not anything that I addressed in my direct or my rebuttal, so I really couldn't answer that.
Okay, don't know.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
do not know.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kidd?
No questions, Your Honor.
Steph?
Yes, Your Honor, we have questions. Good afternoon, Ms. Coburn. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So I want to start out with, refer you to tariff sheet number 2-9, and that's discussing monitoring usage. Do you have access to that, or you may?
I don't have it, but I did look at it earlier.
Okay, I think probably if you've looked at it, these are questions you could probably answer. So I want to ask what
Just a
measure.
second.
Do we have a copy of it? Can we put it up on the screen or something? We're gonna ask questions about a tariff. What? The tariff?
I can try.
Jason's gonna try to put it on.
Thanks. I just think it'd be helpful for witness to.
Might take me a second to find it.
Where's it at?
Go into the
think this will-
application. You can go get it through the
One of the
application.
No, I'll find it easier this way.
You want me to send you
No.
That's it.
Boom.
Thank you.
No problem.
So what measure is used to determine whether a customer's monthly usage is substantially different from the previous year?
So our computer system, when our billing system, when a meter reading is entered into the system, we have built-in high-low checkpoints, and I don't know the exact parameters for that, but there are high-low checkpoints that are built in. So, for instance, if a customer's usage is higher than that checkpoint, it will flag the account and it will send it to the billing group so that we can check that. Sometimes there may be reread requested to make sure that there's not there wasn't some sort of issue with the reading, which is unlikely with AMR meters, but we may check it, or if it was estimated for some reason. And then typically, if we would have some sort of issue like that for a month or two, then local customer service would get involved. Our billing group would contact our local customer service group and say, we need to have this checked, and so that we can review it and determine if there needs to be something else done. Is there an issue where we need to contact the customer, test the meter? Are there any changes that need to be made to the billing? If, let's say the meter's slowing down, that would be, a lot of times what we see is you'll see usage gradually slow down, and then all of a sudden you'll get zero usage for a month or two, and that will flag the account so that we can check it. We may go and pull the meter, test the meter, have a new meter installed, and then customer service would contact the customer regarding the stopped meter to notify them what's occurred.
Okay, so other than issues with the meter, are there other examples of what could cause that substantial difference in usage?
Historically, when I was in customer service and speaking with customers, most of the time what I would hear from customers would be issues with their larger appliances that consume the most power. So I've talked to customers before who have had an issue where their heat pump was running on auxiliary or emergency heat all the time rather than switching back and forth, and that can greatly increase your usage. If a customer is having an issue where their hot water tank is starting to not function as it should, sometimes it'll cycle on and off more frequently, and that can increase usage. So typically it's the larger appliances, and we have an entire checklist that we actually created to go through with customers so that if they have a question about usage that's higher than they expect, we can kind of go through this checklist and explain things that could have affected the usage. So it could be weather being significantly colder and their heat was just running longer. A longer billing cycle can sometimes happen, especially during the wintertime, which I know Company Witness Wiseman did mention we're trying to address that, but in the past that's been an issue where a customer, instead of getting a 30-day bill, could get a 35 or 36-day billing cycle, which can significantly impact the bill if your bill's nearly a week longer than you're used to.
Are you aware what utilities in other states may do to address the discrepancies in any? If you're not, that's okay, but if you have any thoughts on that?
I'm not specifically aware of what other utilities in other states may do. I can say that once AMI meters are installed, we definitely will have more insight into a customer's usage changes, so that if you have a customer contact and say, this bill's much larger than I was expecting, or my usage is much higher than I was expecting, our customer service agents can actually access their usage and go in and look and see, okay, your usage really increased on this day, so that they can look and try to help them determine, was that a day where the temperature had significantly dropped or had spiked, in the summertime, or could they have had extra family members in that they just weren't thinking about at the time, that would have caused their increase. So that's something that we're definitely looking forward to. I know we do that already with our other operating companies that have AMI metering, so that will definitely be a benefit once we can use that.
So will some of these steps be updated once the AMI meters are implemented, as far as what you do when you notice those discrepancies?
As far as our billing system, not that I'm aware of, but...
Or reaching out to customers?
No, I don't think that would change. We would just be more effective in the information we can provide to them.
Okay. I want to switch now to some of the flex pay questions that we have. And I would start, so if you have a disconnection due to a customer failing to purchase additional energy to keep the meter operating, is that recorded in a disconnection in the same way as it would be recorded if the customer service for non-payment were not, if they weren't on the flex pay plan?
As far as us tracking a disconnection?
How do you track it on the flex pay versus non-flex pay?
Yeah, so it would be the same. I mean, the account would reflect a status of disconnected for non-payment, which is the same as a traditional pay customer.
And then do you file that disconnection report with the commission?
Yes, I believe annually.
So would you explain a criteria that you'll use by the company to determine if the flex pay program is reducing the number of individuals disconnected from power due to their ability to monitor usage?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was having trouble hearing you.
Okay. So what criteria will the company use to determine if the flex pay program is reducing the number of individuals that are disconnected due to their ability to monitor the usage?
So if a flex pay customer is unable to pay their bill, how will we monitor that?
I guess to determine if the flex pay is actually helping reduce the number of disconnections.
I mean, I think that we can definitely compare year over year on our disconnect numbers to determine if we're seeing a decrease or an increase in those numbers based on customers enrolling in the FlexPay program.
I'm going to refer you to application exhibit SNC-4. Do you have that in front of you?
Exhibit SNC-4?
Yes.
Okay, I have that.
So that's the flex pay billing statement that customers will receive, is that correct?
Yes.
A draft of it?
Mhm.
So, given that the billing statement will just show a single dollar amount for each daily billing, would there be any way, whether online or by contacting Kentucky Power, for a customer to determine how the daily billing amount is broken down?
It's my understanding that a customer could contact us and we would have access to that information through our billing system if they would need that information.
And would that be broken down between the various charges and riders?
I believe so.
So will that flex pay bill look the same as a regular customer's bill currently does in the end?
No, I'm saying that if a customer is on FlexPay and they have a specific question about the breakdown of charges on a specific day, for example, they could contact us and we could give them that additional detail to explain, you used, $7 of power today and it was broken down into these different dollar amounts.
Okay, I guess what I'm just trying to ask is how the flex pay billing statement is going to look different to a customer.
So the FlexPay billing statement, if you look at the second page of that exhibit, it only shows 3 examples, but it's similar to like a bank statement, I guess I could say, where it kind of shows your daily balance. If you look at a bank statement, it'll show you had a deposit on this day, the following day you made a purchase, you wrote a check. And it just goes through like a daily balance, kind of. That's similar to what this will be. That's why there's a challenge with providing that granular detail that you're speaking about, with breaking down each day into all of those line items. It would be very difficult to list all of that information on a bill when you could have, if somebody's, you could have 30 plus lines because you're going to have each daily balance plus any deposits that they've made onto their account, or payments to their account, I should say.
Okay, so in line with that, as a post-hearing data request, we would ask, would you be able to provide some billing statements from flex pay customers and other AEP service areas?
Yes, we can.
To us. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina?
couple of questions. I won't take long. Did you consult with any other electric utilities before proposing this FlexPay program?
So, I mean, we had discussions with PSO, which is one of our affiliates, and then we have another affiliate, SWEPCO, that is currently rolling out a prepay program. So, you know, we had discussions with our IT team, and, you know, we've learned from them. I spoke to someone in PSO.
And so what has their experience been with FlexPay? Has it been utilized or underutilized, or how would you characterize that?
So, PSO, when I asked this information, which has been probably a month and a half, 2 months ago, they had approximately 15,000 customers enrolled. And they're a similarly sized operating company, I believe.
So they do have 15,000 customers using that?
Yes.
For some reason, I was under the understanding that maybe it was underutilized in different utilities, but I might be wrong. How will customers get money into their utility account?
As far as making a payment,
Yes.
so we have various options. Customers can pay at a local payment center. They can mail in a payment. We have online payment, phone payment.
Would they have to have a bank account to use it, or you use cash apps like a Venmo or a Zelle or?
We don't have that currently, but I do know that that is something that we have discussed in the past. I don't know where we're at with that. I actually asked that question not too long ago, and it was something that's still being discussed, but I don't know where the process is, how soon, if we've decided to make that an option, and if we have, when it would be available.
Very well, that's all.
Thank you.
Mr. Rickon?
The FlexPay will be proactively marketed
Yes.
through social media.
Yeah, I mean, we'll use various platforms, but yeah, I mean, social media would be one. I'm sure we'll include it in emails to customers. We have a quarterly newsletter that goes out to customers. And then just in general, it'll be something that can be offered. If a customer calls in to the call center, it's something that can be promoted that way. But yeah, all of our different communication platforms, we will use those to promote it.
I have a question about the billing system. I'm not sure that you can answer it, but I think you've been in the call center, so you might know. Are all the affiliates on the same IT platform for billing, or are they all different?
No, we use the same.
So you can talk to one another?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
First of all, you're welcome for the excellent suggestion I made for the program you already funded. Do you have results as far as how many people were recruited to come live here, or what do we know about whether or not it worked?
So I cannot recall. That is something that we included. So we file a KPEG or a report to give updates on our KPEG and our KEDS. So it's in that report. I glanced at it this morning just to make sure I was remembering correctly. But I want to say there was 65 customers, maybe in 24, but I could be misremembering. But that is something that we definitely have filed with the commission last year, and then we'll file an update in March of this year.
65 customers recruited as a result of that program.
I believe that's what it was.
Is that an ongoing thing, or is that over?
As far as I know, it's ongoing.
And who is administering? Is it EKSEP?
I believe the grant that we provided was to SOAR.
Okay.
So I'm not certain if they're the ones who are completely over the program, but I remember reading something like we provided a grant. It was like a matching grant so that there could be additional funding, like another over $1 million provided to them. I'm sorry, I read this like several hours ago.
It's okay. You're certainly know more about it than I did. I had no idea that was your grant. Just something I've read about. Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have. Redirect?
Yeah, just one, it's really more of a follow-up, but Commissioner Wood asked questions about other utilities that have implemented FlexPay, and you answered with PSO and SWEPCO, but in Kentucky, I think you testified about a number of the co-ops that have implemented
Right.
prepay programs that.
Correct.
I think are conceptually similar. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah, and that's on page 16 of your testimony.
yes.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Any requests? All right, any witness that, any reason this witness couldn't be excused? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And when you're ready, call your next witness.
Thank you. The company calls Nicole Kuhn, and she'll be presented by Ms. Havens.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Nicole M. Kuhn. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel?
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Kuhn. Can you please state your employer and your position? Yes, I'm employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation as a regulatory consultant principal.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
I did.
And did you cause to be filed responses to data requests in this case?
I did.
And do you need to make any corrections or modifications to either your direct testimony or any of your responses to data requests?
Yes, I have one minor correction on page 20 of my direct testimony, line 17. It says, revenue per class based upon the company's proposed subsidy reduction. Reduction should be mitigation.
And subject to that modification, if you were asked the same questions reflected in your testimony and that prompted your responses to data requests today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
No questions.
Ms. Cohn?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gary?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Bedard?
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. Kidd? Staff?
Couple questions, Your Honor. Could you explain whether there are any material differences between the cost of service study that included the zero-intercept analysis versus the cost of service study that included the minimum system method in regard to allocation of the revenue?
Yes, so I had this ready. The major difference was in regards to the residential customer. I think they had a reduction of under $500,000 that would have been allocated to them. And then that would have impacted the other classes, but was divided up amongst them in various ways, just based off how the class cost of service runs.
So what's the difference in using the zero-intercept analysis versus the minimum systems method?
There's slight variations in the allocation factors that are used for those specific accounts, which are the overhead conductors and transformers and the underground ones. So it's those accounts that are listed there, which I think are about 4 of them.
So there's no material differences in between those two studies?
Like I said, the difference in the revenue allocation was under $500,000.
Okay. I'm going to reference you to Kentucky Power's response to staff's 4th request, item 2.
I'm not sure I have the 4th one, item 2. Does it have?
I think this is pretty simple. I think it'll be.
I do have a copy I can provide to her. If that
Okay,
helps.
thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
We'll just note that for the record, I think the responsive witness on that data request is Mr. Wolfram. Is that what?
That's also what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Okay, if you do know the answer to this, I'll ask it. So the response states that Kentucky Power maintains that the use of the minimum system methodology is also reasonable. You explain which cost of service study Kentucky Power ultimately proposes the commission approve?
The Kentucky Power is following the order from the 2020 base case, which in that order, the commission ordered the company to use the zero intercept methodology. That's the methodology we used in the 2023 base case as well. So we made no changes in that methodology in this case and are using the zero intercept methodology as our as-filed case.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
I don't.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, Ms. Kevin.
Thank you.
All right. Do we think Mr. Spaeth will be a lengthy witness? We have a lot of questions for Mr.
Based on the number of questions and discussion we've had about the rate design, I would, we were assuming that, but
Yeah, I think I would assume that too.
A little bit longer.
Staff?
We do have several questions.
I said we would go to 7, but I'm thinking by my count, we got through 13 and a half witnesses today. And one of them was Mr. Wolfram with 2 Fs who took half the day. So I feel like we could get through the 10 remaining tomorrow if we start fresh with Mr. Spaeth. Any strong objections? It's not a democracy, so like. All right, let's do it. Let's come back in the morning, 9 a.m. sharp and bring your next witness in.
sure, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Please be safe. The weather's not great.